Good morning, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We're starting a little earlier than the designated start time, because President Trump may sign the Epstein Files bill soon. Because I just saw that the White House pool was called to gather. Although I'm a little confused, because maybe they'll announce he signed it. Didn't he already? Isn't he not there? Hold on a second. Let me just get clear on this. President Trump. Oh, no. President Trump is going to speak at a Saudi business forum in a little bit today. So maybe he hasn't left for there yet. So, no, it's already past the Senate. It's out of the Senate. It's past the House and it's past the Senate. It's done. House and the Senate done. The Senate did this really quick thing. They didn't have a big vote on it. They already passed it. So we're waiting for that to happen. Also, Trump is going to be speaking, so we'll probably cover that too. He's speaking at the U.S.-Saudi Business Forum. So we want to bring you the latest updates on this. And again, I just saw a few minutes ago from Naomi Lim, White House reporter, Washington Examiner, White House pool, that the White House pool has been told to gather. So maybe he'll sign the Epstein Files bill before he goes to this, before he goes to the event that he's speaking at. Yes, well, actually, you know what? Maybe the pool is gathering just to watch him leave. I don't know. So the White House schedule today is at 11:35. In 1 minute, he's supposed to leave the White House for the Saudi-U.S. Investment Forum, where he's going to be speaking, which we're going to cover. But I'm wondering, might he sign the bill before he goes to this forum? Or maybe he'll sign it after? So we're waiting to see right now what happens. Will he leave and go to his speech before he signs the bill? So I'm keeping my eyes out. I am keeping my eyes out. We're going to talk about this. We're going to talk about the bill. We're going to talk about all of this stuff. And again, President Trump is. We're going to cover it because we're on the air. President Trump is speaking in about 25 minutes. Supposed to give a speech. But I haven't seen anything about him signing the bill yet. Ooh, what is this? Pam Bondi is speaking right now. Hold on. Pam Bondi is speaking right now. Maybe I'll put this on. Let me put this up on the screen. Pam Bondi and Kash Patel are talking. Let me get Pam Bondi and Kash Patel on the screen for you. Hold on. Well, she was speaking. Let me just see what's going on here with this Justice Department thing. One moment, please. This is live. I don't even know what's going on.
Information leading to his arrest and capture. Thank you.
Questions? General Bondi, on topic first, it was mentioned that the Sinaloa cartel is helping to protect him. Are Mexican authorities cooperating with the U.S. and helping to secure his arrest? And I also have an off topic as well.
Yes, it's a short answer. Do you want to add something, Akhil?
Sure. We're working with our legal attaché office housed at the embassy in Mexico City to try to locate and arrest Wedding. Again, through to significant protection by the Sinaloa cartel and others, that has been difficult.
And that's why it's so important that you get his picture out there. He could change his hair color. He could change his appearance. You know, he's got some powerful people protecting him. But this is $1 billion a year of drugs that he is charged with being responsible for. $1 billion. Go ahead, now, off topic.
On the Epstein files, does the new investigation by the Southern District of New York U.S. Attorney prevent the department from releasing all of the remaining files?
So we have released over 33,000 Epstein documents to the Hill, and we'll continue to follow the law and to have maximum transparency. Also, we will always encourage all victims to come forward.
What are The next steps, Madam Attorney General, for the DOJ regarding what we assume President Trump will sign into law with the Epstein files? Is this going to be on the Justice Department website? What are you doing here over the next 30 days as we understand it?
We will continue to follow the law with maximum transparency while protecting victims.
When you say follow the law, Madam Attorney General, do you mean that you will provide all the files by 30 days?
We will follow the law. The law passed both chambers last evening. It has not yet been signed, but we will continue to follow the law, again, while protecting victims, but also providing maximum transparency.
Madam Attorney General, the DOJ statement earlier this year saying that the files would not release mentioned the fact that the review of the documents and the evidence did not suggest that any additional investigation of third parties was warranted. What changed since then that you launched this investigation?
Information that has come for information. There's information that new information, additional information, and again, we will continue to follow the law, to investigate any leads. If there are any victims, we encourage all victims to come forward, and we will continue to provide maximum transparency under the law.
Wedding, Madam General. On Ryan Wedding, you mentioned.
Madam Attorney
Sure,
General,
Kelly.
the issue with the new information that you just indicated, is the department seeking information perhaps from the Epstein estate because Mr. Blanche did not have that information when he interviewed Ghislaine Maxwell? What new information, and would you limit the new investigation to just those named persons that the president talked about, or is this a broad, open-ended investigation?
I would refer to the Deputy Attorney General's post that he put out on X, and we're not going to say anything else on that because now it is a pending investigation in the Southern District of New York. But you're on point. Hard stop. One more question? Sure.
President Trump has previously said that he may consider authorizing military strikes within Mexico to go after cartels. Given the importance of this case, I'm wondering if the DOD has been engaged on the search for Ryan.
Yeah, we're not going to discuss anything with the Department of War right now, but right now I will tell you it is the Treasury Department, the State Department, our office, the FBI, working with Canadian authorities and working with the Mexican authorities hand in hand. And that includes the Mexican military. You had one more on wedding?
Yes, please.
Sure.
CBC, you mentioned a Canadian lawyer. If you can tell us more about it, the extradition of a Canadian lawyer. And also a question for Commissioner Michael Duhem on 7 other individuals who are linked to Ryan Wedding. If we can tell us on the extradition, what are the next steps?
Sure. Do you want to take the Canadian? I think Bill will take the attorney because that attorney is being prosecuted in California, and then I'll turn it over to Director Duhem.
Yeah, the attorney, he's named in the indictment that was unsealed today. His name is Deepak Pardkar, Paradkar. He is a lawyer. I'll have the Canadian police commissioner provide more details. He was one of the people arrested yesterday. I understand he initially refused to come out of his home. He put up a little bit of resistance, but he was eventually taken into custody. It was very important for us to get him because when you have people who are officers of the court, who are lawyers, we take oaths to protect the public and defend the law. And when you have lawyers who are assisting international drug trafficking players on how to evade law enforcement and to murder witnesses, we can't have that stand. So it was very important to us that the lawyer be charged and the lawyer be brought to justice. I'll have the commissioner speak about the extradition process. There are about, I believe, 7 individuals that were arrested in Canada. We are still looking for one more individual in Canada, and they will all be extradited here to the U.S., where they will be brought to the Central District of California, and they will be charged and tried here in our court system. So I'll let the commissioner speak more about the arrests and the extradition process.
So thank you. I think he's covered quite a bit there with regards to the next steps. And the idea is yesterday we engaged in an operation following information that we received and arrest 7 out of 8 Canadians. All of them are currently locked up, waiting the extradition process. So they'll have a fair process in front of a judge, and then our Department of Justice will communicate with the justice here, and then we'll go through the steps of the extradition. But the premise is everybody will charge in the United States. So, and you had something about 7. Is it something else?
You know more about those 7 Canadians?
Well, the 7 Canadians were arrested in the province of Quebec, some in Ontario, some in Alberta. We still have eyes on another person, but they are being charged conspiracy to commit murder, trafficking, as I listed earlier, conspiracy, drug trafficking, and murder as well.
And the timeline of the extradition?
Well, that's for the courts, and I don't control that, unfortunately, because it happened tomorrow if it's just to me.
Any chance you can say that in French very quickly?
Très rapidement, oui, 7 individus ont été arrêtés, 7 sur 8 ont été arrêtés au Canada. Dans la province de Québec, dans la province d'Ontario, ainsi qu'en Alberta, nous sommes à la recherche d'une dernière personne. Les gens sont arrêtés, les 7 sont arrêtés, sont en prison présentement et attendent le processus d'extradition pour les ramener ici à faire face à la justice américaine. Merci.
Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you. Do you want to take a? Yeah, go ahead.
What was the question? The Attorney General has previously said that she would refuse to release any information that would re-victimize victims, and I'm just wondering whether that stands, after the passage of this law.
Well, the law isn't signed into law yet, and of course we're going to protect victims, and the law as written allows us to do that. The law has carve-outs to protect victims and to protect information surrounding victims, which is what we do not only in this case but in every case. So it's a fair question, but neither the House nor the Senate's version, the same version, suggested otherwise. So
thank you all.
All right, so this was an announcement about this person Ryan James' wedding. Maybe we can talk about that in a little bit. But what we got to catch is the Q&A, and there were some questions and answers about Epstein Files. And so there's this concern that several of the questions talk about the Attorney General and Deputy Attorney General just addressed, responded to, which is that so President Trump is supposed to sign this bill today, which Congress has now passed, which will actually, hold on a second. Yes, President Trump is supposed to sign this bill, which will make this Epstein Files Transparency Act a law, and that orders that basically that the Epstein files be released. But will the President Trump had requested that there be new investigations. Several days ago, he requested this, that there be new investigations of Democrats and their prominent Democrats and their involvement with Jeffrey Epstein, which the Department of Justice, the Attorney General's office now says they're doing. So might the Department of Justice say, well, we can't release a bunch of these files because we're still doing this investigation, this new investigation? So that was a couple of the questions at least asked about that. I want to talk about that more. Also, President Trump is going to be speaking in about 15-20 minutes. We're going to cover that. Hakeem Jeffries, the minority leader, is about to speak now, and I think he may address the Epstein files, so we're watching that. So before we get into all that, we're going to be doing live coverage, seeing if President Trump signs this anytime soon, either before or after he speaks. We'll cover him speaking. We'll stay updated on all this. But real quick first, we are sponsored today by our previous sponsor, Gold Safe Exchange, which I really appreciate. So let's hear a quick word about our sponsor, then we'll come back and we'll get into everything, and we'll take your comments and questions on the air, and we'll get you all the latest updates. All right, hang on 1 second here. All right, here we go. You know, a number of people these days are investing in gold, silver, and other precious metals as a way of diversifying their portfolio. If you're interested in purchasing some precious metals, one way you can do that is with a precious metals IRA. This is an IRS-approved type of IRA in which your savings are invested into gold or other precious metals. If that kind of thing sounds interesting to you, if you want to know more, you can reach out to the folks at Gold Safe Exchange. They specialize in gold IRAs and other precious metals IRAs. Gold Safe Exchange puts a priority on customer service and transparency. They've got an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. They have a price match guarantee. If you find a lower quote, they'll beat it. And they explain their processes in clear language so their clients know what's happening with their money. Also, they abide by all government security and safety standards. So if you're even a little interested in opening a gold IRA or other precious metals IRA, call Gold Safe Exchange at 800-341-6727 for a no-pressure chat. Or visit them on the web at goldsafeexchange.com/agenda-free. And mention Agenda-Free TV when you reach out to access a special offer where you could get free gold or silver with qualifying purchases. Okay, I need to get on the screen because it's supposed to start at any moment. Here is House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries is supposed to speak. And maybe he'll talk about the Epstein Files bill. So we're going to check this out. President Trump actually, I have to get that on the screen as well. President Trump is supposed to be speaking in a few minutes. Also, I think Elon Musk is going to be there. This is in the U.S.-Saudi Business Forum. So hang on a moment here. I have to get both of these things on the screen for you. So let's do this. Hang on, it's a little confusing, everything that's going on. All right, so first of all, we're going to put this here. That is the, well, that's not, whoa. That's not too exciting to look at there. So that's the U.S.-Saudi Business Forum. And then I'll get both things on the screen. So President Trump's going to be speaking there, and I guess Elon Musk. And then we have here, Hakeem Jeffries is supposed to speak. And no word on a signing time yet for this bill, for this Epstein Files bill. Let me fix this. Okay, so there's in the corner, there's the Hakeem Jeffries. So we're waiting. The curtain is where President Trump is supposed to speak. Oh my gosh. Okay, so again, any time today, President Trump is supposed to sign the Epstein Files bill and make it a law. But we don't know when that's going to be. So we're doing live coverage, and we're going to be taking your comments and questions on the air. And also, I want to thank our moderators who are here: Beth Mythical, Ruth Krafasi, Janet B. They are over there on YouTube. Thank you so much. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. Thank you for moderating over there. We have on Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, DeBears, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, and Sarah. Thank you so much. And our Facebook moderators, thank you. One moment, please. One moment, please. Oh, by the way, Trump's motorcade is on the way to this event you see with the curtain. Trump is currently driving to the event in his motorcade, or riding to the event, where he is going to speak, which we're going to cover live. And thanks to our Facebook moderators, like Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, thank you. And all of our other moderators who are there, thank you so much. Stefan Runge, okay, so what I need to do now, let me just put this big, and the other thing I'll keep an eye on. We're waiting for Trump to speak, and also we're waiting for Hakeem Jeffries to speak. One of our viewers had a good idea for a poll and said we should, hold on, Hakeem Jeffries is about to speak right now, so let's watch him speak and see if he talks about the Epstein Files.
Morning, everyone. Next week throughout America, families will be gathered together at the dining room table And millions of Americans are going to experience sticker shock as they prepare for Thanksgiving. The Trump administration itself acknowledges that the cost of turkeys has gone up 40% since last November. Grocery costs are through the roof, housing costs out of control, electricity bills through the roof. And the Trump administration and Republicans here in Congress continue to refuse to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits. That means that tens of millions of Americans are about to experience dramatically increased premiums, copays, and deductibles. In some cases, health insurance costs are going to go up $1,000 or $2,000 per month. We have a cost of living crisis in the United States of America, and Donald Trump and Republicans haven't done a damn thing about it. In fact, costs aren't going down, costs are going up all throughout America. And the Trump tariffs are costing everyday Americans thousands of dollars in additional expense per year. Now, House Republicans are on vacation for 7+ weeks, a taxpayer-funded vacation, until they were forced to crawl back into town. We have a week of legislative session that began on Monday and will last until Friday. And House Republicans haven't brought a single bill to the floor that actually addresses the high cost of living in the United States of America. It's perplexing. What is wrong with these people? What did they not get from their shellacking 2 weeks ago all across America, up and down the ballot, in state after state after state, where the American people have made clear we don't support Republican extremism. Republicans have done nothing to make our life better. And we're thankful for Democrats for continuing to lean in to driving down the high cost of living. And now we're in the midst of this healthcare affordability fight. And Donald Trump's response to it is, let's repeal the Affordable Care Act. No credible plan to make healthcare more affordable for the American people. Donald Trump's plan, adopted by House Republicans, is let's repeal the Affordable Care Act, and we're going to continue to refuse to extend tax credits that make healthcare more affordable for working class Americans, middle class Americans, and everyday Americans. House Democrats are going to continue to stand on the side of the American people. Our fight will be to continue to lower the high cost of living, to address the Republican health care crisis, fix our broken health care system, extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits, and actually do things that are designed to make life more affordable for the American people. Questions? Manu?
During the very high-profile Michael Cohen hearing, Stacey Plaskett was in direct communication with Jeffrey Epstein, and this was after he pleaded guilty to sex crimes. This is after the Miami Herald investigation into all these heinous acts. So why, as a Democratic leader, why are you okay with that?
I expressed my position on the floor yesterday. My statement speaks for itself. In a bipartisan way, the resolution that was introduced targeting Stacey Plaskett was defeated. And it was defeated for several reasons, including the fact that it was a dramatic overreach related to throwing her off her committees. Democrats, if you're going to ask a question, you got to let me answer. Democrats and Republicans defeated the censure. Stacey Plaskett has made clear her position as it relates to Jeffrey Epstein repeatedly, and her words speak for itself.
She said, quick, next.
Thanks.
Next.
Thank you, Leader. Now, following up on that, should Plaskett be sent to ethics, and should there be an ethics investigation?
There was a vote on that yesterday. My vote speaks for itself. Republicans decided not to go down that road. Thanks.
Have you met with MBS yet? And if so, what was discussed? And if not yet, will you be?
I was part of the bipartisan meeting hosted by the Speaker this morning. I asked the Crown Prince about his views relative to a just and lasting peace between Israel and the Palestinian people, and his views as it relates to the importance of a two-state solution. The Crown Prince reiterated his view that a one-state solution in Israel is impractical, and that the best path forward, of course, involving the reconstruction of Gaza, is to eventually find a robust path toward a safe and secure Israel, living side by side in peace and prosperity with a Palestinian state. I support that position. I think we'll continue to stand by the special relationship between our two countries. It's incredibly important. But as we move forward to find a path toward a just and lasting peace, ultimately, it has to involve a safe and secure Israel, living side by side in peace and prosperity with a Palestinian state, where the Palestinian people can realize their aspirations for dignity and self-determination. Crown Prince reiterated what he has said publicly, his commitment toward finding that path forward.
Was Jamal Khashoggi mentioned at all in his murder?
It wasn't mentioned in the conversations that I was a part of throughout the meeting. Okay.
Leader Schumer told reporters yesterday that he consented to adding the Senate phone records provision that the House will vote on tonight to repeal. He said that he wants to make sure that at least Democratic senators were protected from Bondi and others who might go after them later on. Were you previously aware of Schumer's consent, and what's your reaction to it given your opposition to the provision?
No, and I haven't had the conversation with Leader Schumer. What I can tell you is that during the Rules Committee that House Republicans had last week, they expressed their outrage. Republicans expressed their outrage at this Republican senatorial slush fund that was put into the spending agreement that they all voted for, notwithstanding the outrage that 8 Republican senators have basically built into law a slush fund that will give those senators millions of taxpayer dollars. That's special treatment for United States senators in the Republican Party, part of the bill that they all voted for last week. Now, later on today, we're going to be voting on legislation to remove that Senate slush fund that benefits 8 Republican senators. But apparently there's no agreement between Speaker Johnson and Leader Thune that the Senate Republicans will take up that provision, which reinforces the point that everything that House Republicans do is for show. It's not serious. It's not designed to get an end result. And that's why Republicans are suffering all across the country, why the American people, the overwhelming majority of the American people, know that the country is moving in the wrong direction, that the economy is broken, that the Republican control of the House, the Senate, and the presidency has been a disaster for the American people, because everything House Republicans do is for show. They can't even get a commitment from Senate Republicans to take up legislation to remove this multi-million-dollar taxpayer-funded slush fund to benefit corrupt Republicans in the Senate. It's time for the House to start to actually do things that matter for the American people in the middle of a cost of living crisis that's devastating hardworking American taxpayers all across the country. But Republicans throughout this week have shown zero interest in making life better for everyday Americans. They continue to be all about the wealthy, the well-off, and their well-connected GOP donors. Thanks. Back. Yep.
Thank you. On the Affordable Care Act, Democrats, obviously you said you want an extension of the tax president says he won't sign that. Senate and House Republicans are talking about various other alternatives. Is there a potential for compromise here? And if so, where does that originate from? Because it seems like parties are talking past each other.
We're in the middle of open enrollment right now. So tens of millions of people all throughout the country realize that their health
Distinguished guests,
premiums
please
are
rise
skyrocketing.
for the entrance of the 45th and 47th President of the United States of America, President Donald J. Trump.
And His Royal Highness, Prince Mohammed ibn Salman ibn Abdulaziz Al Saud, Crown Prince and Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
All right, President Trump is speaking now, so we're going to watch President Trump, and he is with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, the de facto ruler of Saudi Arabia. Sorry to cut off House Minority Leader Jeffries, but this is at the U.S.-Saudi Business Forum. This is the U.S.-Saudi Business Forum, so no word that President Trump has signed the bill yet. Maybe he'll sign the Epstein Files bill after this appearance. But he is going to be speaking right now, President Trump, so we're going to watch him speak live. There he is with the Saudi Crown Prince and de facto ruler Mohammed bin Salman. So let's check out this event.
الرئيس دونالد ترامب، الحضور الكرام، يسعدنا نلتقي بكم اليوم في واشنطن بعد 6 أشهر من انعقاد منتدى الاستثمار السعودي الأمريكي في الرياض الذي انعقد خلال زيارتكم فخامة الرئيس، حيث وضعنا الأسس لشراكة تقوم على النمو والتنويع الاقتصادي والابتكار، كما وقعنا وثيقة الشراكة الاقتصادية الاستراتيجية بين بلدينا في خطوة تاريخية لترسيخ التعاون الاقتصادي. واليوم يسرنا توقيع اتفاقيات ومشروعات استثمارية جديدة تتضمن قطاعات الدفاع والطاقة والذكاء الاصطناعي والمعادن النادرة والقطاع المالي.
We laid the foundations for partnership based on growth, economic diversification, and innovation, and we signed a strategic economic partnership document between our two countries. In a historic step to cement our economic cooperation, today we are delighted to sign investment agreements and projects that include sectors such as defense, energy, AI, rare minerals, and finance. This will contribute to generating huge job opportunities in our two countries and to economic growth. We contribute to strengthening our historical relations and developing investment tracks between our two countries in line with our ambitions. I invite you.
And it's great to be here today at the U.S.-Saudi Investment Forum. Great group of people. The biggest, you got the biggest in the room. But some of the most talented, maybe most importantly, the word talent, successful and innovative business leaders anywhere on the planet. Whether you have come from near or far, we're delighted to have you invest right here in the hottest country anywhere in the world. Every leader is saying the United States we're the hottest country in the world. We're going to keep it that way too. But this has been, according to those that seem to say it, and I will say it, I would never say a thing like that because I want to be very modest. I always want to be modest as I can. They say this has been the best 9 months that any president has ever had. I'd say that's pretty good, right? But we've had a great 9 months. Now we have to do it more than a few more times. We just have to keep it going. We'll keep it going. I want to thank my friend, a great gentleman, Crown Prince Mohammed of Saudi Arabia, for his bold leadership and deep commitment to the ties between our two countries. Thank you. Thank you. Great gentleman. Yesterday we had a phenomenal visit at the White House celebrating the 80-year bond between the United States and Saudi Arabia. We ended with an unbelievable show last night in a room that was far too small, but the next time you're here, you'll have a much bigger room. It's gonna be much bigger. I made more enemies last night by we had 119 people. That was a record for the room. So they've wanted for 150 years. They've been clamoring for a ballroom at the White House, and we're giving them one. We're giving them one plus, and it'll be something. But you'll be here. You'll be among the first, if not the first, if you'd like. You know, we'll work it out. But you had a lot of people that wanted to be there. They really would have witnessed something that was really incredible. The entertainment last night was incredible, including our great opera singer, but including the military, the talent and the military musically is also incredible. So it was great to be with you last night. I think it was something to behold. We officially designated the kingdom yesterday as the major non-NATO ally. That's a big deal. That's actually a very big deal. It's a great honor. That happens seldom, very seldom, if at all. So I just want to congratulate you on that. That's a sign of trust. We signed a historic strategic defense agreement yesterday also, and that's something that is likewise very rare, and it's a very honored company that you're in. And we're going to be selling Saudi Arabia some of the greatest military equipment ever built. We build the best military equipment in the world by far. That's why we do the most business, including nearly 300 American-made tanks, is what you're buying, among many other things, the airplanes, and we're working on getting that approved very quickly. It's already approved, but don't worry. We have to go through a process. The process will take, Elon knows, the process will take about, would you say 24 hours? I think so. You're in good shape, very good shape. The partnership between our two nations is among the most consequential in the entire world, and together the Crown Prince and I are making an alliance stronger and more powerful than it's ever been before. We've had good relationships and frankly not good. You didn't have a good relationship with Barack Hussein Obama. You didn't have a good relationship with Sleepy Joe Biden. But you had a great relationship with me, and now it's as good as it was, and probably even better if you think about it, because we took the dark cloud away from your country. It was called Iran and its nuclear capability, and we obliterated that very quickly and strongly and powerfully. But that was a real cloud over the whole Middle East, and now they want to make a deal. They want to make a deal. They want to see if they can work out a deal with us, and we'll be doing that probably. But that was a terrible cloud that you had to live with for a long time. 22 years they were thinking about doing that, the B-2s. That was even before the B-2s. Those B-2s, what machines they were, they flew in, they were undetectable, and they dropped their payload, and every single bomb hit its exact mark, which was a shaft going deep into the mountain. And every single one of them hit, and it was total obliteration. And then I was criticized by some of the fake news for saying the word obliteration was too strong, perhaps. They had no idea. Nobody saw it. 3 days later, when the Atomic Energy Commission went, they said it was total obliteration, beyond obliteration, they said. But they want to make a deal. We'll see what happens. This week, our countries also signed groundbreaking agreements on civil nuclear energy, critical minerals, and artificial intelligence. And I want to congratulate a lot of the great American leaders, business leaders that are in the room. And you'll do a great job for Saudi Arabia and for a lot of other people in the room that are buying your product, taking your product, and using your product. All of that is in addition to the $600 billion investment in the United States that Saudi Arabia announced during my unforgettable visit there last spring. Well, I said, could you try and get that up to $1 trillion? And yesterday, the Crown Prince announced that the number that they'll be investing in the United States is $1 trillion. So that's really an honor. And we just took a picture backstage with some of the great business leaders and some of the great people, friends of mine from your country, and beautiful picture. And while we were taking the picture, I said, could you make it 1.5 trillion? So he's got something to think about. I don't know. We'll get something. I think we'll get something, Scott, right? But many of you in the room are playing a key role in making these projects happen, and we're told that $270 billion in agreements and sales are being signed between dozens of companies, and that's just happening today, $270 billion. That's big stuff. So on behalf of the thousands of American workers who I care about most, I want to thank you for bringing all those jobs and all those great opportunities to America and bringing great wealth to America. We've become a very wealthy country. We have a couple of little things. We're waiting for a decision. We hope that's going to be good, but if it's not, we always find ways, we find ways, but we've done things that nobody thought were possible, and we're taking in trillions and trillions of dollars. Tariffs have been, frankly, the best thing that's ever happened to our country. They've always been used against us, and we never had people that were smart enough to use them in the opposite direction. But now you do, and we have taken in trillions of dollars, and it's been absolutely amazing. We're going to be doing a dividend to the people, low and middle income, moderate income people, of at least $2,000. In addition to that, we'll be paying down debt very substantially. It's the kind of money we're taking in. And really, countries that took advantage of us are no longer taking advantage of us. Friends, some of our friends treated us far worse than our enemies on trade anyway, and we've got that all straightened out. And everybody's happy. They respect us again. It's like one of those things. I think they like us better, and they actually respect us, and it works out much better for us, too. But I especially want to thank our numerous Saudi friends here today, including the ambassador to the United States, a friend of mine, Princess Rima. Thank you very much. Great job. Great representative you have. You sent a good representative. And many distinguished ministers and members of the cabinet, governor of the Public Investment Fund. Where's Yasser? Yasser's here someplace. Sometimes I see him dressed both ways. I don't know. It's cooler that way. I'd dress that way if I could. Yasser's terrific. He's a terrific man, actually. So thank you very much, Yasser. And Secretary Scott Bessent, who's been fantastic. Where's Scott? We're thinking about him for the Fed, but he wants no part of it. He likes being Secretary of the Treasury. I think we'll leave him. So let's cross your name off, right? Officially, right? Remember, you said that. I love the Fed job. To me, it's the easiest job in the world. You play golf for 28, 29 days, then you go and make a little speech, tell everybody, in the case of the current guy, the wrong information because he has no clue. But if you have good instincts, it's all based on instincts. I see they want to hire 3,000 economists, 3,000, to report to the Fed chairman. What are they going to do? Take all this information? 3,000 economists. That's why they're spending $4 billion on renovating a building that should have cost $25 million to do. They should have spent $25 million. They're building a basement into the Potomac River. I could have told them that's very tough to do and it doesn't work and it's very expensive. But they're up to $4 billion headed by this clown. But we have 3,000, think of it. They want to hire 3,000 economists. So they took a poll and they interviewed 71 people. And of the 71 people, 2 people got it right. 2 people. One was a great economist whose name I won't tell you because I don't like him personally, but he is good. And the other one that got it the most right was a man named President Donald J. Trump. Do you believe it? And I didn't have an economist. Well, I had Scott. But we got it right, didn't we? Huh? We got everything right. Doug Burgum, where's Doug? Will you please drill a little bit faster? Between him and I'll tell you, you and Chris was great on television, and he's setting records. They're setting records, but I'll never be satisfied. Drill, we got elected. Drill we must, I called it. Drill, baby, drill. Con Edison, a great utility from New York many years ago, they used to have it said, drill we must and dig we must. So when they were digging in a road, they'd have a sign, dig we must. Well, now we're putting those utilities to shame because I'm allowing all of those AI plants that are being built to build their own electric generating force, and they're building them like nobody's ever seen, and they're coming up with ideas and new contraptions like nobody's ever seen. And this way they can't blame me for not producing electric. I said, you produce it yourself. And actually, they didn't believe I was saying that because nobody ever thought of a thing like that. They're building a massive plant. They were going to hook it up to a 200-year-old grid. And you know that wasn't going to work because there's no way of doing that. No way we could have done that. And I had the idea. This was my idea, approved by a couple of people. I said, why wouldn't that happen? They're building a plant for $50 billion. You know, if you build a shopping center for $50 million, it's okay. It's not a bad shopping center. 500 million, you're talking about top of the line. 50 billion. So when it was first explained they're spending 50 billion, I said, no, you mean 50 million. No, sir, we mean 50 billion. And then I saw some of them that were the size of Manhattan. I said, they did mean 50 billion. And I said, well, what you're going to do is with that, how would you like to build your own electric generating plant? And they looked at me like I was crazy because something like that, they really didn't understand it. The smart guys, they didn't understand it. They said to me at the next meeting, sir, the biggest problem we have will be electricity. I said, you don't understand. I told you last week, you're going to build your own. I'm giving you approval to build your own plant, and you will be approved within a period of 2 to 3 weeks. It used to take 20 years prior to termination. In other words, you would wait 20 years and you wouldn't make it. You'd be voted down 5 to 4. I said, we're getting you approved in a 2-week, 3-week period. In fact, Lee Zeldin, one of the superstars of this administration, I said, Lee, if it's oil and gas, get them approved in 2 weeks. If it's nuclear, add another week. Because some are going nuclear, and they're doing, be careful. They better be careful, but they are going to be careful. They're the greatest people in the world. So now they come back and they actually believed it, and now they're being approved rapidly, and we have things being built, the likes of which nobody's ever seen. We're leading China by a lot in AI. And we're also bringing auto plants in from Canada and from Mexico. They took them, and they're all coming back. They're all coming back because of tariffs. If we didn't have tariffs, I mean, they like the fact that we won the election by a landslide on November 5th. That helped. But they're all coming back, and they're coming back from Germany and Japan. Toyota just announced, as you know, $10 billion worth of new plants. They just announced it last week, I went to various countries, and Japan was one of them. And Toyota's coming in with a $10 billion investment in 4 or 5 plants. Now, we're going to be more advanced than we were. So we led the car industry like 100% 50 years ago. We led the chip industry 30, 40 years ago. We had 100%. Then people came in and started taking it. I don't blame them, Taiwan, et cetera. They took 100% because we had no president that protected our industry. If we would have said, it's wonderful that you're going to Taiwan, we think it's great, but when you sell your product back into this country, there will be a 250% tariff. Nobody would have left. Nobody would have left. And Intel would have been a giant. Intel would have been, where's Jensen? Intel would have blown, well, he now owns a big chunk of Intel. He's got it figured all different ways. Where are you, Jensen? Stand up. You have done such a good job. And you had a good 2 days, I understand, right? A good 2 days. How's Blackwell doing, okay? Any recent competitors? Anybody going to blow Blackwell away in the next week? They say 10 years, I don't know, maybe 2 years, 3 years. But you will not be stopping there. You'll be going further fast, right? An amazing job you've done. I want to thank Howard Lutnick and Kristi Noem for being here. Kristi, Howard, good job. Really good job. My daughter Tiffany's here with her great husband, Michael. Thank you very much, Tiffany. Thank you, honey. She was a great student. She went to Georgetown. She was a great, great student, and she finished really right at the top, and we were proud of you. And she was so proud, and her graduation got canceled because of COVID. But I say if her name were something else, they probably wouldn't have canceled it. They didn't like that she did so well in school. They weren't happy about it. I say they canceled your graduation because you were a great student, and they didn't want, but other than that, I have no problems. You see, I don't take anything personally. Anyway, great job. And of course, hundreds of the top minds in technology, finance, and private enterprise from both Saudi Arabia and the United States. But my message to all of the leaders and investors with us today, and they are the best in the world, is very simple. Under the Trump administration, America is back and America is open for business. And America is actually stronger than it's ever been before, ever. We rebuilt the military in my first term. Foolishly, we gave a little bit to Afghanistan, but not very much compared to what we built. But now we're building it at levels that we've never done before. And in addition to that, we're sending a lot out to our allies, and we're making it possible for them to get it. I want those companies to build more plants, to build it faster. We want them to build it faster. The biggest problem we have is we have a backlog because it's so good. Every country wants our missiles, our jets, they want everything we have, and we got to go faster. We just have a new plane, the F-47. It won a very strong competition. It's the newest, and that was won by Boeing. By the way, Boeing is doing an amazing job of coming back. Kelly is doing a great job. They're really moving, and it's really great to see. But they won the competition for the jet fighter, and they say it reaches levels that has never been reached, both in terms of stealth and speed and everything else that they go by. So they're just completing their factory, and they've already started work on the F-47. How did that number get chosen? I don't know, but I didn't pick it. I did not pick it. It was said, "Sir, we'd like to present you with the F-47. I said, "That's an unusual number. How did you pick that number?" After 4 years of economic nightmares under the previous regime, sleepy Joe Biden, he was a sleepy guy, wasn't he? Think he would have been here today? I don't think so. Americans have rejected the failed, and they were really failed, far left models that you were looking at of high taxes and massive spending, soaring costs, crushing regulations, and trillions of dollars in green new scams. Everything was a new scam, green, green, green. Look, I'm all for the environmental everything. I'm all for climate change. You know, they have new word, climate change. It used to be global warming. It's global warming. Well, that didn't work because it started coming down. They did the global cooling thing. Then they just said, we can't keep up with this. It's too much. So we'll go, perfect words, climate change. They're covered. If it rains, if it snows, if it's warm, it's climate change is destroying the world. Remember? The world was supposed to have been gone 2 years ago. They gave us 12 years, Howard, to live, right? 12 years. But that was 14 years ago. The world was going to burn up, but it got actually much cooler. They know these people. It's a little conspiracy out there. We have to investigate them immediately. They probably are being investigated. Their policies punished success, rewarded failure, and produced disaster, including the worst inflation in our country's history. We had the worst inflation in history, and now we have a beautiful, normal inflation. It's going to come down over the next few months a little bit more, but we have a nice, normal inflation. We had the highest inflation in the history of our country. 9 months ago, our country was dead. But now America is the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're the hottest country. I don't care what country you're with. America is the hottest country considered. And we did this in a period of 9 months. We're a little longer than that, but it took me about 2 weeks to get started. We're rewarding those who build and create, invent, and invest in the USA. And you know, our big, I call it the great, big, beautiful bill. It's the biggest bill ever passed in the history of Congress. And Scott and I and all of us, we sat down and we said, let's do it, along with the Speaker and John Thune and everybody, said, let's do it all in one bill. And a lot of people were they said, you'll never get it approved. And we didn't have a huge majority. We had a huge presidential win. We won everything. We won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote by millions. We won everything. But the one thing, we won one, it's called districts. The country has districts, and we won in terms of districts 2,750 to 550. And that's why when you see the map of the election, it's the whole country, it's all red, and it's pretty amazing. 2 little blue streaks on the right and on the left, and they're very little and getting smaller. But it's been, it's been pretty amazing. But in 4 long years, Joe Biden secured less than $1 trillion. In 9 short months, I've secured $18 trillion to rebuild our factories, create hundreds of thousands of jobs, and bring back those beautiful words, made in America. So think of that. He did less than $1 trillion in 4 years, and in 9 months, we've done more than $18 trillion, okay? That's called success. And we think that by the end of the first year, it'll be over $20 trillion. So, and thank you very much. You helped with that little boost you gave us, that little increase. We appreciate it so much. We appreciate you. So it's just one example. Under the deals being signed this week, workers at GE Aerospace, I think he's here. Where is he? Stand up. What a job you've done with your new engines. And where are you? You're there. It's not a very good location for you. I thought you have been amazing. Great new engine that's supposed to be more efficient, more powerful, and less costly. That's not a bad combination. But GE Aerospace will soon be delivering dozens of new airplane engines for 787 Dreamliners in Saudi Arabia's commercial fleet. Big order. It was a big order just secured. Every new job and every new factory created by these announcements builds up our middle class and really strengthens the industrial backbone of America. And, I view it differently. I used to view it as it's great, great, great. The stock goes up. I view it, everything as jobs now, because I don't care. I care about jobs. And we have more jobs. It was just announced. We have more jobs right now than we've ever had in the history of our country. Those are big numbers. It's like crazy. It's just a great stat. More jobs today than we've ever had in the history of our country. And we're going to be producing a lot more are coming. In my first term, we built the greatest economy in the history of the world, and now we're do it again. But this is really bigger and better and stronger. The first term, we had what was considered the best economy that any president has ever had. That's nice. And we got hit with COVID, remember? And we did a great job with COVID, but that was a horrible thing for the whole world. The whole world suffered. Your country suffered. Everybody suffered. And despite that, we had the greatest economy. And before that, forget it. We blew it off the charts. I'll never forget, I met with pollsters the day before I got the news about COVID, but I met with 2 pollsters because we were starting to think about the next election. They said, sir, if George Washington and Abraham Lincoln came back from the dead and they aligned and they went for the president, vice president as a combination, you'd be beating them by 25 points. And then the next day I was told that something strange is happening. There's a lot of death being reported in a certain country. I won't tell you which one because that country is well represented here, but you know which one. And thousands and thousands of people are dying. And I said, that's strange. What would that be? And it turned out to be a disaster for the world. There's, nothing has been seen like that since 1917. I always thought that when I heard, pandemic or anything you want to call it, but I always thought that was like an ancient phenomena, that could never happen in modern times, but it did. But we did a great job with all of the things that we did with the vaccines, with so many of the drugs that we came up with, making you better. Regeneron is an example. Regeneron was fantastic. I give them great credit for what they did. But we did great, and then we started doing the gowns and the masks and the goggles and the ventilators. We were sending ventilators all over the world. We became the king of ventilators. But what a period of time that was for all of us. But despite that, we had the greatest economy in the history of our we had the greatest economy in the history of the world. And I'll tell you, it was an amazing time. But this looks like it's going to be blowing it away, because when these plants, which are being built now, and many are going to be started very shortly, many, but when they open, we're going to see numbers the likes of which nobody's ever seen before. And, in some cases, you're building extremely complex plants. You're building plants to make computers and to make telephones, to make a lot of different things, missiles. But you're building plants that make things that are very very detailed, and you have to have great knowledge. And you're coming here and you find if we don't have people that did that before, we are allowing you, and I may take a little heat. I always take a little heat from my people, the people that love me and the people that I love. They happen to be toward the right of center, toward the right. Sometimes they're way right. But if you have to bring people to get those plants opened, we want you to do that, and we want those people to teach our people how to make computer chips and how to make other things. You can't come in, and I'm explaining, you can't come in, open up a massive computer chip factory for billions and billions of dollars like is being done in Arizona, and think you're going to hire people off an unemployment line to run it. They're going to have to bring thousands of people with them, and I'm going to welcome those people. Now, I love my conservative friends. I love MAGA, but this is MAGA. And those people are going to teach our people how to make computer chips, and in a short period of time, our people are going to be doing great, and those people can go home where they probably always want to be. You know, when people are born someplace, they tend to want to go, and we have the greatest country in the world, but they want to go. But they're going to do. We had one case in Georgia where a battery factory, batteries are very dangerous to make. They're complex, much more complex than people understand. And they spent $1 billion to build a factory, and they were told to get out. And I said, stop it. Don't be stupid. And we worked it out. And now they're teaching our people how to do it. But they're going to have to spend, Jensen, I don't think you can open up a big plant with your friend from Taiwan where we're going to have 40 or 50% of the computer chip business I don't think you can do that with people that don't even know what a chip looks like. Do you agree with that? So somehow, you know, the people that are against this are really, really smart. They're unbelievable patriots, but they just don't understand. Our people have to be taught. This is something they've never done. And we're not going to be successful if we don't allow people that invest billions of dollars in plant and equipment to bring a lot of their people from their country to get that plant open, operating, and working. I'm sorry. So my poll numbers just went down, but with smart people, they've gone way up. They've gone way up. And I mean that. So for those of you that are doing the plants, you're going to have all the help you need, and you're going to do a great job. And you're going to teach our people how to do it, and our people are going to be just as good as your people ever were in not such a long period of time. Since the election, the stock market has set, and this is a little more than 9 months, 46 all-time record highs. And the growth is now amazing, and it's lifting up the Americans and American economy like nobody's ever seen before. It's the biggest. There's never been a period of time like this. Wages for hourly workers are rising at the fastest pace in 60 years, and real wages for construction workers are up $2,200 a year, and that's good, and that's spending. They're going to spend. They're going to buy many of the things that you're making. In 9 months, we've lifted over 600,000 Americans off food stamps, and that's happening rapidly. You know, when we had the problem 2 weeks ago on the SNAP, and they talked about all of this, the numbers. So when I left, which was a rigged election, by the way, but that's okay. You know, they used to go crazy. I'd say rigged, nobody complains anymore because now they realize it was, and it's been proven, and it continues to be proven. But when I left, that number was $7 billion. Now it's $47 billion. That's Biden. So if you think about it, if Kamala, who's the same basic thing, grossly incompetent, he was incompetent, they're all incompetent because their policies are incompetent. Open borders, men playing in women's sports, transgender for everybody. I mean, they got the worst policy. I don't talk about it too much because if I talk about it, they might change. So, no, I don't talk about it. I tell people, don't talk about it. Wait till 2 weeks before the election and hit the hell out of them. Right? We talked about that, right, Elon? He said, we wait 2 weeks before. It's almost like you're at a war. Don't shoot yet. Don't shoot. Hold your fire. The enemy's rushing. Hold your fire. Don't shoot. Okay, now you can go. 2 weeks before, but I watched a guy the other day, a congressman, fighting for men playing in women's sports. And the new weightlifting record for a certain weight was just set. The man was 119 pounds higher than a woman champion who was a phenomenal champion. Beat her by 119, and he was an average lifter prior to transitioning. A lot of the Saudis that are sitting here saying, what the hell is he talking about transition? They don't do, Yasser, they don't do a lot of transitioning. They're sitting here, the Saudis are saying, what is he talking about? They're saying, what do you mean women are playing against men? No, that doesn't happen, does it? Yeah, it does. These people are crazy. 1.9 million more American-born workers are employed today. Think of that, than when I took office. So we picked up almost 2 million workers, and more Americans are now working, as I said, than at any time in the history of our country. Under Biden, 1 out of every 4 new jobs went to increase the size of the federal government. So in other words, 1 out of 4 was a federal worker. Well, I love our federal workers, but that's not the way you can build a country. It's a short road to a disaster. Under my administration, 100%, think of that, of all new jobs created came out of the private sector. In fact, the federal government, we cut thousands and hundreds of thousands of jobs out of the federal government. Now, if I wanted to do something for purely political reasons, I'd say, Susie, let's hire a couple of million federal workers. And you know what happened? Unemployment is unbelievable. We don't do that. They did that. They used to hire workers in order to fudge up the numbers. The federal workers. By the way, Susie Wiles, most powerful woman anywhere in the world by the biggest, most important magazine. Susie Wiles, she had a father, Pat Summerall, the great announcer, he was a great football player, became an even greater, the voice of the NFL, and he was supposed to be a tough cookie, and I believe it 100%. Most powerful woman in the world. She can take out a country, take out a country with one phone call. That's power. I don't know if I could do that, but she could. Thank you, Susie. Do you feel good about the job you're doing? Huh? She's never going to be satisfied. She's doing a great job. We're also making incredible strides to make America affordable again. That's a new word that they're using. Affordability, they talk. They had the worst inflation in history. They had the highest prices in history. The country was going to hell. The only thing that we're going up in is our stock market, okay? The only price that we really have, I mean, we're bringing prices down, but they came up with a new word, affordability. And they look at we were all about affordability, and everyone assumes that that meant that, no, their prices were high. If you look at the numbers, since I took office, core inflation is now below 2.7%. It was at numbers that nobody had ever seen before with them. Walmart just announced that the cost of their standard Thanksgiving meal is reduced by 25% this year from last year. So they make, look, the Democrats, I don't know, some of you are probably liberal Democrats. I don't know about in your country. I don't know if you know that word, liberal. The word liberal doesn't exist. But they have a new word now. You can't use liberal, you have to use the word progressive. And I don't like using it. It's a beautiful word, progressive. Progressive, that's not them. They're regressive. No, they're regressive. Think of it. So if I don't get in, we have $20 trillion. Let's say she gets in. Instead of $20 trillion, you'd lose $10 trillion, and your welfare and other benefits would go up by 30%. Look at SNAP, look at what happened there. From 7 million to 47. From 7 billion to 47 billion, it would be that. So we would lose business, countries and companies and people would flee our country. They would flee, and all of the other things would go up. In other words, would end up with a shell of a country, and I'm being nice when I use the word shell. This country would have been in big trouble, and I don't want to get him in trouble, but that gentleman right there, the most respected man in the room, that's today because we're here. most respected man. I have to say that. Don't worry, when I'm with other countries and the leaders sitting there, I say the same about them. Don't worry. Don't get carried away. No, the most respected, one of the great leaders, he told me when I was in his country, he said, and I use it all the time. Sometimes I refer to him because I have great respect for him. I figure it sells better. But he said exactly these words. He said, it's amazing what you've done. 1 year ago, your country was dead, and now you've got the hottest country in the world. You were the first one that said that. And I've used your name hundreds of times. I use your name, I say, that king of Saudi Arabia said. But anyway, but it's true. We were a country that was in really bad trouble. We were a country that would have been dead, I believe, within a year or 2 years after the election. We were headed in a very bad direction. And now we're headed in the best direction, I think, that we've ever been headed. According to the USDA, Turkey is down, think of that, 33%. And I'm not talking about the country of Turkey. He's doing fine. Erdogan is doing good. Just want to, I don't want him calling me. I'm not down 33%. He's a friend of ours. We got to take care of our friends. Since March, egg prices are down 86%. Think of 86%. Many other prices are down in a similar number. When I first came into office, my first 3 days, I had a news conference, and they started screaming at me. Those people, that's a lot of people back there. Look at all the fake news. They started screaming at me, eggs, eggs. I didn't know anything about it. I said, what's going on with eggs? They're up quadruple. I said, I've only been here for 3 days. And we'll work on it. And we got them down very substantially. They said, don't buy eggs for Easter. At the White House, we have an Easter egg hunt. We buy thousands of eggs. People come from all over, thousands. They asked me, sir, would it be possible this year to buy plastic eggs? I said, I'm not buying plastic eggs. The kids are going to pick up an egg. They're going to, what the hell kind of an egg is this? And we bought maximum number of regular eggs, and we got the prices. Brooke Rollins did a great job, Department of Agriculture. She did a fantastic job. And eggs are way down now. Mortgage rates are down despite the Fed. Scott, you got to work on this guy. He's got some real mental problems. No, there's something wrong with him. It's just sweet. I'll be honest, I'd love to fire his ass. He should be fired. Guy's grossly incompetent. And he should be sued for spending $4 billion to build a little building. I'm building a ballroom that's going to cost a tiny fraction of that, and it's bigger than the whole thing put together. You got to work on him, Scott. The only thing Scott's blowing it on is the Fed. Because the Fed, the rates are too high, Scott. And if you don't get it fixed fast, I'm going to fire your ass, okay? I can't tell you, Scott, sir, don't fire him. Sir, please don't fire him. He's got 3 months to go. Don't fire him. I want to get him out, Scott. Please. He's a voice of reason. You're very lucky you have him, I'll tell you that. Done a good job. I think Howard's a little bit more for firing him. Right, Howard? I think Howard would say, get him the hell out of there. Anyway, well, congressional Democrats wanted the largest tax hike in history. They wanted to raise your taxes by 42% of you, 44%. I proudly gave you the largest tax cuts in American history. Don't forget, the great big beautiful bill doesn't kick in until January 1st. So all these numbers that you're reading about, all these great numbers, that's without the tax cuts. The tax cuts take effect on January 1st, and that's no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. Even people that go buy a car, they've never had this. Middle-income people don't know what the word deduction is. They don't know. This room, they live on deductions. Me too. How much of a deduction do I get? We all live on it. Middle-income people, they don't know about it. They don't really have deductions. We're giving them a deduction on the interest if they buy a nice Tesla car and they borrow the money. You're so lucky I'm with you, Elon. I'll tell you, has he ever thanked me properly? although I do let them buy other than electric cars, but these are minor details. You know, we had a mandate, which even Elon thought was ridiculous, that everybody has to have an electric car by 2030. And once, fortunately, he said, that's a ridiculous thing. So I keep quoting, but I'm giving them a deduction. Now, Elon would like to have it differently. A deduction only if you buy a Tesla, right? But we'll let it be for everybody. But think of it. You get a deduction on the loan, on your interest payment. I think that's going to be an unbelievable boon to car sales. I think it's one of the biggest things, and we'll see, but I think it's going to be. And the biggest thing I've done for business and jobs is deductibility, where all of that money that you're spending, 100%, think of it, expensing for all new equipment purchase, factory construction, including structure. Every single thing you're allowed to deduct, expensing 1 year. And that's what made our first tax bill, in my opinion, more than anything else, bringing your money back in. We have that, we have everything. Trillions of dollars, hundreds of billions, but trillions of dollars. Apple alone, Tim Cook brought in hundreds of billions of dollars. You couldn't do it under the old tax code. You'd have to pay so much tax, and just the bureaucracy of it. We made it very simple. We charged a fair rate, and we took in billions. Well, we have that. But the expensing, to me, was the thing that made it so successful. And the other thing is all of those tax cuts that we got, that was the largest tax cut in history. On top of adding to those cuts, we extended the original tax cuts. If we didn't extend, you would have had about a 58% tax increase from that point, and we were able to get that extended. So I want to thank the Speaker of the House, and I want to thank John Thune. And a lot of people thought that bill, because we put everything into that one, we took 4 years' worth of things, and we put them into the great, big, beautiful bill. And we got it passed. It was close, like about a quarter of a vote. It was on fumes. We thought for a couple of moments we were not going to be able to get it. Then we would have had to have it in 9 or 12 or 14 different bills. And I don't think we would have gotten many of them approved. We would have gotten some easily approved, but some we would have gotten no votes on. By putting it all together, we got everything. And it was a great job, and I think someday it's going to be appreciated. But among other things, it's the biggest tax cut in history for people and for businesses. So just enjoy it, and think of me every once in a while when you're hiring new people and making a lot of money. You just think about us. But I'm cutting a record number of job-killing regulations. That's the other thing. And I've already slashed more than $1 trillion worth of regulations this year. My last term, I gave the largest regulation cut in history, and now we're doing it again. In fact, for every new regulation, they're mandated to cut 10. And so far, it's for every new regulation, they've cut 30. So they have the idea. And very importantly, we stopped Joe Biden's radical crusade to kill oil and natural gas. Somehow, I don't think Saudi Arabia would like me too much if we decide to kill oil and natural gas. There's nothing like it. It works. Windmills don't work. Other things, I don't want to get into it too much, but they don't work. What does work is natural gas, oil, nuclear, and other things. But the windmills are a disaster. I am the biggest negative person on windmills. They ruin your locations. They ruin. When I look at some of these countrysides that are littered with windmills, and every time it goes around, you lose money. The country loses money. It's a disaster. And I just hope that some of these countries that are losing their ass, we have countries that are going bankrupt because they're putting windmills all over the place. You're supposed to make money with energy, not lose money with energy. And we talk about oil, and we talk even clean, beautiful coal. I said, you're not allowed to mention the word coal unless you precede it by saying clean, beautiful. So I have my people in the office, they're talking about coal, right? And they're going, sir, a clean, beautiful coal is doing very well, sir. And then 2 minutes later, clean, beautiful coal. Then he mentions the third time, sir, coal. No, it's clean and beautiful. Because it needs a public relations help. Coal needs a little help public relations-wise. So we refer to it as clean, beautiful coal, and it does have its place, that I can tell you. But we're streamlining permitting for all new energy projects, all new mining projects, and what used to take 28 days is now down to very little. But we had times when, not 28 days, we had times when things would take 14, 15, 16, and even 20 years to get approved. We have a maximum day, 28 days. That's the maximum it'll take. It'll never take more. You can come in with $1 trillion factory. You can come in with what it takes, a maximum of. You don't have to go years and years and years, be abused by bureaucracy. If you build a plant now, you're going to have your plant done within 28 days. And a lot of you are all, because I see everyone shaking their head, you're all agreeing. We're getting you approved by very smart people quickly. You know, when you used to walk in with plans done by the best engineers in the world, thousands of pages, and drop them on some guy who's been there for 28 years approving environmental impact statements, and he's looking at pages that he's never seen, and he's supposed to approve it. He has no idea what the hell is in those pages. So we know what we're doing. We're going to get maximum is 28 days. That's why we have so much under construction, and people can't believe it. They can't believe it. And again, remember what I said, most important thing, you're building your own electric plant. You're really becoming a utility in addition to doing what you're doing. But you're building all of the excess, all of that energy, all of that electricity is being built. And your excess electricity, you can sell back to the federal grid. So we even make it there. Under the deals being signed this week, the world's two leading energy superpowers, America and Saudi Arabia, are partnering on energy like we've never partnered before. American Saudi companies represented here today are joining on liquefied natural gas, infrastructure, constructions, and making both of our energy sections. I mean, our sectors are becoming so strong. Just a quick story. In Louisiana, when I first time I got there, there were two massive LNG plants. One was under review for 14 years and was being rejected. The other one was for 18 years. The people of Louisiana, Doug, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And one was $20 billion, one was $24 billion, like the biggest things, like 3 Empire State Buildings lying on its side. It was massive. And I said, whatever happened with those plants? Well, sir, they're under review. How long has it been? 14 years and 17 years. And they had given up. Massive investments were being made by other countries and the richest people. They couldn't get them approved. I got myself involved. Right, Doug? The first one, I got approved in 1 day. The second one, I got a little cocky. I took my time. It took me 1 week. And they're both operating today, and they're tremendously successful. I got one, think of it. After 14 years, I was in office. I got involved. I got it done in 1 day. And it's been a tremendous success and made a lot of money for our country and for a lot of other people. And the other one took 1 week to get done. That one was under review, I think, for 14 or 15 years, both of them. So I'm very proud of that, actually. I also proudly ended the ridiculous Biden-era restrictions on artificial intelligence, and we will work closely with friends and partners like those in this room to build the largest, most powerful, most innovative AI ecosystem in the world, and we are going to work it so that you'll have a one approval process, not have to go through 50 states in the United States. You know, you can't go through 50 states. You have to get one approval. 50 states is a disaster because you have one woke state and you have to do all woke. You'll be back into the woke business. We don't have woke anymore in this country. It's virtually illegal. But you'll have a couple of wokesters, and we don't want to do that. We want to get the AI done, and I'm working with David. David's done a fantastic job. If he's here, I think he is. He is. Thank you. David's done a fantastic job. But we want one approval, one, and hopefully you have the right guy in the federal government. Hopefully you have the right president, but you have one approval, one approving body, not 50, not, you know, hundreds of people all over the country looking at what you're doing. And basically you're forced to take the worst and the most onerous, right, Jensen? Are you happy with that, Jensen? Thank you. If Jensen's happy, I'm happy. But what's very important, we have to do that. And we have a couple of very good, very well-meaning senators that think every state should have a right to approve. We're not going to do that because that will not allow you to do what we have to do. And we'll get that straightened out. Together, the United States and Saudi Arabia are unleashing really the most incredible new prosperity together. And we're also making history and forging peace. And I've settled 8 raging conflicts, 8 wars. I've settled 8 wars. I have 1 to go. You know what that one is. I thought that was going to be my easy one because I have a good relationship with President Putin, but I'm a little disappointed in President Putin right now. He knows that. I thought that was going to be the easy one. I settled 1 war, 36 years. I got it done in 1 day. I had another one, 32 years, millions of people killed. Even Congo and the Rwanda, they had 10 million people killed. It was out of control. I got that settled. I have a man's father who happens to be in this room doing a great job, right? Got that settled. I settled 8 wars. And I'll tell you, His Majesty would like me to do something very powerful having to do with Sudan. It was not on my my charts to be involved in that. I thought it was just something that was crazy and out of control. But I just see how important that is to you and to a lot of your friends in the room. Sudan, and we're going to start working on Sudan. I didn't think that that was one that was going to be so easy to do, but we're going to start working. Mohammed said, yeah, thank you. Thank you to you. No, it wasn't on my charts because I'm good at settling disputes, and I've always been. I've done very well with that over the years, even before this. But you know, I was talking about the different wars, and it's look, India, Pakistan, they were going to go at it, nuclear weapons. I said, that's okay, you can go at it, but I'm putting a 350% tariff on each country. No more trade with the United States. No, you can't do that. I said, I'm going to do it. Come back to me, and I'll take it down. But I'm not going to have you guys shooting nuclear weapons at each other, killing millions of people, and having the nuclear dust floating over Los Angeles. I'm not going to do it. They said, we don't like that. I said, I don't care if you like it or not. So I was all set. I told Scott, 350% tariff to settle that war. If you don't, we'll make a nice trade deal. They were in the midst of a deal. Now, no other president would have done that. Another guy would have, like Joe Biden, doesn't even know what countries we're talking about. He wouldn't have any idea. There'd be no tariffs, no nothing. Just the whole world would go to hell. But no, I used tariffs to settle all these wars. Not all of them. 5 of the 8 were settled because of the economy, because of trade, because of tariffs. So I did this. But, and then I'll tell you what, the Prime Minister of Pakistan called me. Thank you very much. He actually said, I saved millions, and he said it in front of Susie. He said, President Trump saved millions and millions of lives. He doesn't even know that, but he saved millions of lives, and he talks about it. And I got a call from Prime Minister Modi saying, we're done. I said, you're done with what? We're not going to go to war. I said, thank you very much. Let's make a deal. But I saved a lot of people, millions of people, on many other wars. Azerbaijan, you know what was happening there? I settled that. That was going on for many, many years. Actually, Putin called me. He said, I can't believe you got that one settled. We've been trying to settle that one for a long time. I said, don't worry about that. Just let me settle your frickin' war, okay? You don't have to help me. I don't need any help. I need help with your war. And it'll get done. But working with the Crown Prince was amazing because he mentioned Sudan yesterday. And he said, sir, you're talking about a lot of wars, but there's a place on earth called Sudan, and it's horrible what's happening. And I viewed it as being just sort of a freelance, no government, no this, no that. And he explained the whole culture and the whole history, and it was very interesting to hear. Really amazing, actually, to hear. And, you know, we've already started working on that, okay? He said that would be the greatest thing you can do. That would be greater than what you've already done. That was your expression. Is that a correct expression? Pretty good. So we're working on that. We started about 30 minutes after you explained to us the great importance of that. I view it differently now than I did just a day ago. But we also, as you know, we had a historic ceasefire. We ended the war in Gaza. And 2 days ago, incredibly, the United Nations Security Council backed the Trump peace plan, and we have a great peace plan. We have peace in the Middle East. This is a strong peace, too. They say, oh, it's tentative. It's not. This is a very strong peace. We have 59 countries signed on. And when there's problems, I'm getting calls from countries. They want to go in and lead the fight to solve the problem if we have any problems. But right now it's looking very good and They endorsed the United Nations, what's called the Board of Peace, chaired by a person called Donald J. Trump. I accepted the chairmanship. They asked me to be chairman. That's what I needed. It's just a little more work. But it's a great honor. That'll be the greatest board ever assembled. When do you see this board? This board will blow every board away. And I believe we're going to be lucky enough to have the Crown Prince be a very distinguished member of the board. But we're going to have the heads of the Board of Peace. And I think it will go long beyond Gaza and the Middle East. I can see that going long beyond. There'll never be anything like this in terms of, I know you all have wonderful boards, but this is going to blow it away. It's going to blow them all away, and it's going to do some really good. So in the coming months, the Crown Prince and I are going to ensure that the ceasefire and everything else that's going on that's so positive in the Middle East, hard to believe. I mean, I've grown up, peace in the Middle East. I used to have peace in the Middle East, but never happened. We have peace in the Middle East. It's an amazing thing. Nobody thought, 3,000 years they talked. Nobody thought it would happen. In just 9 months, our administration has achieved more than most other administrations achieve in 8 years. And we're leading again in just every country. We want to win. We want to win for you. We want to win for ourselves. We want to help our allies. We want to change our enemies. We want to change our enemies. I'm being nice when I say it that way, but we want to change them. And if they don't change, we're going to be nasty. But hopefully we're not going to have to be nasty. But we want the world to prosper. We want the world to be safe. Our alliances are flourishing like they haven't before. And, you know, they're respecting America again. They didn't respect us. We were like a bunch of stupid people. We had a president that couldn't get up and talk, couldn't walk up a flight of stairs. We had people that didn't know what the hell they were doing. We were an embarrassment all over the world. But now we have people that are respected at levels that we've never seen before. So I just want to tell you that this is a group that I respect. I read every single name of every single person sitting in each and every seat. And I either know you or I know of you. This is an amazing group of people. And it really is headed by that gentleman sitting right smack center with 2 seats in between him. He wants plenty of room. And he's going to be the king of Saudi Arabia right now. He's the most distinguished gentleman. He's my friend. And thank you very much for what you've done for us, and we will always be with you. Thank you, Mohammed. I appreciate it. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, so that was President Trump, and I don't want to play the music, but there he is. He was speaking at the U.S.-Saudi Investment Forum, and look, so we are waiting to see about President Trump signing the Epstein Files bill, the Epstein Files Transparency Act, guys. So let me update our headline now. So now Trump is heading back to the White House. Is he going to sign this Epstein Files bill when he gets back to the White House? If not, when's he going to sign it? He's expected to sign it today. The House passed it. The Senate passed it. The bill has been sent to his desk for signature. So it's not a long drive back to the White House. So maybe in a few minutes we'll see a signing ceremony or hear about him signing it or something. I have no idea. So let me change the headline back. Trump expected to sign Epstein Files bill today. Oh, we'll do a poll. We were going to do a poll before. Will he sign the bill? Before we do, I got to thank a couple people too. All right, let's do a quick poll. Will Trump sign Epstein Files bill? I mean, he said he's going to sign it. Will he sign it today? Yes or no? Here's our poll. I'm posting it right now on YouTube and Twitch. Facebook polls are still broken, unfortunately. Also, I want to say a couple quick thank yous here. Thanks so much to Sevenfold and Inhalation Aerosols for your support. Chris D. Thanks Noah for being a member. Thanks TK for your support. Josh and Lorna Landgren. Thank you, Lorna Landgren. Alex Banking 7 from Sweden. Rivka Vossman. Thanks, Rivka, for your support. Bungus. Subtle Spire. DJ Iconic. Bonin the Carbarian. Thank you. Bill Jack. Vindog Radio. Sean Howard. Heavenly Intervention. Angela Strange. Bob Sacameno. Nene W. Lord Licorice. P.A. Jeeper. Kathleen Darigo. And Oxytropis. Also, Amy Cluck over there on Facebook. Thanks for your support. And thanks to Chuck Mosca for subscribing on Facebook. I appreciate that. And our other Facebook subscribers, Marie Goodson Hamilton, Robert Rial II, just to name some of them. All right. So we are, again, President Trump's going to be heading back to the White House. He's in D.C. This is not a long ride to the White House. So is he going to sign it when he gets back? Trump's schedule, his official schedule, just to be clear, the last event on President Trump's official schedule today is arrive back at the White House after this speech. Okay? So he has nothing else on his schedule officially today that would keep him from signing this bill. I'm literally looking at the schedule. I am on a mailing list like where you get from the White House, where they just send out this mass email of his schedule every day. And hang on a moment here. Yeah, so that's the last thing. Rich thinks the real files have been destroyed? Wow. Hey, let me show you guys. Let's see what the poll results are here. Give me a moment. I want to show you the poll results. Here, let me show you this. Okay, so look, it says right here, bill to release Epstein files passes in Senate, heads to Trump for signature. That's from AP. All right, on YouTube, I said to you guys, I said, will Trump sign the Epstein bill today to release the files? Boy, I thought it would be higher than this. YouTube, it's just 50-50. 50-50 on YouTube, whether he'll sign it. How about on Twitch? What does Twitch think about this? Let's see. Um, 58 no. 58% no on Twitch. I thought people were just going to be like, yeah, he'll sign it today. Wow. All right. So YouTube is 50-50 and Twitch is 57% no. Wow. Uh-oh. Oh, yes, there is an extra S in my headline. Sorry about that. Thanks for letting me know. We had a typo issue. Typo alert. Well, so people, I mean, it would be a big story if he didn't sign it today. I think just him not signing it today would be a big story. Now remember, he could in theory veto it, but it passed only one no vote in the House, and then in the Senate, the way it passed is that they didn't have a vote where they recorded individual votes. Basically, Senator Chuck Schumer brought it up and nobody, there's this procedure they went through where Chuck Schumer brought the bill up and nobody objected, so it's just passed. I don't know if that's called unanimous consent, but the point is, in the Senate, there wasn't even a recorded vote and a recorded individual vote, and no one objected to it. So presumably, if he vetoed it, they would have to override the veto, you'd need 2/3 of the House and 2/3 of the Senate. But presumably they would have enough votes to override a veto. So, I mean, I've heard no reporting suggesting he's going to veto it. I can't imagine he'd veto it if he thought, I mean, I can't imagine he would veto it if he thought what was just going to happen right after he vetoed it was that the House and Senate would override his veto. All right, thanks for voting in our poll, by the way. So we are going to see what again, but it's a strange situation because nothing's been announced. Okay. Oh, hold on a second. Oh, hold on a moment. Hold on one moment here. Hold on one moment. Hold on. There's supposed to be something fixed here today. I have to send a quick message. Sorry about this. Yes, there's supposed to be something fixed here, but it will not interfere with the broadcast. But I may have to send another message. X stream? Hold on a second. Let me check on the stream as well. I think it says it's going. All right, give me about, I need about 10 seconds. I'm going to disappear for 10 seconds. Give me 10 seconds. Hold on. Sorry, I'm back. Let's see. Cal Deo says it's veto proof. Well, it's veto proof in the sense of, in theory, there are enough votes to override the veto. But if President Trump vetoes it, there would have to be another vote in the House and in the Senate. So you can see here, AP says the Senate immediately passed a bill. I mean, the procedure happened last night, but then I guess it's officially considered passed as of this morning to force the Justice Department to publicly release its files on Jeffrey Epstein. In an unusual move, Republicans and Democrats in the Senate agreed last night, we were covering this, to pass the bill as soon as it went over. We didn't cover the Senate thing. In an unusual move, Republicans and Democrats in the Senate agreed last night to pass the bill as soon as it was sent over from the House, which passed it 427-1 earlier in the day. Formerly a fierce opponent to the bill, President Trump in recent days bowed to political reality, saying he would sign it into law. But we don't know when he's going to sign it. The bill forces the release within 30 days of all files and communications related to Epstein, as well as any information about the investigation into his death in federal prison. I'm going to show you the bill shortly. It allows for redactions about the victims or ongoing investigations, but not redacting information due to embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity. RT96, our viewer, says, I anticipate we'll see a lot of Sharpie when the files are released. Dog Pound says, we will get the G-rated version tomorrow. Kiki says, how many people paid up to be removed? JTB says they will just say everything is ongoing investigations and sanitize the whole thing. So remember, first of all, regarding that investigations point, remember what happened a few days ago, 5 days ago. So President Trump had posted on Truth Social, now that the Democrats are using the Epstein hoax involving Democrats, not Republicans, to try and deflect from their disastrous shutdown and all of their other failures, I will be asking Attorney General Bondi and the Department of Justice, together with our great patriots at the FBI, to investigate Jeffrey Epstein's involvement and relationship with Bill Clinton, Larry Summers, Reid Hoffman, J.P. Morgan Chase, and many other people and institutions, to determine what was going on with them and him. This is another Russia scam with all arrows pointing to the Democrats, he says. Records show that these men and many others spent large portions of their life with Epstein and on his island. Stay tuned. And then Attorney General Bondi said, thank you, Mr. President. Southern District of New York U.S. Attorney Jay Clayton is one of the most capable and trusted prosecutors in the country, and I've asked him to take the lead on, I guess, these new investigations. As with all matters, the department will pursue this with urgency and integrity to deliver answers to the American people. So this was just 5 days ago. So now are any of these documents, assuming that President Trump signs the bill, will the Justice Department say, well, we can't release these documents because they're related to the new investigation? I don't know. Also, a quick reminder, now that, with the Department of Justice saying they're opening up these new investigations into Epstein's connections with certain other people and other institutions, something to keep in mind here. Remember a few months ago what the FBI and DOJ said. This is their memo. The FBI and DOJ, and I think this was in June or July, several months ago, they said, where is it here? I want to make sure I have the right part of here. Blah, 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 blah. They said that the DOJ and the FBI have concluded an exhaustive review of investigative holdings related to Jeffrey Epstein. They went over all their investigative materials about Jeffrey Epstein, okay? And then they said, this systematic review revealed no incriminating client list. There was also no credible evidence found that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals as part of his actions. And then this, we did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. The only people ever charged were Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. So basically they're saying here, they went through all of their Epstein evidence. They did not find any evidence that would justify an investigation against anybody else. That's just that's their words from months ago. That's their words from months ago. We went over all the Epstein documents and we didn't find any evidence that would justify, would predicate an investigation against anybody else that hasn't been charged yet. Okay? However, 5 days ago, after President Trump asked for new investigations, now we have the Attorney General Bondi saying, okay, well, we're going to start these new investigations. Now, you might wonder, so why, if they had no reason to investigate anybody a few months ago, what has changed? So I believe, if I remember this right, I'm going to show you this right now. We were watching this earlier today. Pam Bondi was asked about this, and I believe she said there is new evidence. I believe that's what she said in the Q&A. Let me find it, though. I'm going to show you that, just to catch you up here, because we were watching this before, but we didn't really have time to talk about it. Things were moving so fast. So let me just show you, because I have it right here. I'm going to pull it up where she was taking questions before. Okay, so this is from earlier today. I'm putting it on the screen. And it is right here. Okay, so this is earlier today. Trump has arrived back at the White House, by the way. Trump just got back to the White House 5 minutes ago, so we'll keep an eye on that. So let me find the part where she was asked about this. Hold on, I got to pull this up here right now for you.
Protecting his documents to the Hill. He will continue to follow the law, but we also provide new information.
Here, right here.
Again, while protecting victims, but also providing maximum transparency.
Madam Attorney General, the DOJ statement earlier this year saying that the files would not release mentioned the fact that the review of the documents and the evidence did not suggest that any additional investigation of third parties was warranted. What changed since then that you launched this investigation?
Information that has come for information. There's information that new information, additional information, and again, we will continue to follow the law, to investigate any leads. If there are any victims, we encourage all victims to come forward, and we will continue to provide maximum transparency under the law.
Madam General.
So again, just to clarify, because this was the question that was asked about. Several months ago, the Justice Department and the FBI said, we went through all the Epstein files. We did not uncover any evidence that would warrant, justify, predicate an investigation into anyone else. But 5 days ago, after President Trump demanded that asked the Pam Bondi and the Department of Justice and the FBI to investigate Jeffrey Epstein's involvement and relationship with Bill Clinton, Larry Summers, Reid Hoffman, J.P. Morgan Chase, and many other people and institutions. Shortly after that, Pam Bondi said, we're opening such an investigation. And so she was asked today, well, if a few months ago there wasn't evidence to justify a new investigation, why is there this new investigation? And you heard what she said. She said there was new information. She didn't say what the new information was, but she claims there's new information. So just to clarify everything. And so a big reason I'm talking about this is there is this question. So if Trump signs the bill, might the White House say, well, we're not, and might the White House and the Justice Department say, well, we can't release these documents because they're part of this new investigation? I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. And you can see it says President Trump said he wanted an investigation of Bill Clinton, Larry Summers, Reid Hoffman, JP Morgan Chase, and many other people and institutions. So we don't even know who's being investigated. So it's not like the investigation is of two people. For all we know, I mean, there's no public list of what's being investigated. So again, a big question is, even if Trump signs the bill, which he said he's going to, will some of these documents be held back because they're claimed to be part of the new investigation? Or will the Department of Justice say something like, well, if we release these documents, it's gonna potentially compromise our new investigation? I have no idea. I don't know. I'm going to show you what the actual bill says, too. What was it, 4407? Who has the files now? It says Sauce. Well, all the files are with the Department of Justice and FBI. They have them. I believe the House Oversight Committee has some files, but not all the files, I don't believe. But the Department of Justice, the FBI is part of the Department of Justice. Department of Justice has the files. Yeah, this is the actual bill. I'm going to show you this so you can see what it says. Our viewer Bay thinks the new information that Department of Justice has is just Trump changing his mind and wanting people to be investigated. That's what our viewer Bay thinks. John Q. Public on X says the release of the Pentagon Papers soured many Americans as they realized they were repeatedly lied to regarding events during the Vietnam War. Remember, President Trump just got back to the White House. It is confirmed. He got back to the White House at 1:18 p.m. That is from White House reporter Naomi Lim. So President Trump is at the White House. He's at the White House now. There's nothing else on the official White House schedule. Are we going to hear something soon about this bill being signed? Beats me. But that's the situation right now. He did his speech. There is nothing else on the official White House ceremony, on the schedule. On the official White House schedule. Could he sign it just not publicly and then just put out a Truth Social post saying he signed it? Taco Cat says pens are out of ink. Kessler says he will sign it after the stock market closes. He could have signed it, as far as I'm aware, he could have signed it before leaving for his speech, but he didn't. Harley Girl, our viewer, says he needs to sign it, otherwise he looks guilty to me. Sundrop also thinks he might wait to sign it for the stock exchange to close. Now remember, so this is important. The documents are not just released as soon as he signs the bill. We should have done this yesterday. So let me show you what the bill says. Epstein Files Transparency Act. This is literally the bill. The bill requires the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, currently, to release all documents and records in possession of the Department of Justice relating to Jeffrey Epstein and for other purposes. Oh, you know what? I need about 15 seconds. We're going to go through this bill right now and talk about it. Oops, I don't want to put it in capital letters that I need 30 seconds. Steve will be back in 30 seconds. Steve will be back in 30 seconds. Hold on. Okay, let's look at the bill. This is the actual bill that was passed. As we wait to see when will President Trump sign the bill. He is back at the White House. He is now at the White House. There is nothing else on his schedule today. Hold on a second here. Okay, here's the bill. So this is what the bill says. To require the Attorney General to release all documents and records in possession of the Department of Justice relating to Jeffrey Epstein and for other purposes, be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America and Congress assembled. So that's happened. The House and Senate have passed it. Now the president just has to sign it. It's called the Epstein Files Transparency Act. Okay, this is important here. Release of documents relating to Jeffrey Epstein, not later than 30 days. 30 days. So when President Trump signs it, they don't just open up the warehouse and start bringing out the documents. Not later than 30 days after the date of the enactment of this act, the Attorney General shall, subject to subsection B, make publicly available in a searchable and downloadable format. Wow, you'll be able to search and download it. All unclassified records, documents, communications, and investigative materials in the possession of the Department of Justice, including the FBI investigation and U.S. Attorney's offices that relate to Jeffrey Epstein, including all investigations, prosecutions, or custodial matters, Ghislaine Maxwell, flight logs or travel records, including but not limited to manifests, itineraries, pilot records, and customs or immigration documentation for any aircraft, vessel, or vehicle owned, operated, or used by Jeffrey Epstein or any related entity. Individuals, including government officials named or referenced in connection with Epstein's criminal activities, civil settlements, immunity or plea agreements, or investigatory proceedings. Entities, corporate, nonprofit, academic, or governmental, with known or alleged ties to Epstein's trafficking or financial networks. Any immunity deals, non-prosecution agreements, plea bargains, or sealed settlements involving Epstein or his associates. And so any documents relating to any of these things must be released. Relating to any of these things. Internal DOJ communications, including emails, memos, meeting notes concerning decisions to charge, not charge, investigate, or decline to investigate Epstein or his associates. All communications, memoranda, directives, logs, or metadata concerning the destruction, deletion, alteration, misplacement, or concealment of documents, recordings, or electronic data related to Epstein, his associates, his detention and death, or any investigative files. Documentation of Epstein's detention or death, including incident reports, witness interviews, medical examiner files, autopsy reports, and written report records dealing with the circumstances and cause of death. So that's a lot of stuff there. Okay? Now, remember it said all documents related to all this stuff must be released within 30 days, except subject to subsection B. What is subsection B? Prohibited grounds for withholding. And I guess B and C. No record shall be withheld, delayed, or redacted on the basis of embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity, including to any governmental official, public figure, or foreign dignitary. So this says the DOJ can't they can't censor a document or withhold it or delay releasing it just because they're worried that somebody's going to be embarrassed or to hurt their reputation or political sensitivity. Now, this is the permitted withholdings. These are the reasons that you can. These are the reasons that you can. That you can withhold stuff. That the Attorney General can withhold stuff. The Attorney General may withhold or redact the segregable portions of records that contain personally identifiable information of victims or victims' personal and medical files and similar files, the disclosure of which would constitute a clearly unwarranted invasion of personal privacy. So, no, the Attorney General doesn't have to give out stuff with personally identifiable information, personal medical files, that kind of stuff. It says there, child sexual abuse materials, those don't have to be given out. Look at C here. So remember, President Trump about 5 days ago said he wanted a new investigation of a number of figures, relations to Jeffrey Epstein, and then Attorney General Pam Bondi confirmed, okay, and said basically, okay, we're starting that investigation, right? Well, look at C. It is permitted for the Attorney General to withhold any portions of the Epstein files that would jeopardize an active federal investigation or ongoing prosecution, provided that such withholding is narrowly tailored and temporary. Narrowly tailored and temporary. Now, who decides that? I guess it's up to the Attorney General. But regarding this, Thomas Massie, Republican, who was one of the big supporters of the bill, I think he might have introduced the petition originally to get the bill voted on. Look what Thomas Massie said yesterday, relevant to this. Thomas Massie said, for anyone hoping to use ongoing investigations as a reason to withhold Epstein files, please read the language of the bill. Narrowly tailored and temporary. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So he's saying, hey, Trump administration, if you're going to say, well, we can't give out these Epstein documents because we have these current investigations going on, including these new ones from 5 days ago, they can only do that under the law if the withholding is narrowly tailored and temporary. Now, I don't know who gets to decide what. I mean, temporary can just, one way of reading temporary is just not forever. Could be 100 years from now, it's still temporary. Narrowly tailored. So what happens if the Department of Justice says we're going to withhold all these documents, and people like Thomas Massey think, well, that's not narrowly tailored. You're withholding too much. How does this get decided? I have no idea. Our viewer Rassfish thinks it will be completely altered and redacted. So, I know this is getting a bit into the weeds of the language, but again, just to clarify, 5 days ago, Pam Bondi, after President Trump requested it, said that the Department of Justice is opening up a new investigation into Bill Clinton, Jeffrey Epstein's involvement in relationship with Bill Clinton, Larry Summers, Reid Hoffman, J.P. Morgan Chase, and many other people and institutions. She says that this investigation is underway. And the bill itself says documents can be withheld if they would jeopardize an active federal investigation. D. LaPiccolo thinks a judge or panel of judges would have to sort it out. Now, also, just to be clear, the other things that the Attorney General are allowed to not release are images of materials that depict or contain images of death, physical abuse, or injury of any person, or contain information specifically authorized under criteria established by an executive order to be kept secret in the interest of national defense or foreign policy, and are in fact properly classified pursuant to such an executive order. So I guess in theory, President Trump could, if I'm reading, I'm not a lawyer, President Trump could make an executive order saying these materials, X, Y, and Z, and whatever, can't be released because they're in the interest of, they must be kept secret in the interest of national security. Or he could say some other president release some executive order, which means these documents are national security related. So, anyways, and all redactions must be, any redactions that are made, any kind of, if you get a piece of paper and there's stuff that's covered in black, for example, any redactions must be accompanied by a written justification published in the Federal Register and submitted to Congress. To the extent that any covered information would otherwise be redacted or withheld as classified information, the Attorney General shall declassify that classified information to the maximum extent possible. If the Attorney General makes a determination that covered information may not be declassified and made available in a manner that protects the national security of the U.S., including methods or sources related to national security, the Attorney General shall release an unclassified summary for each of the redacted or withheld classified information. So if any materials are withheld because of classified information, there must be an unclassified summary of the materials released. Within 15 days of the release of all this material, all the material must be released within 30 days, subject to the conditions I just read. Within 15 days of the release of the material, the Attorney General shall submit to the House and Senate committees and the judiciary a report listing all categories of records released and withheld, a summary of all the redactions made, including a legal basis for them, a list of all government officials and politically exposed persons named or referenced in the release materials, with no redactions permitted under subsection B1. Okay, so again, that's the whole bill. What I should do is post a link to the bill. Let me post a link to the bill. You can read it yourself. I just posted the link to the bill. Why not the same day, Tariff said? Well, so I assume, you said, why doesn't the bill just say that the documents are released the same day? Well, I mean, one response to that would be that you can see there are a number of reasons under the Act that the Attorney General is allowed to withhold material. So one reason would be to allow the Attorney General's office time to go through all these documents and take out the ones that have any of this stuff in it, right? Maybe it's not all at this point ready to just send out. Another thing is that they need to be released in a searchable and downloadable format, which in theory should let any of you go online and just search through it and download it. But that site has to be created, whatever that's going to be. So, Froggy Feets thinks they have scrubbed Trump off as much as they can. Our viewer Lubger thinks this is such a waste of effort and money and won't produce anything of real substance. Lily's Thoughts thinks we're not going to see it anytime soon. Well, there's something that's got to come out within 30 days of Trump signing it. Big Mac says they've had time enough to remove stuff. Let's see what happens. Jersey Joe says, how will this affect files judges have blocked from release? I'm not aware of specifics on that, whether some judges' orders have blocked certain files from release. But, I would just, this is becoming law. So, again, all the documents this is a law. Once President Trump signs it, it's the law. So unless somebody files some sort of lawsuit against the law claiming it's unconstitutional, it needs to be enforced. And it's clear about what all these documents that need to be released and the legitimate reasons for withholding them. So if a document does not fall under one of the legitimate reasons for withholding in the law, then it's got to be released. Now, if someone has an issue and they think there's some other legitimate lawful reason to not release a document that's not covered by this bill, I assume they could file a lawsuit claiming the bill is unconstitutional in that particular way. But I am not a legal analyst or a lawyer, so I can't give you specifics on that. It is now 1:48 p.m. I am not aware that President Trump has signed this yet. He got back to the White House half an hour ago. He doesn't have anything else on the official White House schedule. So, when might we hear about this bill being signed or when it will be signed? Now we just wait. It's just there. It's ready to be signed. Eric Zimmerman thinks he's not going to sign it. It already went through the Senate last night very quickly. They did a quick procedure to move it through. They did not even have a recorded individual vote. NY committee says time to strike Venezuela? He has not signed it yet today. He has not mentioned it today. We could hear about it at any time. I think the longer we go today, there will be more questions about why hasn't he signed it yet. Firebear says he has to sign it. It will be over for him if he refuses. Thank you, Read the Freaking Comics, for your support, who thinks that Trump will redact his name completely. Thanks, Lorna Landgren. Lorna says, is it possible new information came to light after Trump asked for some investigations? I believe that President Trump requested these new investigations, and it was just hours after that Pam Bondi announced they were being carried out. President Trump posted on Truth Social asking for new investigations related to Epstein. I'm pulling it up right here. I think it was 5 days ago. Did he post? I got to pull up the original post. Yeah, so it was 10:35 a.m. 10:35 a.m. on November 14th. 10:35 a.m. on November 14th. Okay, where is it here? The post from Pam Bondi was on November 14th at 2:12 p.m. So about 3.5 hours after President Trump posted he wanted these new investigations, Pam Bondi said they're happening. Oh, you know what? I need about 10, give me 15 seconds here. Hold on. Hang on a second here. Hang on one moment. Sorry about that. Okay, now, yeah, so I was saying, I mean, the viewer had asked, is it possible that the new information that Pam Bondi said they had to justify these new investigations was discovered after President Trump asked for them? Well, it seems pretty quick that new information would have been discovered in the 3.5 hours between when President Trump publicly requested a new investigation and when Pam Bondi confirmed there was a new investigation going on. I can't be sure, but I mean, this again, she posted with like about roughly 3.5 hours after he did. Hey, thanks to I want to thank our moderators too. Hold on a second here. Thanks to Lorna Landgren. Thanks to Jude, our member. Denise Horton, our member. For 39 months, thanks so much, Denise Horton. Cece, Space Fraggle. Thank you for your support, Space Fraggle and JD63. Beam Me Up, our member. Violet Rocks, thanks for the memberships. Also, thank you to Rule. Thank you. Let's see here. Rule says, if releasing the Epstein files are, quote, to obtain justice for survivors, why is Trump the undeniable focus of the Epstein files? Trump is going to be the only word search in the files. Oh, I don't mean, I don't know if you're saying that people are going to focus on Trump. I mean, there's been no, I'm not aware of any kind of evidence that's come out that has evidence that suggests that President Trump was involved in illegal activities connected to Jeffrey Epstein. I'm not aware of it. A lot of I certainly think that I know there's many people out there who want to see the files, who think that there may be well-known people involved with Jeffrey Epstein who aren't focused on Trump. So I think for many people, they're not focused on whether Trump will be in the files. Now, I'm guessing some are, but I know there are many people who that's not their focus. And some people don't have any names in mind. They just are interested in seeing what's in there. Thank you, Rule, for your support. Hey, shout out to our moderators. I'm constantly checking to see if there's any new announcement about this, because it could happen at any time. I have seen nothing so far about when this signing will be. Nothing. Again, there is nothing on Trump's schedule for the rest of the day. His public schedule, the last thing was coming back from his speech, which we covered. He's back at the White House. He has been back at the White House for 38 minutes. By the way, I apologize to Rule if I misinterpreted Rule's. It's possible I misinterpreted Rule's question or comment. So I'm sorry if I did that. Hey, thanks so much to our moderators who are here as we cover this. Big Ball of Yarn, DeBears, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah. There are moderators over on Twitch. Thank you so much. Our moderators on YouTube, Ruth Krafasi, Beth Mythical. On YouTube, thank you. And all of our other YouTube moderators, Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X, Kay Lowry Body, Paul Anderson, Margaret Riley on Facebook, thanks so much. Michelle Batten said, where can I view the bill? I will again post the link to the bill in the chat right now. It's a strange situation right now, because he's supposed to sign it, but there's no scheduled signing, and everybody's just kind of waiting. We did a poll before, and over half the people in our audience who voted think he's not going to sign it today. Would he wait a day? What I should do is add to the headline, time unclear. Because that's true. No one knows. No one knows. Derek Lee thinks he already waited too long. Salty Nuts says, is there a time limit for the president to sign a bill, or can he just wait? That's a good question, and I'm going to look it up. Okay, here it is. 10 days I'm seeing. This is from congress.gov. Once both chambers of Congress have each agreed to the bill, it is enrolled, that is prepared in its final official form and then presented to the president. Beginning at midnight on closing of the day of the presentment, the president has 10 days, excluding Sundays, to sign or veto the bill. If the bill is signed within the 10-day period, it becomes law. If the president declines to either sign or veto it, that is, he does not act on it in any way, then it becomes law without his signature, except when Congress has adjourned under certain circumstances. Is there any way he would just not sign it or not veto it for 10 days, excluding Sunday, and then it just becomes law without him signing it? That'd be, I don't know if he wants to, if he would want to deal with the publicity for 10 days. Josh Shakalaka says, doubt it. Donna Simmons, our viewer, says, I think he will sign it. MAGA will go mad if he does it. If he doesn't. MAGA will go mad if he doesn't, says Donna Simmons. Donna says he will then put on Pam Bondi to stall. That's what Donna thinks. Lee Fraser says the 10 days goes into Thanksgiving recess. I don't know what the specifics are when Congress has adjourned under certain circumstances. If he weren't going to sign it even for a couple of days, I would think there'd have to be some sort of statement from the White House on why he hadn't signed it yet. Jersey Joe sent me something about some grant. I don't know where the link is to this, and I don't know where this is coming from. It's some article that talked about judges at some point blocking the release of some Epstein-related grand jury records. So I don't know. The thing about grand jury records, let me say this. I don't know if the Department of Justice has these records. So what Jersey Joe's is mentioning is that, like, you know, if there are, say, grand jury materials that are not allowed to be released that relate to Epstein, does this current law force them to be released? I understand the question. First of all, I don't even know if the Department of Justice has those materials. Do they have all the materials? Maybe they do. I'm not sure. But if they do and they just can't release them, I don't know. I honestly don't know. I don't know how that works. I'm not a lawyer. However, let me say this. If there's a grand jury, say there's a grand jury about Epstein, and the prosecutors were in the grand jury presenting evidence to the grand jury, there must be some record of that evidence somewhere else in the Epstein files. I have a hard time thinking that there were grand jury proceedings about Epstein, where there was evidence presented about Epstein, and it's not somewhere else in the Epstein files. It'd be strange if it only appeared in the grand jury proceedings. Because in the grand jury proceeding, that involves, if you're trying to get a charge against someone, it involves the prosecutor going to the grand jury and saying, here's all this evidence we have. Well, I would think that evidence would be somewhere else in the Epstein files. So I don't know that there's going to be stuff in the grand jury proceeding, if that grand jury proceeding can't be made public, that wouldn't be somewhere else in the files. Now, I might be wrong. Again, I'm not a lawyer. It's just a thought I had about the whole thing. But for example, if in the grand jury testimony they talk about some surveillance video they have, well, that video must be in the investigative files. It's not only going to be in the grand jury testimony. But I understand, it's a good question. I understand the question. Thanks, Jersey Joe, for messaging in. And Bad Seed and some of our viewers have mentioned Thanksgiving and whether if President Trump was going to wait the maximum days to sign it, which is 10 days, excluding Sunday, I think, could it be delayed further because of Thanksgiving? I do not know. Let's see here. Let me just check something real quick. Tariff says, I think we all have our doubts about what is currently happening. It's getting confusing. All right, so it is now 2:05 p.m. President Trump has been back at the White House since 1:18 p.m. There is no word that the bill has been signed. There is no scheduled signing ceremony. There's no schedule for an announcement about when it will be signed. We've heard not a peep from the White House about it. So how is this going to play out? We're covering it. Evelyn in Maine thinks delay itself is a tactic of power. Gary Baines thinks not signing anything soon. By the way, there's another thing that's happening today that I want to mention. Well, we have a second. Where is this? Tom M. thinks he will sign it and Bondi will bury it. Here. Where is this here? So this was reported today. You can see here from AP, Justice Department says full grand jury was not presented with copy of final indictment in case against James Comey. So it's possible that the prosecution did something improper, which could get the case thrown out, as I understand it. Can see here, new hurdle in Comey case as Trump's Justice Department faces questions about the grand jury process. The prosecution of former FBI Director James Comey hit another hurdle today as the Justice Department acknowledged a possible lapse in how the case was presented to a federal grand jury for indictment, says AP. The concession risked further imperiling a politically charged prosecution already subject to multiple challenges and demands for its dismissal. It came during a hearing in which Comey's lawyers asked a U.S. district judge to throw out the case on grounds that the government was being vindictive. A separate challenge to Lindsay Halligan, the hastily appointed and inexperienced prosecutor who secured the indictment, is pending. The revelation that the full grand jury did not review a copy of the final indictment in the case is the latest indication of the Justice Department's seemingly disjointed pursuit of criminal charges against Comey. So, I'm trying to find some detail here. In a ruling Monday, a U.S. magistrate judge said he had reviewed a transcript of the grand jury proceedings and had questions about whether the full grand jury had reviewed the final two-count indictment that was returned. The issue again rose Wednesday when the trial judge pressed the Justice Department about the concerns of the defense. After conferring privately with Halligan, Tyler Lemons, a prosecutor in the case, acknowledged that the revised indictment was not shown to all grand jurors. The judge called Halligan to the podium and asked her who was in the courtroom when the final indictment was presented to a magistrate. She said only 2 grand jurors, including the foreperson, were there. A Comey lawyer said the government's failure to present the final indictment to the entire grand jury is grounds for dismissing the case. He also argued that the statute of limitations for the charged crimes has elapsed without a valid indictment. The judge did not issue an immediate decision on all of this, saying the issues were too weighty and too complex for him to rule from the bench. Anyways, so we'll have to see how this all plays out. I just wanted to let you know that this was happening today. So it's possible, I guess, that could cause the case to get thrown out. Game Craze says so much drama. Hang on a moment here. All right, so we are bringing you live coverage. It's kind of a strange situation today. Trump is expected to sign this bill. the Epstein Files Transparency Act, which would make it a law, which would order the release of the Epstein files, basically. And it was already been passed by both houses of Congress. We're just waiting for the president to sign it. He said days ago that he would sign it. If both houses of Congress passed it, they have. No signature yet, no comment from the White House, no comment from Trump. He's there, he could sign it. So what is going to happen? I kind of thought he was going to sign it before he left for his speech earlier today. You can't unsee it, says Rain Check. Ellie thinks Trump is too scared. Terry Flores says President Trump probably is taking a break and having his lunch after this morning's functions. Jonathan Blaine thinks he's not going to sign it. Daniel says he is plotting right now. Powell says, will Trump sign today? We already did a poll. On YouTube, it was like 50-50 whether he'd sign it today. And on Twitch, it was like 57% of people said he would not sign it today. Bogey Smoke says it's 2 p.m. Who is eating lunch? Well, he did a speech from like noon to 1. But it's not a law yet. It's not a law till he signs it, or just doesn't do anything for 10 days, roughly speaking. And I haven't seen any reporting yet on any of this. No new reporting coming out about when he's going to sign it and all that. Very quiet. Very quiet. Larry Martinez says, waiting for this is like waiting for an egg to hatch. JP Villu says, it'll open a huge can of worms, but I think he'll sign it. Hey, thanks to Fahrenheit 451. Thanks for being such a long-time member. Fahrenheit 451. That's so nice of you. Thanks, Polite Rude Guy, who thinks Trump should veto to protect the innocent. Now, in theory, though, if he vetoes it, there's a good chance the veto will be overturned. You'd need 2/3 of both houses to vote again to overturn the veto, override the veto. Maria sent me a post from somebody who thinks that the DOJ will say it can't release the files due to an ongoing investigation. Yeah, we were talking about a lot about that earlier. Is even if he signs it, will the DOJ claim that they cannot release it due to ongoing investigations, some of it, including a new investigation that was announced that President Trump asked for and was announced just 5 days ago by Pam Bondi. Right there. The investigation that President Trump requested 5 days ago, of Jeffrey Epstein's involvement in relationship with Bill Clinton, Larry Summers, Reid Hoffman, J.P. Morgan Chase, and many other people and institutions, to determine what was going on with them and him. Hang on one second here. One of our viewers said, look up pocket veto. Now, there is a brief on congress.gov that says pocket vetoes are not subject to a congressional override, and a pocket veto happens when the president receives a bill but is unable to reject and return the bill to an adjourned Congress within the 10-day period. I haven't heard any reporting about the possibility of a pocket veto. I don't know if this is a situation in when such a thing is possible. Wikipedia says, normally, if the president does not sign a bill, it becomes the law after 10 days, not including Sundays, as if they had signed it. A pocket veto occurs when a bill fails to become law because the president does not sign it within the 10-day period and cannot return the bill to Congress because Congress is no longer in session. Isn't no longer in session like something that happens like before the new Congress is sworn in? That's the question for that. I'm looking this up. Oh, did Trump post something about it? Hold on. Oh, he posted about Sudan. We'll talk about his post about Sudan shortly. I'll show that in a second. It's not about this. Hold on a moment here. Oh, now there is a Thanksgiving break where they're not in session. But I don't know how specifically what not in session requires. There's recesses. So Thanksgiving recess, I guess, is between November 24th and November 28th. But I don't know that President Trump could do a pocket veto because there's going to be a Thanksgiving break. I don't want to go too far down this road because I'm not a congressional and legal expert. Brandon Johnson thinks he is dodging. Rich says, I seriously doubt there would be a signing ceremony. LOL ROFL said, oh, no, not that. Sorry, Uncle Stinkford Webbottom said Trump already said he will sign it as soon as it gets to his desk. Well, as of this morning, it could have been signed, as I understand it, and it has not been. Google AI said there's a Supreme Court ruling that a short recess does not prevent a bill's return to Congress, so would not allow for a pocket veto. Anyways, look, if we go even a day or two without him signing it, it's going to be I think it's going to be a big story. I think even if he doesn't sign it today, it'll be a big story. Hey, thanks to I Love Cookies for the memberships. Thank you, I Love Cookies. Thank you also, Sweet, for being a member. Oh, here's President Trump's new post. So we covered his speech he gave at the Saudi U.S. Investment Summit or something like that. It was a Saudi U.S. Investment something or other. This was hour or two ago. We covered it. And U.S. Saudi Business Forum. Is that what it was? U.S. Saudi Business Forum? Anyways, something like that. So in the speech, he said that, I believe he said that Mohammed bin Salman, the de facto ruler of Saudi Arabia, wanted him to work on helping bring peace to the Sudan situation. He mentioned it a couple times. Well, he just posted this. He said, tremendous atrocities are taking place in Sudan. It has become the most violent place on earth and likewise the single biggest humanitarian crisis. Food, doctors, and everything else are desperately needed. Arab leaders from all over the world, in particular the highly respected Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, who has just left the United States, have asked me to use the power and influence of the presidency to bring an immediate halt to what is taking place in Sudan. It is considered a great civilization and culture, unfortunately gone bad, but one that can be fixed with the cooperation and coordination of countries, including those in the region of tremendous wealth, who want this to happen. We will work with Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Egypt, and other Middle Eastern partners to get these atrocities to end while at the same time stabilizing Sudan. Thank you for your attention to this matter. God bless the world. So I just want to let you know he posted that. Nothing about the Epstein files yet. There is an active civil war in Sudan going on. You can look it up and read it about it on Wikipedia, for example. Since April of 2023, there's been an active civil war in Sudan between two rival factions of the country's military government. The conflict has caused nearly 12 million people to be forcibly displaced. Many civilians in Darfur have been reported dead as a part of the Masalit massacres, which have been described as ethnic cleansing or genocide. Sudan has been described as facing the world's worst humanitarian crisis. Nearly 25 million people are experiencing extreme hunger. Terrible. Oh, hang on. Give me 1 second here. Hold on a moment here. Hey guys, I need 1 minute. I'm coming right back in a minute. Give me 1 minute. I'll be right back. Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. I need 1 minute. Let me just put up on the screen for you the Epstein Files Act while I take 1 minute, or the Epstein Files Transparency. It should say 1 minute, not 30 seconds. Hold on here. Hang on. All right, give me 1 minute. I'm coming right back. All right, we're back. Sorry about that. It is 2:27 p.m., guys. We are bringing you live Epstein bill update coverage. Oh, wait a second. Do we have something else? I don't have access to that, though. Wait, is the White House going to show this? I might have something to show you that the White House might be showing. Give me 1 second here. Give me 1 second here. The First Lady is doing an appearance, but I don't know if the White House is going to be showing that. I wonder if they, it seems like they might be showing it. If I have video of it, of her appearance, the First Lady, I'll throw it up there. But I'm trying to figure out if I have it. I don't know. We'll have to see. I don't know if the White House normally shows her events. I think they might. I think they might. I'll keep an eye out for it. I'll keep an eye out for it. Oh, did they already do the event? They might have already done it. I don't know, actually. I can't tell. Melania Trump is supposed to meet with school children in North Carolina. And Usha Vance, well, so she's going to be doing that. I don't think that's happened yet. No, that's... Oh, no, I think that has happened. I think it already happened. Sorry. There was some video of her at a school. So I don't have access to that. All right. Anyways, sorry about that. I thought I might have it be able to show that. Oh, wait, hold on. No, hold on. I can say this. Melania Trump is going to be speaking at 3 p.m. in North Carolina to military members and their families. It's possible I'll have some video of that to show you. Oh, NASA's going to release images of the interstellar object 3I Atlas, believed to be a comet. Well, if we're on the air, maybe we can put that in the corner or something. This is not a NASA 3I Atlas stream, but they're going to do that as well. So that's going on. Let's see here. That is supposed to be at 3 p.m. Eastern in a half an hour. All right, so we'll keep an eye on that as well. As we wait for President Trump to sign this, or some kind of word from the White House. What a strange situation this is. We'll take some more comments from you. So again, President Trump, this bill will become a law as soon as President Trump signs it. He has not signed it yet. He is at the White House. He returned from his speech about an hour and 13 minutes ago. Hen Jensen thinks it'll be at 6 p.m. I haven't heard that anywhere. I've heard no kind of reporting saying he'll sign it at 6 p.m. Tyrone Cole says, why hasn't Trump signed it yet? What is he hiding? TYZHM says, Doge is working hard at fixing the files. Shraki thinks a lot of evil people are panicking right now. Hey, thank you, Memnon. Memnon, I don't like the tone of your comment, though, Memnon. Please keep it civil and respectful in your comments, Memnon. Thank you, Jiggle Jess. Jiggle Jess, for that contact, if you're any interested in modding, I appreciate people expressing interest in modding, please contact the moderators on whatever platform you're watching on. They can give you some kind of contact, an email or a contact link to contact them out. Contact them out. Contact them at. Thank you for asking for your support, Jiggle Jess. Thanks, Shackle Text, our member. Thanks, Magna Carta, for the membership. I appreciate that. Did I thank Petra Malarova? I don't think I did. Petra Malarova, thanks for your support. Also, I Love Cookies for the memberships. Network and Polite Rude Guy. Thank you. Memnon thinks the Epstein Files is a distraction while Trump gives away Ukraine. Well, there's some reporting about some new proposal from the White House about Ukraine, but there's no reporting that I don't believe the White House has announced this, and regardless, there's no reporting that Ukraine has agreed to any proposal. Christopher Miller, who's with Financial Times, who's an expert on Ukraine, says he thinks there's no chance of the Ukrainians accepting the reported proposal, that the White House is making to Ukraine. But I don't believe that's official. There's been some reports claim about a possible proposal. There was also this from Reuters. Kremlin says nothing new to report on Ukraine peace proposals. The Kremlin said today that contacts with the U.S. continued, but there were no new developments to announce on a possible peace plan to end the conflict in Ukraine after numerous media reports that the U.S. had drafted a peace plan which proposed that Ukraine give up some territory. The Kremlin spokesperson, Dmitry Peskov, who you see in the photo, told reporters there was nothing new to announce since the August summit between Putin and Trump. Peskov said contacts with the Americans continued, but that sufficient work for another summit to take place had not yet been done. Hey, thank you, Baby UFO, for your support. Baby UFO says what Trump is hiding is Democrats' worst nightmare. Wow. What is happening? When will Trump sign the Epstein Files bill? It is awaiting his signature. What is going on? When will he do it? Assuming he does do it. Hang on a second here. Thanks, Heavenly Intervention, who doesn't think Peskov is trustworthy. Thank you, Heavenly Intervention, for your support. Princess Kidda says, building suspense. Oh, I have a poll question. The next poll question is, Will there be a signing ceremony? Now I know if he's this question is assuming he does sign it. Assuming he signs, will there be a signing ceremony? Yes or no? I'm going to ask you this and see what you think about this. Or will it just be, it just gets announced that he signed it? Per Kayla says, do you know if it's gotten to the White House yet? Yes. Numerous reports this morning said it had gone to the White House. I believe the Senate Press Gallery posted about it. Hold on a second. So the Senate Press Gallery said at 10:06 a.m., the act was received from the House and the bill is passed. So it was officially passed by the Senate at 10:06 by 10:06 a.m. And I saw multiple reports that meant that Trump could sign it. Let's see here. But I'll get you an update here. I mean, CNN already reported Congress sends bill to Trump's desk. Last night, they said the president will sign the bill whenever it gets to the White House. I haven't heard any reporting that there's some delay in sending it to Trump's desk. I don't know what the big delay would be to get it from the Senate to Trump's desk. Hold on, I have something else to show you about this. Laura Voltman says it's got to be on the desk by now. Yeah, look, I mean, guys, this is from this morning. Senate has officially passed the Jeffrey Epstein bill. That was announced at 10:06 a.m., sending it to President Trump. AP says the Senate received the bill Wednesday morning, and it was immediately passed without any floor action. Trump has, so I mean, again, I have not heard that there's any kind of delay, and it's not a long bill. I can't imagine what kind of delay there would be getting it to his desk. Oh, let me just show you the poll. I said, will there be a signing ceremony? Meaning, is it going to be some sort of public event where he signs it or not? So our viewers on YouTube said, 58% said assuming he signs it, there will not be a signing ceremony. Like they'll just announce it, that he signed it or something. And then on Twitch, 67% on Twitch say, no, it's not going to be public when he signs it. Like it's not going to be a public event. Won't be televised. Dressed Up says, if Trump wanted it on his desk ASAP, it would have already been there by noon. One of our viewers said, Time Lapse says he will cross his fingers as he signs it. JP Velo says anyone expecting names being named is dreaming. Libra Light says the only delay will be a fictitious one. Thanks for voting in our poll. Paradigm Blaster thinks he won't sign until at least Friday. Hang on one moment here. Why is this? Hold on. Oh, I got an update here from the Washington Post. They have an article, despite congressional action, quick release of Epstein files is in doubt. Hey, thanks so much to Gray Scout for your support. Gray Scout thinks the files will be heavily redacted due to Trump's having classified them as top secret due to something like national security. That's what Gray Scout says. Thanks, Gray Scout. Thank you, C. Johnson, for your support. C. Johnson, thank you. And Chilled Monkey Brains, thank you. Yeah, we went over the specifics before, and a document being classified is a reason to not release it. But just to be clear, in the bill, it says, to the extent that any covered information would otherwise be redacted or withheld as classified information, the Attorney General shall declassify that classified information to the maximum extent possible. And if documents are withheld because they're classified, the Attorney General shall release an unclassified summary for each of the redacted or withheld classified information. And so you know, all decisions to classify any covered information after July 1st of this year shall be published in the Federal Register and submitted to Congress, including the date of classification, the identity of the classifying authority, and an unclassified summary of the justification. So if, say, Trump were to newly classify a bunch of documents, the White House, the Department of Justice would have to say that publicly. They'd have to say, oh, after you passed the bill or something, Trump classified all these documents. As I understand it. Overbuild thinks every name is going to be blacked out and we aren't going to be able to see anything or find out anything. This is a big waste of time. Be Present thinks he won't sign until after Thanksgiving. Is there any chance he'll just not sign it and post, I'm releasing the files? So the idea is he'll just say, I'm doing it myself, which he could do anyway. What do you think about that idea? Has anyone brought up that idea? That he doesn't sign the bill and make it a law, and he just does it himself, so he can say, I did it myself. But maybe if he does it himself, the thinking is he doesn't want certain restrictions in the law to apply. But then what happened? The problem with that is that if he doesn't sign it in 10 days, it's considered passed. If he vetoes it, his veto can be overridden by Congress. So that don't work. But I just wonder if there's a world in which he just says, I'm releasing the documents myself and doesn't sign it. Jenna says thanks Jenna for your support. Jenna says a blanker won't release his own blanks. Jinx says I could see him doing that. You see my theory. This is not my theory. I'm not saying this can happen. But the possibility I'm raising is that he posts on True Social and says, look, I don't need a law to make me do these things. I have nothing to hide. There's nothing to hide about this stupid hoax. So I am ordering that the files be released. I don't need a stupid bill to tell me to do that. I'm doing it myself. And he just orders it. And then who knows what the specifics are about the release. And then and then it's like he doesn't give Congress the satisfaction of signing the bill. Lucy Goosey says that's very on brand. You see what I'm saying? I do feel like it's the kind of thing he might do. Michelle Lee thinks he signed it already, just not making a big deal out of it. Thank you, Nick Rose. Nick thinks Trump is afraid that it might cause him to get impeached. Wow, that's it's a bold prediction, Nick. Thank you, Nick, for your support. Now, again, I have seen no reporting today, no statements by anyone about when he might sign it. Give me a moment here. NASA is going to release images of interstellar space object. So maybe we might throw that up on the screen just when it starts happening. As we wait for President Trump. Here, look, this is what's happening today. Whoa, 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 whoa. Why am I hearing? Where's that coming from? There we go. Okay. NASA to share Comet 3 Atlas images from spacecraft and telescopes. NASA will host a live event at 3 Eastern Time to share imagery of the interstellar comet 3I Atlas. Comet 3I Atlas is only the third object ever identified as entering our solar system from elsewhere in the galaxy. While it poses no threat to Earth and will get no closer than 170 million miles to Earth, the comet flew within 19 million miles of Mars in early October. So maybe we'll take a look at that for a little bit. Oh, hang on one moment here. By the way, Bitcoin is down to 88,000, around 88,850 or so. It is below 89,000. One of our viewers just mentioned that. We are bringing you the latest updates. No updates yet on when President Trump might sign this bill. I keep looking. I also want to see if by any chance the White House will show Melania Trump speaking at 3. I don't think they're going to show it, though. Hey, thanks to Rule. Rule thinks that Trump is allowing the left-wing propaganda to flourish for a while so he can obtain another massive payout from the government, just like Russian hoax. That is Rule's theory. Oh, I wanted to mention, I was going to show you this. Hold on, let's look at this. Despite congressional action, quick release of Epstein files is in doubt, says the Washington Post. For the past week, official Washington has talked constantly about the Jeffrey Epstein investigation. Except for the agency that has custody of the Epstein files, the Justice Department has been silent. Yesterday, the House and Senate agreed to pass a bill calling on Attorney General Pam Bondi to release all unclassified information and files related to the sprawling sex trafficking investigation into the one-time powerful financier. The Justice Department so far has continued to say little about how it would respond to that demand. There are many reasons to doubt that a bulk release of the files is imminent, says the Washington Post. Today, Bondi broke the official silence, but only slightly. At a news conference on an unrelated issue, she parried repeated questions about the Epstein files, saying, "We will continue to follow the law with maximum transparency while protecting victims." She said that several times, I believe. If President Trump wanted Bondi to release all the files, he could have ordered her to do so at any point in the last 6 months. He has not. On Sunday, when Trump did an about-face and House Republicans and said House Republicans should vote in favor of releasing the files, he notably did not say that he favored releasing them. Instead, he said in a social media post, "The House can have whatever they are legally entitled to. I don't care." But what Congress is legally entitled to is a more complicated question than the rhetoric from Capitol Hill might imply. This is just what we've been talking about possible exceptions they might cite to allow them to not release stuff. The legislation that Congress agreed to pass gives the Justice Department a few exceptions under which it can refuse to release material. Among them, this is just what we were talking about. If the release of material would jeopardize an active federal investigation or ongoing prosecution. This is literally what we were talking about a little while ago. So the Justice Department can say, well, we're not going to release this material because releasing it would jeopardize an active federal investigation. Remember, on Friday, Trump ordered Bondi to launch a new federal investigation related to Epstein. This one aimed at his ties to several prominent Democrats, including former President Clinton, mega donor Reid Hoffman, and former Treasury Secretary Lawrence Summers. Bondi said that investigation was happening. And as we said, she began that investigation more than 4 months after the FBI and DOJ said it would not be releasing the Epstein files and that the files contained no information that would lead officials to investigate anyone else. Today she was asked about that and she said she had received new information that led her to now investigate people. She did not provide any details about that information. What she said is, there is new information, additional information, and again, we will continue to follow the law and investigate any leads. That new investigation could become a reason for the Justice Department to block release of many files. Bondi and her deputies have previously said they cannot release information about active investigations. Oh, and this is what some of you guys were talking about, grand jury. Other information could be covered by grand jury secrecy rules. The bill Congress agreed to pass does not explicitly waive grand jury secrecy rules. The Justice Department has also said many of the files cannot be released because they contain sensitive victim information and pornographic material. The legislation contains another exception allowing the Justice Department to withhold material that would constitute a clearly unwarranted invasion of personal privacy. How is that defined? Or depicts or contains child sexual abuse. The Deputy Attorney General today said, "Of course we're going to protect victims, and the law as written allows us to do that." There would not be much Congress could do if the Justice Department refused to hand over the files, since the bill does not have any enforcement teeth. If the House decided to issue a subpoena demanding the materials and the Justice Department refused, the chamber's leaders could refer officials for criminal prosecution, but it would fall to Bondi to decide whether to prosecute herself or her deputies, rendering that threat potentially empty. On Tuesday, some Republican lawmakers said they were confident that given the legislation, the administration would release the files. Senator Rand Paul of Kentucky said he hoped the vote in the House was so overwhelming that it would persuade the administration not to block the release of the files. He said, "I think that would be a mistake. I think it'd be a mistake. If they really try to play games and obscure some of that, I think it'll really backfire on them." But some Democrats were more pessimistic. Senator Peter Welch of Vermont said he would not be surprised if Bondi refused to release documents because of the investigation she announced last week, the investigation that Trump asked for. Welch thinks Trump does not want the information out. So, Facebook, yeah, I heard Facebook had an issue stream. Surprise, surprise, there's an issue with Facebook. I guess I have to restart the stream. I guess. I'll try. Unless Facebook's down. Facebook's gonna Facebook. I'm trying to restart the stream on Facebook. I don't know if there's a problem with Facebook live streaming. Facebook is live again. Facebook is live again. Hang on a moment here. Oh, let's look at this NASA event for a second. We're gonna interrupt the stream to check out NASA's announcement. NASA is sharing photos, images of interstellar comet 3I Atlas. So give me 1 second. I'm going to put this on the screen for you from NASA. I need to get it up on the screen. One moment. They're talking right now. All right, here's the NASA broadcast. Hold on a second here.
Observations of the comet on July 1st, 2025 to the Minor Planet Center. And NASA...
Hold on, I'm hearing two audio. I'm hearing double audio. Why am I hearing double audio? Oh, I know why. Here it is.
What is a comet? It's a small, natural, solid body that is a combination of rocky and icy material that evaporates as it warms when it's close to a star like the sun. But to start with, I'd like to address the rumors right at the beginning. I think it's important that we talk about that. This object is a comet. It looks and behaves like a comet and all evidence points to it being a comet. But this one came from outside the solar system, which makes it fascinating, exciting, and scientifically very important. This is only the third interstellar object like this that humanity has ever found. And a little bit more about the rumors. I think it's very important, and I'm actually very excited that a lot of the world was speculating about the comet while NASA was in a period where we couldn't speak about it due to the recent government shutdown. I think what I took away from that whole experience and watching that as we were working during the shutdown was just how interested and how excited people were about the possibility of what this comet could be. There was a lot of speculation about what it could be, but what I think is really awesome is that folks were interested in this incredible finding that we observed and that came from the heavens, and what that means, what it could mean about how magical the universe could be. It expanded people's brains to think about how magical the universe could be. And I'll tell you, here at NASA, we think that every day. And so it's really great that you were able to join us while we were, not able to comment because of the shutdown constraints about what that comet is, because we think the universe is a magical place, and we spend your treasure and we spend all of our time trying to make sure that we explore that and share it with you as much as we can. In fact, we want very much to find signs of life in the universe. In fact, just a few months ago, we were with you and we talked about what we think might be the signal from ancient life on the surface of Mars, from our amazing machines that have been roving the planet for 30 years to look for those things. That is something that's really important for us to learn about and discover. It could be an amazing discovery if and when we can confirm that. But 3I Atlas is a comet. So my colleagues from the Science Mission Directorate will go through the images in detail. But just to give you a peek, here's one of the images from the closest physical instrument we had to the comet, from the HiRISE instrument on our Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter, taken on October 2nd as the comet sailed by at a distance of 19 million miles from the instrument. You can see that Comet 3I Atlas looks like a fuzzy white ball. That ball is a cloud of dust and ice called the coma, which is shed by the comet as it continues its trajectory towards the sun. I'll leave it to my esteemed colleagues to share further details, and I'd like to introduce you to the head of NASA Science, Nikki Fox.
Thank you so much. It is such a rare opportunity for us to be able to observe this interstellar comet. And NASA Science has been given this really, really exciting opportunity to do it, and literally from the moment of its discovery. Just like Amit said, comets are tiny cosmic snowballs. And by studying them, we can learn about the environment from, basically where they formed, where they came from. This one came from a different environment from our own. And so we're already starting to see some really interesting differences to comets from our own solar system. 3I Atlas, as you heard, is the third known interstellar object to pass through our solar system, the first one being identified in 2017. While these types of interstellar objects have long been predicted, we are just beginning to be able to find them thanks to the newest technologies with our network of Earth-based telescopes, which are designed to find small, fast-moving objects in space. The NASA-funded Atlas Survey Telescope, which made the discovery, is part of NASA's Planetary Defense Network. Our telescopes are always watching the skies to keep us safe, and in doing so, they occasionally make major scientifically interesting discoveries, just like this one. Right away, of course, NASA's Planetary Defense Coordination Office they studied it, and they established that 3I Atlas is not a danger to Earth. In fact, it's at least twice as far away as the distance between the Earth and our sun. On October 30th, the comet itself reached the closest it will ever be to the sun when it crossed just inside Mars's orbit, which is why the image that Amit just showed, he noted it was the closest instrument physically to the comet, because the comet was right inside the orbit of Mars. Earth was on the opposite side of the sun, which is about as far away as our planet can possibly be from Mars. It's been clear from the moment of discovery that the comet was going to pass on the opposite side of the sun from where the Earth is. However, it was also clear that its positioning behind the sun was going to make observations from Earth very, very difficult. And that is why we are so happy to have our incredible fleet of NASA science spacecraft all across the solar system. And boy, were they ready for this event. NASA's science assets on board our missions have provided the United States the unique capability to observe 3I Atlas almost the entire time it passes through our celestial neighborhood. Everything NASA science does is interconnected, and nearly 20 mission teams have been working together to really rise to this challenge. 20 mission teams, by the way, and counting. Everything we're learning about the comet is possible because of the distribution of all of the different instruments on our spacecraft with different capabilities. And I'll note that for some of them, we've even pushed our scientific instruments beyond their normal capabilities, beyond the things that they were designed to achieve to allow us to capture this amazing glimpse at this interstellar traveler. In other words, we can study this comet so well because we have many different assets in different locations, observing things in different wavelengths, in different ways, with different instruments, each set of observations providing a different lens for understanding objects in the sky. So NASA's science team has kept watch on 3I Atlas for nearly its entire journey through the solar system for the first time ever. So I'll just quickly go through the timeline of which NASA spacecraft have observed the comet thus far, and we're still going. There will be more opportunities to observe this comet as it continues.
I'm cutting in here for a second. So we're just taking a moment to watch this live video from NASA, where they're talking about the interstellar comet 3I Atlas. No, 3I Atlas. Sorry, and it is the only the third object ever identified as entering our solar system from elsewhere in the galaxy. Okay, so we've been watching this, and they're releasing some images. We saw one image. But the the main part of the main focus of this stream is the Epstein Files bill. When will Trump sign it? Well, he was supposedly going to sign it today. Last night, a White House official reportedly said he'll sign it as soon as it gets to his desk. Well, presumably it's on its desk. It's on its desk already, and it's been on there for. It could have gotten there hours ago. I don't know of any kind of delay that would be expected. But he hasn't signed it yet. He hasn't announced he's going to sign it today yet. No word from the White House on this, so we're just waiting to see about this. And I've been constantly checking to see if there's any more news about it, but nothing yet. So I'm still looking, but we wanted to just take a couple-minute break just to listen to this and see this. But I will keep an eye on everything. I wonder, it'll be interesting to see, there's nothing else on the White House official schedule for today? Might the press call a lid? A lid is when the president is not expected to appear for the rest of the day. So that could be interesting if we hear that the White House, will the White House call a lid for the day? Brad thinks he ain't signing nothing. Teddy Boy thinks he won't sign it ever. He got back to the White House from his speech about 2 hours ago. Again, 1:18 p.m. he got back to the White House. He said previously he's going to sign it. He didn't say it today. Ramona Scott thinks he's waiting for Bondi to say she's done scrubbing the docks to remove his name. Give me a moment here. Hold on one sec. We'll take some more of your comments on the air. You can also write to me on X, at Lookner. At Lookner on X. Yeah, one of the viewers just said he had 10 days to sign. 10 days plus Sunday, I believe. Oh, here's another picture. Another picture is being shown. They're showing another image. Sorry.
Looked at 3i Atlas not long after we discovered it from the ground. At this point, 3i Atlas was about 277 million miles from Earth. And what Hubble's images revealed was a few things. First, a teardrop-shaped coma of dust coming off that solid, icy nucleus of the comet itself. From these data, astronomers were able to more accurately narrow a few things. Importantly, the size of the nucleus. We now know it's between, at that point actually, we knew it was between 1,400 feet in diameter up to as large as 3.5 miles in diameter. And Hubble also saw that the comet was losing dust. And not just losing it, but losing it at a rate consistent with other previous sun-bound comets that originated from within our solar system, consistent with the physics that we figured out from watching those objects. Now, the last thing Hubble did is it gave us a better understanding of the orbit of this object. Tell us not just where it was, but where it was heading, so we could point other observatories at it, such as the James Webb Space Telescope. We added this to our fleet early in this decade. We didn't have it when the last two interstellar comets came around. And what James Webb did, and its companion Sphere-X, which we only launched at the beginning of this year, is it added infrared observations. The power of infrared observations is, these are colors we can't see. They're redder than what our eyes can detect. And infrared light is particularly good at helping us understand the composition of objects. We can see little molecular fingerprints from the things that the objects are made of.
All right, we'll turn the audio back on. Oh, if there's more images now, so I'll turn the audio back on. Hold on a second.
And in the bright cloud of gas and dust surrounding that comet as it approaches the sun. Those molecular fingerprints I mentioned, those are the little like science wiggles you might see in the top right of these images. We now know from seeing those science wiggles, those fingerprints of those molecules, that the comet has a nucleus rich in carbon dioxide as well as the presence of water ice. Now, the ratio, like we can not just say that these things are there, we can also say, what's the ratio of carbon dioxide to water? And we now know that. We know it's larger than what we usually see in solar system objects. But there's a lot of natural explanations for that. For one, the carbon dioxide is going to kind of bake off that comet earlier on when it's far away. But there's other well-understood processes that could also explain it. I'll just, to put this in context, there are, every time we look beyond our solar system and we look at the ratios of carbon dioxide to water, we see, whether it's a star or a planet, different ratios than we see in the solar system, and that's true for this comet as well. So it could mean, and this is the last theory of why those ratios could be different, that these ices could have been exposed to higher levels of radiation than comets in our own system. Or, as I said before, could be that the comet just formed from a region where carbon dioxide ice was particularly abundant and different from our solar system. Other missions like our SWIFT spacecraft, which studies X-rays and gamma rays, have also observed the comet. Teams even looked back through data from our TESS mission, which was designed to look at exoplanets, and found observations of the comet as early as May. That information is helping us understand the comet's history before it got closer and when those other observatories pointed at it once we knew where it was.
All right, again, we're kind of cutting back in and checking out some of that announcement as we wait to see, will President Trump sign the Epstein Files Transparency Act today? Will he sign it today? It's already 3:15 p.m. He has been back at the White House after his speech for about 2 hours. There is no word that it's been signed. There is no word that it's scheduled to be signed. Cables and Bits think he won't. Melancholia thinks he won't. Daniel Utah says Trump is putting files on the comet. Ruth thinks tonight maybe. Style Mantis says he will. I thought he might sign it this morning. Maybe off the air. Ryan Minitz says, can we get official confirmation that the bill has arrived at President Trump's desk instead of assumptions? Ryan, I'm not in the Oval Office, but given that the Senate passed it this morning, over 5 hours ago, I have seen no reporting or any kind of reliable source whatsoever that would suggest to me any reason that it could not be on his desk. What I would say is, if it's not on his desk, waiting to be signed, that suggests to me that it's an intentional move that it's not on his desk. I can't imagine what possible delay for 5 hours there could be. I can't imagine that the reason he hasn't signed it yet is that somehow it's not available for him to sign. Now, I don't know that for sure. I think it's a pretty reasonable assumption at this point that if he wanted to sign it, he could have. Maybe he hasn't. It hasn't been reported. I will certainly let you know if I see that there's any kind of reporting on that. The New York Times said a couple hours ago, the New York Times said the bill has not yet been presented to the president and it wasn't clear when it might reach his desk. Again, I can't imagine a world in which President Trump is sitting at his desk saying, I have my pen, I'm ready to sign it. Where is the bill? And everybody who works in the White House is running around going, where's this bill? Why can't we find the bill? Did somebody lose it? Did it get dropped behind the copier machine? I mean, come on. So, you know. Also, I would think if there was some kind of like day-long process that, whatever it might be, for the bill to somehow make it to his desk. I follow a lot of different outlets and reporters who specialize in this stuff, and not a single one has said anything about some sort of many hours long process that would be required for whatever reason to get the bill to his desk. Give me a moment here. Turn the volume on for a second so you can hear.
Farther from the sun than the comet is, so that you can see it backlit. We could not get this view from the vantage point of the Earth. So combining the data from Lucy, Psyche, and Earth-based telescopes, scientists are hoping to better understand both the three-dimensional structure of the comet and the nature of the dust. It's a rare opportunity to compare ancient dust from a distant solar system to that from our own. Now let's go to the next picture from the MAVEN spacecraft at Mars. At the beginning of October, 3i Atlas passed within 20 million miles of Mars, which gave our Mars spacecraft an opportunity for a close-up. And earlier you saw the image that Ahmed shared from our Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter. MAVEN is another Mars orbiter that has been studying the Martian atmosphere since 2014. Now, this picture is not a direct picture of the comet itself. It's a spectrum. You're seeing the science wiggles that Sean was just talking about. This is some of those science wiggles where the instrument.
By the way, I just want to mention this. CBS News reported over 4 hours ago. CBS News reported over 4 hours ago. They said the House today formally sent to the Senate a bill that would force the Justice Department to release files related to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, the final procedural move before the legislation can be sent to President Trump for his signature. Last night, the Senate already approved it. The only thing procedurally that needed to be done before it goes to President Trump was for the House to send over the bill. But it has been sent. And I believe that the Senate reported it was sent over 5 hours ago. The Senate press gallery said at 10:06 a.m., they said the Epstein Files Transparency Act was received from the House and the bill is passed. And according to CBS News, the House sending the bill to the Senate was the last procedural hurdle that needed to be cleared before the bill goes to his desk. There is no other procedure that needs to go, no other step that needs to be gone through. Bad Toastery says, why would Trump delay? Now, we don't know that he's delaying. Maybe he has been busy doing other things. Maybe he's signed it already and they just haven't announced it. So we just don't know. The only thing we do know is it's not been officially announced that it's been signed. Little Willow thinks he's not delaying. Karen M thinks he's busy preparing to invade Venezuela. Oxytropist thinks he's going to make a big deal out of signing it. Mana Mayhem. This is an interesting theory. Mana Mayhem thinks that the White House is going to have survivors there when he signs it. And they're waiting to arrange that. You know, we watched a press conference yesterday. We watched a press conference with several members of Congress and a bunch of survivors. And one of them, at least one of them at the press conference said, maybe Ro Khanna, but I'm not sure, said, I hope that President Trump it would be great if he had some of the survivors there when he signs it. Now, maybe that's something that's being planned. Some of you think he does it. He's not going to have a signing ceremony. Martin, the Senate has confirmed, what the Senate has confirmed is that they have received it from the House, which CBS News says is the last procedural step before being sent to before he can sign it. You said, did the Senate confirm they're sending it? I don't think the Senate is going to send out a message saying we have sent a courier to bring the bill over. I'm not aware that we're waiting for that. So again, I have seen no official announcement or news report saying the bill is physically on his desk, but I have seen no reporting anywhere that there is any kind of significant barrier to taking a bill which has done everything it needs to do and taking it from the Senate to his desk. So I have to imagine that if it's not signed yet, it's by choice. Now, maybe it'll turn out I'm wrong, and you can tell me I'm wrong. As I told you, CBS News said 4 hours ago, there are no more procedural hurdles. Thank you, by the way, Martin, for your support. Thank you so much, Martin. Thanks also, Napoleon Solo. Napoleon Solo says, no big mystery here. It's on his desk and he just hasn't signed it yet or announced that it's been signed. It's possible he already signed it. I agree with that. It's possible he has signed it. I believe, Martin, that the Senate has said everything they're going to say about this, which is that it is now officially passed. It has been sent over from the House. Thank you also to Boomer Wow for your support. Boomer Wow says if this were a Trump impeachment bill, there would be a parade of congresspeople moving documents in front of the camera. Do you mean a bill by him or a bill to impeach him? Thank you, Boomer Wow. Our viewer, Moon72 says he called it a hoax. He won't have the victims there. I'm going to remove this broadcast. By the way, you can go to NASA social media if you want to see the rest of the broadcast. I don't think we need to. We showed some of the images NASA was showing of the comet. So you can go, if you want to see more of that, you can go over to NASA social media and check that out. We got to get our focus back on. Hold on a second here. By the way, NASA said on their social media, speaking of NASA, I'll show you. They said, thanks for your questions. Our content releases were paused during the government shutdown. Now that we're fully operational again, we're excited to share multiple images of the comet with you today. One of our viewers said that Marjorie Taylor Greene would be with Trump when he signs it. Could they do that and do like we make up and we're not feuding anymore kind of thing? That would be interesting. Malibus thinks he's inviting Ghislaine Maxwell for the signing. Well, go ahead says he's going to blame AutoPen. It is now 3:29 p.m. Some of our viewers are mentioning crypto, by the way. The current price of Bitcoin is, that I'm seeing, is about 89,000. Hey, thanks to, by the way, I owe a couple thank yous. Thanks so much to Leon for your support. Thanks to Sky B and Berenico and Sharon Goslin, our members. Thanks, Kenneth Smith. Thanks, Kenneth Smith, for your support. Thanks, Rule, for your support. Also, Alexander's Skills. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, Alexander. I'm sorry. Alexander's Skills. Very much appreciate it. Also, Thomas Trainwreck. Thanks for being a member. Lost Alien. Thanks for subscribing on Twitch, Thomas Trainwreck. Thanks, Lost Alien, for subscribing. Thanks, Daddy Dino, for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you so much. It'll be very interesting if he doesn't sign it today. Artist Caverlin thinks the whole world is waiting for this to get signed. Juliana Martin says, I wish he would just sign it so the survivors get their justice and people are put behind bars. Mario Williams thinks no one is going to jail. Thank you to Shameless Senpai for being a member. And Confidence in God for being a member. Vino thinks there's nothing new in it. Nanas thinks signing this bill does not mean justice will be served. This has nothing to do with that. If they can charge someone, they will without this signing. This was a story from earlier today, which they've now updated. Oh, that's just the latest. You can see AP reported earlier today, bill to release Epstein files passes in Senate, heads to Trump for signature. I don't know if there's anything new about this in here. Mikey C. thinks this will change nothing and we still won't see the majority of these files. DMF Squiggle says, I thought he may be waiting for primetime TV hours. Miss Joe says he's too busy. He's putting America first. If it's not urgent like the files aren't, he won't sign them till needed. Well, we are still live here. You know what I'm going to do real quick? So, while I have a second here, this is a sponsored broadcast. I really appreciate our sponsor, Gold Safe Exchange. When we have a sponsored broadcast, the way we do it was we say something about it at the start of the broadcast, and then later in the broadcast, we mentioned it one more time. We've been on the air for several hours now. So let's hear about our sponsor, and then right after that, we will take some more of your comments and bring you more live updates. You know, a number of people these days are investing in gold, silver, and other precious metals as a way of diversifying their portfolio. If you're interested in purchasing some precious metals, one way you can do that is with a precious metals IRA. This is an IRS-approved type of IRA in which your savings are invested into gold or other precious metals. If that kind of thing sounds interesting to you, if you want to know more, you can reach out to the folks at Gold Safe Exchange. They specialize in gold IRAs and other precious metals IRAs. Gold Safe Exchange puts a priority on customer service and transparency. They've got an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. They have a price match guarantee. If you find a lower quote, they'll beat it. And they explain their processes in clear language so their clients know what's happening with their money. Also, they abide by all government security and safety standards. So if you're even a little interested in opening a gold IRA or other precious metals IRA, call Gold Safe Exchange at 800-341-6727 for a no-pressure chat. Or visit them on the web at goldsafeexchange.com/agenda-free. And mention Agenda-Free TV when you reach out to access a special offer where you could get free gold or silver with qualifying purchases. All right, let's get some more, I'll try to get some more updates on what is going on with this bill. Will it be signed today? You know what I can show you again is Pam Bondi took a few questions today about the Epstein files and the bill. So we may want to replay that. We didn't even get to see the start of that announcement. Hold on a second here. I think maybe we should check that out. I should have it for you here. Give me a moment. That's what I'm going to do. Let me find this. Yeah, let's do that. We should check that out. I just have to download it here. Let me download it and then we can watch it. Big Mouth says, what would happen if Trump doesn't sign? If he doesn't sign within roughly 10 days, 10 days plus Sunday and maybe some other leeway, the bill becomes a law. He has to sign or veto within a certain amount of time, or the bill becomes a law. Yeah, it already went through the Senate. Already went through. It's very quick. They didn't even have a individual recorded individual vote. Okay, I have the videos. So there was a DOJ announcement today, and we caught it right at the Q&A, but Pam Bondi was there, Kash Patel was there, and they took some questions about the Epstein files. But I also thought maybe we should watch the video because we didn't even get a chance to see the whole thing. So let's check that out. Jet Slow thinks he signed it already. As I said, that's certainly possible, but we have not been told if he signed it. If he has signed it, that's being kept secret by the White House at the moment. All right, so let's check this out. Hold on, I'm putting this on the screen here for you. Quick shout out to our moderators. Again, I really appreciate all of them. Ruth Krafasi and Leslie Ladyhawk and Beth Mythical on YouTube. And thanks Alex Banking7 for the membership on YouTube. Thank you. And also on Twitch, Bastion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, and Sarah. On Facebook, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson, thanks so much. Our viewer, Louisa Knight, who's also a subscriber, thanks Louisa, says, there will be questions if he doesn't sign it. Audrey Burbank says, the day is young. Thanks Susan Priest-Buchner and Marie Goodson-Hamilton and Chuck Mosca for subscribing as well. And thanks to our Twitch moderators. Hold on, our Twitch moderators, Bastion Girl. Did I say them already? I'm confused. I'm forgetting what I said. But I'll thank them again if I thanked them already. Bastion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, and Sarah. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us on X. And shout out to some of our Twitch subscribers like Gina Pina, Wall Street, and Shaggy. Thanks for subscribing over there and supporting the channel. And I Got That Fire. Thanks for subscribing. Tater Mong for subscribing. And all of our Twitch subscribers. Thomas Trainwreck, The Lost Alien, Daddy Dino, thank you. Okay, here we go. And Short Boo Driver, thank you for subscribing on Twitch. So this was today. This was earlier. And again, this is a DOJ announcement, but at the end of the announcement, they take some questions which are about the Epstein files. But I figure let's just check out the announcement as well because we didn't even get a chance to see it before. So I'm putting it on the screen right now for you. If I can get it to fit. I might make it smaller a bit so you can see everybody. All right, here we go. I hope this works. Let's see.
Morning. Hi. All right. Good afternoon. Today, the Justice Department is proud to announce new developments in our ongoing investigation into Ryan James Wedding. Wedding is the former Olympian from Canada who is now the leader of a transnational criminal enterprise. He's currently on the FBI's, and has been, top 10 most wanted list. He controls one of the most prolific and violent drug trafficking organizations in this world. He is currently the largest distributor of cocaine in Canada. Wedding collaborates closely with the Sinaloa cartel, a foreign terrorist organization, to flood not only American but also Canadian communities with cocaine coming from Colombia. His organization is responsible for importing approximately 60 metric tons of cocaine a year into Los Angeles via semi-trucks from Mexico. To put that in perspective, 60 metric tons is approximately the weight of 40 standard cars. Imagine that. That's how much cocaine, the weight of 40 cars, he is bringing into our country a year. In the course of the investigation, more than 35 individuals have been indicted. Over 2,000 kilos and numerous weapons have been seized. Approximately $3.2 million in cryptocurrency has been recovered, and over $13 million in physical assets has been confiscated. Wedding is also accused of murdering a federal witness after he was indicted in 2024. He used a Canadian website called The Dirty News to post photographs of the witness and his wife in order to locate him, which ultimately succeeded. The witness was gunned down in a restaurant in Medellin before he could testify against Wedding. Today, we're unsealing a new indictment, charging Wedding with 2 additional counts of witness tampering and intimidation, murder, money laundering, and drug trafficking. The website that was used to hunt down this witness and his wife, that has since been removed. That has been deleted. Protecting federal witnesses from retaliation is core to the department's mission. It's about individual safety, but more, it's about protecting the rule of law itself. The new indictment also includes several other individuals involved in the murder of the witness and other crimes in connection with this criminal enterprise. You're going to be hearing more about that from the people behind me. We're working very closely with our partners at the State Department and the Department of Treasury. The State Department has raised the reward for Ryan Wedding from $10 million to $15 million. We're offering $2 million rewards for information leading to the arrest of those involved in the murder of the witness. The Treasury Department's Foreign Asset Control is seizing assets belonging to approximately 19 of the targets associated with Wedding's criminal enterprise, worth hundreds of millions of dollars. I want to thank the FBI, the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Central District of California, as well as our Canadian law enforcement partners for their steadfast commitment to bring Ryan Wedding to justice. I also want to thank the Colombian National Police, who have greatly helped us. Let me be clear, drugs are killing our kids. Whether you are a street-level drug dealer, a common street-level drug dealer, or an international drug kingpin, we are coming for you, we will find you, and you will be accountable and held to justice for your crimes. It's killing our kids, it's killing our friends, it's killing our relatives, and this guy is responsible for a tremendous amount of that horror. President Trump gave us one mission: make America safe again.
Hold on, I have to play the next video. It's broken up into parts. Hold on. Here we go.
And we will not sit idly by and let these drug dealers continue to do business, run roughshod on our neighborhoods, and put the American people and our Canadian people in harm's way. To the American people, the Justice Department will use every tool available to catch these monsters. Thank you to all of our partners in this fight. From day one, Ryan Wedding has been on the top of Director Patel's radar to get him. We have talked about him constantly. And I'd now like to introduce Director Patel, who has done a tremendous job in his efforts to catch these monsters. Director Patel.
Thank you, General. As the Attorney General stated, our mission since the Attorney General and the Deputy Attorney General and this tremendous team was assembled by President Trump is to safeguard American lives. Already this year, thanks to the Department of Justice's leadership, in combination with the interagency, including this FBI, have seized record amounts of narcotics to include record amounts of cocaine, including record amounts of fentanyl. All of these narcotics are enabled by our enemies to go after our youth and our communities and kill and destroy American civilization. Under President Trump's leadership, we have been shutting that down since day one. As the Attorney General mentioned, this is an indictment, an additional indictment, an arrest of multiple subjects, nearly a dozen more, and that brings the total to approximately 36 indicted. And you'll hear the details from the tremendous team established here by the Attorney General. Most importantly, you do not get to be a drug kingpin and evade the law. Make no mistake about it. Ryan Wedding is a modern-day iteration of Pablo Escobar. He's a modern-day iteration of El Chapo Guzman. This Justice Department and this FBI will work with our Canadian counterparts and the government officials across the world to bring him to justice. He is responsible for engineering a narco-trafficking and narco-terrorism program that we have not seen in a long time. He will not evade justice. We are here today because this Department of Justice, behind Attorney General's brilliant leadership and the Deputy Attorney General, have made it clear to the American people with the indictments they have brought that law enforcement and agencies like this FBI will lead the effort to go out there and make sure these animals are brought to justice. And that's exactly what we will do. This step, this interagency step, is a huge, huge step towards obtaining justice for so many American lives lost and so many American lives saved. Thanks to the courageous efforts of law enforcement. This is what a great team looks like, working together for the American people under the motto that President Trump set forth to make America safe again. It's incredibly humbling for this FBI to be a part of it and to lead out the efforts on Ryan Wedding. And for those of you out there that have any information on Ryan Wedding, now is the time to speak up. Now is the time to help us. This FBI has always engaged the public around the world for their assistance in bringing some of the world's most dangerous criminals and terrorists to justice. And we are doing so again today. He will not evade justice. He will not evade our capture. He will not evade arrest, and he will not evade prosecution. Because of the Attorney General's leadership here today, we are taking a huge, huge step in that direction. And I'm honored to be a part of this FBI and leading its men and women in law enforcement on a daily basis. It's really one of the best things I've ever encountered. And the teamwork is something I just want to stress more than anything. Our federal, state, and local partners have bonded together like never before to bring you these results that we've talked about these last 8-9 months. And today is just yet another example of a historic achievement for the Trump administration in safeguarding American lives. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to the Assistant Director in charge of our Los Angeles Field Office, Akil Davis, for some more details about the FBI's work. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Akil Davis, Assistant Director in charge of the FBI's Los Angeles Division. Today we are here to highlight the success of the FBI's Homeland Security Task Force in which this operation fell under. Our Homeland Security Task Force is made up of several federal agencies along with state and local counterparts. We work closely with RCMP, as you're going to hear from later, to target the Ryan Wedding drug trafficking organization. Make no mistake, Ryan Wedding is extremely dangerous. He's extremely violent and he's extremely wealthy. He's being protected by the Sinaloa cartel, along with others in the country of Mexico. We will find him, and we will bring him to justice. He is so important to the efforts of the United States government that the State Department has put up a $15 million reward for his capture. Let me say that again, a $15 million reward for his capture. Ryan Wedding has orchestrated murders against his rivals, against cooperating witnesses, against anybody that crosses his path. And as you've heard already, he has trafficked record levels of drugs, fentanyl, heroin, cocaine, methamphetamine, all the things that are rampant on our streets. He has been a part of that and a main cause of that. And that is why you see so much resources dedicated to dismantling his organization, which we have done mostly here today. We will capture Ryan Wedding. We will bring him to justice. If you have information leading to his capture, you can contact the FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI or tips.fbi.gov. Make no mistake, Ryan Wedding is dangerous. Do not approach him on your own. Please call us and let us do our job. Thank you. I will now turn it over to United States Attorney Bill Asaley.
Bill Asaley came from California to be here today. That's how important this case is. And President Trump, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, and I are thrilled to have Bill Asaley on our team. I think Deputy Attorney General Blanche talks to Bill Asaley daily, and I talk to him at least once a week. He is doing an incredible job to keep America safe and to keep Californians safe. So it's my honor now to have Bill join us.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm Bill Asaley. I am the First Assistant U.S. Attorney at the Central District of California, the leader of that office. As the Attorney General said, today an indictment was unsealed against Ryan James Wedding, a former snowboarder who was once an Olympic athlete and who is now on the FBI's top 10 most wanted list and the subject of a $15 million reward. Wedding and 14 other defendants, including a Canadian lawyer and a Latin pop star, are federally charged with orchestrating the January 2025 murder of a witness who was shot 5 times in the head at a restaurant in Colombia and who died instantly. Wedding placed a bounty on the victim's head in the erroneous belief that the victim's death would result in the dismissal of criminal charges against him and his international drug trafficking ring, and would further ensure that he was not extradited to the United States. He was wrong. The murder also involved a Canadian website, as the Attorney General discussed, which claimed to be a news outlet. This so-called news outlet, the Dirty News, was paid by a co-defendant to post a photograph of the victim, witness, and his wife online so that he could be hunted down and killed. Law enforcement yesterday seized that website pursuant to a judicially authorized warrant. That website no longer exists. I want to say this to Mr. Wedding and to the other defendants involved in his drug trafficking organization. Your days are numbered. Our agents and prosecutors will relentlessly pursue you and anyone who assists you and bring you to justice, not just anywhere. We're going to bring you to justice in the United States of America. And I want to just add a couple things here. Mr. Wedding is the most prolific cocaine trafficker in Canada, but he used Southern California, my district, as a hub for his logistics to move the cocaine. The reason he selected California is because of California's weak laws on crime. They knew if they were popped with cocaine in California, they probably wouldn't get much of a sentence. But they made one big miscalculation. They didn't think about us, the U.S. Department of Justice, Attorney General Bondi, and what this administration would do to individuals like him who use the United States to traffic their drugs. And he will be brought to justice. I'm confident of that. I want to note the lawyer that we arrested yesterday. We arrested 12 people yesterday in an international takedown. You're going to hear more about that. One of which is his lawyer in Canada. His lawyer advised him to kill this witness. His lawyer told him if you kill this witness, the case would be dismissed. That lawyer is now in custody, and he'll be extradited and brought to justice. here in the United States. So all this to say, it doesn't matter who you are or where you are. When the United
And we will not sit idly by and let these drug dealers continue.
It's broken up into pieces on the replay. So I'm just clicking on the next one. Here we go.
States government and this Department of Justice decides we're going after someone, we're going to get you. America always gets its guy. And let me tell you this as well. Not only do we have a mandate from the Attorney General and as the Attorney General and the FBI Director said, to make America safe again by the President, through this operation today, we're making North America safe again. And with that, I'll turn it over to Chris Landberg, Senior Bureau Official at the Department of State.
Great, thank you. Good morning. So I'm Chris Landberg, head of the International Narcotics and Law Enforcement Bureau at the Department of State. I want to thank the Attorney General for hosting us today for this important event. So today, the Department of State, as you've heard, is continuing to fulfill one of President Trump's first promises when he took office, to stop the brutal criminals who are trafficking deadly drugs into our country. In coordination with the FBI and our partners in Mexico and Canada, the Department of State is increasing our reward offer, as you have heard, to up to $15 million for information leading to the arrest and or conviction of Ryan James Wedding. This is a $5 million increase from our previous reward offer. Wedding abandoned an Olympic-level athletic path for depraved violence and cocaine trafficking. He worked closely with the foreign terrorist organization Sinaloa Cartel, as you've heard, to traffic bulk quantities of cocaine from South America to the United States and Canada. As you have also heard, his heinous crimes did not end there. In January 2025, Wedding allegedly ordered the murder of a U.S. federal witness in Medellin, Colombia. In addition to our focus on taking down Wedding, we are offering rewards up to $2 million each for information leading to the unknown assassins responsible for that January 2025 murder. We hope the public will recognize these criminals from surveillance photographs taken the day of the assassination in Medellin and will come forward to identify them. These brazen, illegal activities will be stopped, and the State Department will continue to apply all its tools, including rewards programs, to pursue violent criminals, drug traffickers, and those who assist narco-terrorist organizations. We will continue to build a stronger, safer, and more prosperous hemisphere in the Americas by ensuring that no one, not even former Olympians, is above the law. Thank you very much. And now I'd like to introduce John Hurley, Undersecretary for Terrorism and Financial Intelligence at the Department of Treasury.
Morning, everyone. Thank you, Attorney General Bondi, for all the work you do to keep our communities safe. Today, we're leveraging Treasury's longstanding counter-narcotics tools alongside law enforcement and international partners for maximum effect. Under President Trump's leadership, alongside these partners, Treasury is targeting one of the FBI's 10 most wanted fugitives, Ryan Wedding. This action is part of a broader administration effort to stop the flow of deadly narcotics into the United States, a crisis that has taken far too many American lives. Ryan Wedding is responsible for moving, as the Attorney General said, multi-ton quantities of cocaine through Colombia and Mexico for distribution in the United States and Canada. He's also believed to have ordered dozens of murders around the world. Wedding operates through a complex web of individuals and companies to launder his drug proceeds, using everything from front businesses to luxury cars to cryptocurrency. Today, Treasury's Office of Foreign Asset Control imposed financial sanctions on Wedding and his network. These targets span the globe and have enabled his criminal enterprise by laundering money, providing protection and intelligence, assisting in murders, and even training hitmen. Our sanctions are designed to cut Wedding and his network off from the U.S. and international financial system and help put an end to his deadly activities. Most importantly for Treasury, U.S. and international businesses are now on notice. Should you choose to assist Wedding by materially supporting him and his network, we will find you, cut you off from the U.S. financial system, and help our DOJ partners bring you to justice as well. I'll close with this. President Trump, Attorney General Bondi, Director Patel, our other interagency partners, and Secretary Bessent are leading the fight against narcotics trafficking. The Trump administration will never stop fighting to protect the American people, and we at Treasury are very proud to contribute to that mission. And I'll be followed by Michael Duham, the Commissioner of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Mike Duhame, Commissioner of the RCMP. I want to begin by thanking Attorney General Pam Bondi for inviting me for this special announcement. I'd quite say historical announcement as well, considering what we're dealing with. I'm pleased to be here today to highlight significant results by the FBI and the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, better known as the RCMP. As Director Patel mentioned, the RCMP and the FBI have been working together to disrupt and target organized crime affecting both our countries and other countries around the world. No single agency or nation can combat transnational organized crime alone. This is why strong, trusted partnerships are essential, just as we continue to illustrate in this file. As part of the FBI Operation Giant Slalom, the highest level of organized crime were targeted for their involvement in a range of serious crimes, as you heard earlier, from drug trafficking to murder to conspiracy to commit murder and continuing criminal enterprise. The RCMP in Canada, as well as its office located in Bogota, Los Angeles, and Mexico, worked closely with the FBI throughout the investigation. Yesterday morning, the RCMP and Ontario Provincial Police proceeded by arresting 7 Canadians with ties to the Wedding organized crime group. I want to emphasize that our work is not done. Fugitive Ryan Wedding remains one of the top threats to Canadian public safety, and as per the previous indictment, continues to run an over $1 billion a year criminal enterprise. I would also like to take the opportunity to thank everyone in the RCMP, the FBI, and U.S. Department of Justice, who have spent the last 2 years and countless of hours away from their family to get the job done when it looks at Operation Giant Slalom. Thank you for your partnership and protecting Canadians, Americans, and people around the world.
Thank you. There's one thing I wanted to add. This is an announcement, and we're up on a hard stop. We can take a few questions if you have them. But first, wait, I want, Director Patel, will you add something about his description for us, please? I don't know if we really got that he could also change his description, or Akil. Go ahead. Thanks.
Can we turn those around?
Yes, let's turn these around.
Ryan Wedding is approximately 6'4" and 230 to 250 pounds. As you see in these pictures here, please understand that he might change his hair color, his appearance, and do anything to avoid capture. But someone like Ryan Wedding is going to stick out in Mexico. And that is why we're soliciting the public's help to try to identify, locate him, and arrest him. Again, there's a $15 million reward for information leading to his arrest and capture. Thank you.
Questions?
General Bondi, on topic first, it was mentioned that the Sinaloa cartel is helping to protect him. Are Mexican authorities cooperating with the U.S. in helping to secure his arrest? And I also have an off topic as well.
Yes. It's a short answer. Do you want to add something, Akil?
Sure. We are working with our legal attaché office housed at the embassy in Mexico City to try to locate and arrest Wedding. Again, through to significant protection by the Sinaloa cartel and others, that has been difficult.
And that's why it's so important that you get his picture out there. He could change his hair color. He could change his appearance. You know, he's got some powerful people protecting him. But this is $1 billion a year of drugs that he is charged with being responsible for. $1 billion. Go ahead now, off topic.
On the Epstein Files, does the new investigation by the Southern District of New York U.S. Attorney prevent the department from releasing all of the remaining files?
So we have released over 33,000 Epstein documents to the Hill, and we'll continue to follow the law and to have maximum transparency. Also, we will always encourage all victims to come forward.
What are the next steps, Madam Attorney General, for the DOJ regarding what we assume President Trump will sign into law with the Epstein Files? Is this going to be on the Justice Department website? What are you doing here over the next 30 days, as we understand it.
We will continue to follow the law with maximum transparency while protecting victims.
When you say follow the law, Madam Attorney General, do you mean that you will provide all the files by 30 days?
We will follow the law. The law passed both chambers last evening. It has not yet been signed, but we will continue to follow the law, again, while protecting victims, but also providing maximum transparency.
Madam Attorney,
Justice decides we're going after someone.
I just got to press play on the rest of it. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I'll let you see the remaining questions. Give me a second here. I'm putting them on right now. Where is it? Here it is right here.
Attorney General, the DOJ statement earlier this year saying that the files would not release mentioned the fact that the review of the documents and the evidence did not suggest that any additional investigation of third parties was warranted. What changed since then that you launched this investigation?
Information that has come for information. There's information that new information, additional information, and again, we will continue to follow the law, to investigate any leads. If there are any victims, we encourage all victims to come forward, and we will continue to provide maximum transparency under the law.
Wedding, Madam General. On Ryan Wedding, you mentioned.
Madam Attorney
Sure,
General,
Kelly.
the issue with the new information that you just indicated, is the department seeking information perhaps from the Epstein estate because Mr. Blanche did not have that information when he interviewed Ghislaine Maxwell? What new information, and would you limit the new investigation to just those named persons that the president talked about, or is this a broad, open-ended investigation?
I would refer to the Deputy Attorney General's post that he put out on X, and we're not going to say anything else on that because now it is a pending investigation in the Southern District of New York. But you're on point. Hard stop. One more question? Sure.
President Trump has previously said that he may consider authorizing military strikes within Mexico to go after cartels. Given the importance of this case, I'm wondering if the DOD has been engaged on the search for Ryan.
Yeah, we're not going to discuss anything with the Department of War right now, but right now I will tell you it is the Treasury Department, the State Department, our office, the FBI, working with Canadian authorities and working with the Mexican authorities hand in hand. And that includes the Mexican military. You had one more on wedding?
Yes, please.
Sure.
CBC, you mentioned a Canadian lawyer, if you can tell us more about it, the extradition of a Canadian lawyer. And also a question for Commissioner Michael Duhem on 7 other individuals who are linked to Ryan Wedding. If we can tell us on the extradition, what are the next steps?
Sure. Do you want to take the Canadian? I think Bill will take the attorney because that attorney is being prosecuted in California, and then I'll turn it over to Director Duhem.
Yeah, the attorney he's named in the indictment that was unsealed today, his name is Deepak Pardkar, Paradkar. He is a lawyer. I'll have the Canadian police commissioner provide more details. He was one of the people arrested yesterday. I understand he initially refused to come out of his home. He put up a little bit of resistance, but he was eventually taken into custody. It was very important for us to get him because when you have people who are officers of the court, who are lawyers, we take oaths to protect the public and defend the law. And when you have lawyers who are assisting international drug trafficking players on how to evade law enforcement and to murder witnesses, we can't have that stand. So it was very important to us that the lawyer be charged and the lawyer be brought to justice. I'll have the commissioner speak about the extradition process. There are about, I believe, 7 individuals that were arrested in Canada. We are still looking for one more individual in Canada, and they will all be extradited here to the U.S., where they will be brought to the Central District of California, and they will be charged and tried here in our court system. So I'll let the commissioner speak more about the arrests and the extradition process.
So thank you. I think he's covered quite a bit there with regards to the next steps and the ideas. Yesterday, we engaged in an operation following information that we received and arrest 7 out of 8 Canadians.
All of them are currently locked up, waiting the extradition process. So they'll have a fair process in front of a judge, and then our Department of Justice will communicate with the justice here, and it will go through the steps of the extradition. But the premise is everybody will charge in the United States. So, and you had something about 7. Is it something else?
You know more about those 7 Canadians.
Well, the 7 Canadians were arrested in the province of Quebec, some in Ontario, some in Alberta. We still have eyes on another person, but they are being charged conspiracy to commit murder, trafficking, as I listed earlier, conspiracy, drug trafficking, and murder as well.
And the timeline of the extradition?
Well, that's for the courts, and I don't control that, unfortunately, because it happened tomorrow if it's just to me.
Any chance you can say that in French very quickly?
Très rapidement, oui, 7 individus ont été arrêtés, 7 sur 8 ont été arrêtés au Canada, dans la province de Québec, dans la province d'Ontario, ainsi qu'en Alberta. Nous sommes à la recherche d'une dernière personne. Les gens sont arrêtés, les 7 sont arrêtés, sont en prison présentement et attendent le processus d'extradition pour les ramener ici à faire face à la justice américaine. Merci.
Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you. Do you want to take it? Yeah, go ahead.
What was the question? The Attorney General has previously said that she would refuse to release any information that would re-victimize victims, and I'm just wondering whether that stands, after the passage of this law.
Well, the law isn't signed into law yet, and of course we're going to protect victims, and the law as written allows us to do that. The law has carve-outs to protect victims and to protect information surrounding victims, which is what we do not only in this case but in every case. So it's a fair question, but neither the House nor the Senate's version, the same version, suggested otherwise. So,
thank you all.
All right, so that was earlier today. You heard there was a bunch of questions about the release of the Epstein files and what might be released and held back, and there wasn't a lot of, basically Pam Bondi said several times something like, we will follow the law with maximum transparency while protecting the victims. Is that what she said? There was one thing she kept saying again and again. It was, hold on. I can just play it to remind, I want to get her exact wording correct. Hang on. If I can play it here. I'm trying to go to the first the thing she first said. Hold on a second. I'm going to quote her exactly. She said, we'll continue to follow the law and to have maximum transparency. Yeah. Follow the law and maximum transparency. Anyways, also just to show you, I thought it was kind of an interesting press conference too, because they were mentioning this person, Ryan Wedding. Ryan Wedding is, I believe, one of the top FBI's 10 most wanted fugitives, and he is he was a snowboarder. He represented Canada in the 2002 Olympics in snowboarding. And now there's a $15 million reward offered for him from the U.S. And he is a transnational narcotics trafficker. And today, officials in the press conference described him as a narco trafficker on par with notorious drug lords like Joaquin El Chapo Guzman and Pablo Escobar. He is believed to live in Mexico. He works with the Sinaloa cartel. And also, he has been indicted for ordering the murder of a federal witness, a U.S. federal witness in Colombia, who was murdered. So, anyways, I just wanted to mention this. I think it's an interesting story and show you the pictures there. But again, he is a former snowboarder for the Canadian Olympic team. I'll post a link to the to that announcement by the FBI where you can see his picture. All right. So, anyways, I wanted to show that also because there were some questions about the Epstein files at the end. Hey, it's 4:18 p.m. Ryan Minot thinks they're not going to release the they're not going to release the files today. I mean, that's definitely happened. Remember, the law says that the law gives the Justice Department 30 days to release the files. 30 days. But the question is, will President Trump sign the law today? Sign the bill and make it a law today? It's now 4:18 p.m. Cubist cosmonaut thinks he's got to sign the bill today. Gary Bain says maybe tomorrow he'll sign. Crossbow thinks in 30 minutes. Molly Morgan thinks it's a little odd that Trump hasn't even tweeted about it yet. Nothing from the White House about him signing at all. I've seen no reporting about him signing or any kind of plan to sign, like time-wise. Yes, as Leslie Lady Hawk said, we've said before, it's possible he signed it already and we just don't know. I'm guessing, I'm just going to go out on a limb here. I don't think it's a crazy assumption. I'm guessing that the Epstein survivors certainly are waiting to see it signed and become law. Tracy Smith says, I say he won't sign it. JD63 says he just plain doesn't care. Mad Mike thinks he'll wait for Thanksgiving. He has 10 days plus Sunday, plus I believe maybe he gets, I don't know if he gets extra time. It's 10 days plus Sunday, I believe, to sign it. 10 days plus Sundays to sign it. $10 days excluding Sundays. If he takes no action, it becomes law. So he could wait. He could sign it in 10 days. He could just not sign it and have it come a law that way. I mean, look, it'll be a big issue. I said at the start of the stream, I said even if he doesn't sign it today, I think it'll be a big issue. Confidence in God says, I don't think he can put it off. It could really come across badly. Our viewer Per Kayla says maybe he will wait until he has other signings to do as well. Do it all at one time. Corey Snyder said, why wouldn't he sign it? I mean, I don't know. Maybe he thinks that signing it is sort of approving it in a way he doesn't want to. He might think it maybe make some sort of statement to not sign it and have it just become the law. I don't know. I mean, look, I can't imagine. I can't imagine he goes a long time without signing it because it'll just be this big story. Anna Starrett thinks he is stalling for some unknown reason. Whether he is stalling or not, I don't know. He might have other things to do today. Doesn't seem like it would take a long time to sign it, but it's not a long bill. For those of you waiting, I just saw Joe Wiesenthal reports that NVIDIA revenue beat estimates, and their third quarter data center revenue beat estimates. It was $51.2 billion. It beat it. The estimate was $49.34 billion. Gergovin, who I follow, says their revenue total $57 billion, estimated $53.9 billion. People were waiting for the NVIDIA results. So the short story is that NVIDIA seems to have beat the estimates. For those of you who were waiting for that. Oh, I actually have something about NVIDIA right here, for those who care. AI leader NVIDIA forecasts fourth quarter revenue above estimates. Reuters says NVIDIA forecast fourth quarter revenue above Wall Street estimates today, betting on booming demand for its AI chips from cloud providers. Against the backdrop of widespread concerns of an artificial intelligence bubble, the results mark a defining moment for Wall Street as global markets look to the chip designer to determine if investing billions of dollars in AI infrastructure expansion had resulted in towering valuations that potentially outpaced fundamentals, stock valuations, that is, company valuations. NVIDIA, the world's most valuable company, expects fourth quarter sales of $65 billion plus or minus 2%, compared with analysts' average estimate of $61.66 billion. Ahead of the results, doubts had pushed NVIDIA shares down nearly 8% in November. After a 1,200% surge the last 3 years, the broader market has declined almost 3% this month. Anyways. Big tech among NVIDIA's largest customers, says Reuters, has doubled down on spending to expand AI data centers and snatch the most advanced pricey chips as it commits to multi-billion, multi-gigawatt build-outs. Microsoft reported a record capital expenditure of nearly $35 billion for its fiscal first quarter last month, with roughly half of it spent primarily on chips. Austin Batman says guidance is strong. Chaotic Order says many AI devs use NVIDIA chips. So I'm just passing this along because I know some people in the chat were talking about it. The NVIDIA information. Oh, Stephen Miller gaggle. Hold on a second. Hang on. NVIDIA stock after hours, by the way, is up 2.88% when I just last checked. Oh, hey guys, I have an update. Hold on, I have an update. Stephen Miller was asked about Trump signing the bill. Hold on a moment here. Okay, I'm seeing it right now. Stephen Miller answered some questions. The White House press pool says, Speaker 3, is the president signing the Epstein Files bill, and is it at his desk? Stephen Miller said, I have nothing to add to you today. I think the White House shops already answered all those questions. He really didn't have much of a comment on it. This just happened, I guess, about 10 minutes ago. So again, about 10 minutes ago, White House Deputy Chief of Staff spoke at the White House, and he was asked, Is the president signing the Epstein Files bill, and is it at his desk already? And then Stephen Miller said, I have nothing to add today. So no real comment from Stephen Miller on that. Nothing to add from what we've heard already. Facebook went down again? How ridiculous. Facebook is not working well. Hang on a second here. I'm going to have to restart this Facebook stream. I have to restart Facebook again. Ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's not me, Facebook. It's fine on all the other platforms. All right, I'm restarting Facebook stream. Okay, so again, Stephen Miller really didn't have much new to add. A few minutes ago when he was asked about the Epstein files, whether Trump would sign it, and the exact question was, will he sign it, and is it at his desk already? And Stephen Miller said he had nothing to add on that. So there you go. So that comes from White House reporter, Washington Examiner reporter Naomi Lim, who is the White House pool reporter today. Let me take some more of your comments here. Just nothing. Crickets, basically. Justified and Ancient thinks they are keeping quiet for a reason. Either going to make a big deal about it another day or just sign it without saying. Justified and Ancient says guilt protectors. I personally thought it was already going to be signed. I thought it was just whether I didn't say didn't know that they'd make a big deal of it. Malik thinks no one is giving straight answers on the files. Chris McBricker said, so it's not getting signed today. He could sign it. He could put a text out. He could put a True Social post out at 11 p.m. if he wants and say it's signed. Thanks, Jeremy Roosh, for your support. Thanks, Jeremy, or Roush. Thanks, Elijah. Thanks, Kamante Fisher. Thanks, Kamante. Thanks to Don as well. Breeny Wilson thinks he ain't signing it. Confidence in God thinks something is up. Joshua asked about a pocket veto. I'm not an expert on Congress and the law. We talked about this earlier. A pocket veto is a way that a president can kill a bill by not signing it. But I believe it is not applicable in this case. I believe that it's a if I can describe it here again, I don't want to get too into it because I'm not a specialist on this kind of thing. So just to mention this, this is from Congress, from the Congress.gov website. Pocket vetoes occur when the president receives a bill but is unable to reject and return the bill to an adjourned Congress within the 10-day period. The bill, though lacking, well, it's a little confusing there. Hold on a second here. Let me give you a little better description of it. Normally, if the president does not sign a bill, it becomes law after 10 days, not including Sundays after they sign it, as if they had signed it. Sorry. Normally, if the president does not sign a bill, it automatically becomes law after 10 days, not including Sundays. A pocket veto occurs when a bill fails to become law because the president does not sign it within the 10-day period and cannot return the bill to Congress because Congress is no longer in session. So there is going to be a Thanksgiving break for a few days for Congress. But my understanding is, and I may be wrong, my understanding is that because it's a short congressional break, that there's no pocket veto option here to just kill the bill by not signing it. So I don't want to start doing legal research and analysis when it's not my field. But I have not seen any kind of analysis suggesting that a pocket veto is possible here. And I looked it up before, and I got an answer online, which I don't know if it's true, that this would not be a situation in which that could happen. So I'm just checking some things here. Very interesting. No comment yet. 4:36 p.m. No comment from the White House about the Epstein reports, about signing the Epstein bill, signing the Epstein Files bill. Nothing. Thomas Darwin thinks no signing today. Cutform thinks he's not going to sign it. Simp Nasty says radio silence. NY committee thinks it's super duper suspicious. Yeah, I haven't seen an update anywhere today. Other than that the Senate already, House and Senate have done everything they need to do. Ken Daxter thinks a secret crisis meeting is going on. Maybe we'll do another poll. Will Trump sign it today? If he doesn't sign it today, is that just an implied taking a shot at the bill? If he doesn't sign it today but doesn't comment on it, is that just a sign of showing he's displeased with it? Remember, he was fighting this bill until what was it? Friday when he posted that he had changed his position and said that House Republicans should vote for it suddenly. Christian Point says, not even a Truth Social post, that is suspicious. I don't believe. Well, he posted something about it yesterday, but not signing it, I don't think. Yeah, the last thing he posted about it was yesterday. And I think it actually might have happened after the Senate had passed it, or after the Senate had done what they, I don't think it was technically passed in the Senate till this morning because it needed to get sent over. But after the Senate did what it needed to do to pass the bill, here's what he posted yesterday. Hold on. So yesterday he said, I don't care when the Senate passes the House bill, whether tonight or at some other time in the near future. I just don't want Republicans to take their eyes off of all of the victories that we've had, including the great big beautiful bill, closed borders, no men and women's sports or transgender for everyone, ending DEI, stopping Biden's record-setting inflation, biggest tax and regulation cuts in history, stopping 8 wars, rebuilding our military, being respected by every country in the world, having trillions of dollars invested in the USA, having created the hottest country anywhere in the world, and even delivering a huge defeat to the Democrats on the shutdown, Make America Great Again. So that's all he posted about it. That's it. Saying, I don't care when they pass it. That's the only thing. And that was yesterday. Oh, let me show you the poll results. Hold on. Poll results. So I said to you guys, will he sign it today? On YouTube, the current vote on YouTube is 70% think he will not sign it today. How about Twitch? Well, people are now very pessimistic. They're very pessimistic. 86% say he will not sign it today. 87%. Now it's 85% on Twitch. Wow. Pessimistic. Melissa says crickets from the White House on signing. Network says, why wouldn't he? Well, I mean, he hasn't. But I don't know. Hasn't as far as we know. Thanks for voting in our poll, by the way. I Do Kills thinks it's a power move. It seems like a power move by him to not sign it. At least not sign it right away. Oh, hey, there's another protest coming up in Mexico City. That's tomorrow. We might have to cover this. State Department. A large protest march is planned from the Angel of Independence Monument to the Zocalo. That's the major plaza there. In Mexico City tomorrow, starting at 11 a.m., groups expected to participate in this protest also participated in a November 15th protest that turned violent. The march coincides with the Mexican Revolution commemorative military parade, which begins at 10 a.m. at the Zocalo and ends at the Revolutionary Monument. The demonstrations can be unpredictable. Avoid active protests, says the State Department, and exercise caution if you encounter large gatherings or demonstrations. So we may cover that tomorrow. Supposed to have some footage. I'll certainly be keeping an eye on it. I'm just checking something out here. Yeah, so again, I will keep an eye on that tomorrow. We certainly might cover that, depending on how things develop. I'm going to have to make food at some point, but I'll keep the stream going while I make food. But I'm going to have to put in some food soon. We've been on the air for a while. I didn't know it would be on the air this long. I thought it might just be a short stream. I honestly was thinking, when we came on the air, I was like, man, I might not even, he might sign it before I get on the air. Because I was thinking maybe he'd sign it before he did his speech today. That speech was hours ago. JG2 thinks he will not sign it. Nina Drew says maybe at 12 midnight. Brandon Smith says, making yourself look incredibly guilty is no power move. He's a rat in a corner. Wow. Sev says, how is Maxwell going to feel about this? Won't she be upset and flip? I don't know how reliable her testimony would be seen as in court these days if she decided to come out with new accusations that she hadn't before. Patricia Gray says, I think he's going to gather the victims in Marjorie Taylor Greene. One of our viewers asked if she had posted anything. She has not posted anything today on her X account about the new legislation, about the bill and it being signed. So in a few minutes, what I'm going to do, I'm going to keep the streak going, but in a few minutes, I'm going to take a break and put some food in the air fryer in a few minutes. And then we'll come back and keep it going. Wow. It is now 4:47. Nothing from the White House today. Nothing from President Trump about signing this bill. Juan Gerator says, well, we're waiting. Frosty says, so strange there are crickets from the White House. Physics says he's going to make us wait the full 10 days. Daniel Blue thinks he's having doubts about signing it. I don't know if the plans changed. Maybe there was an original plan and it changed. No idea. Thanks, Martin Gingrich. Martin says, what happens to the victims that want anonymity? There is a provision in the bill that talks about a reason that stuff can be not released. Hang on a second here. This is the bill. One of the reasons is personally identifiable information of victims or victims' personal and medical files and similar files, the disclosure of which would clearly constitute a clearly unwanted unwarranted invasion of personal privacy. So I don't know if that would allow them to just not reveal the name of a particular victim. I don't know. I'll post the link to the bill in the chat. Thank you to Rule, who says, asked about what justice would look like for the survivors. Well, I mean, I know at least some survivors were really upset about Epstein being allowed to take his own life in prison and not have an actual trial. So I can't speak to what the victims. I'm sure different victims might want different things. Some of them, I know many of them have spoken out about how much they want the files to be released. And a number of them feel that there are famous people who participated with Epstein who have never had to answer for it. I can't. Yeah, some people on YouTube mentioned there were some issues with the video on YouTube. I'm sorry about that. There's nothing I can do about it here. So I'm watching it right this second. It seems like it's okay now. So I don't know. Once in a while, things can happen with the internet or YouTube or whatever. So I'm literally watching it on YouTube right now, and it seems fine at the moment. Just refresh if you're having an issue. Try refreshing. Sometimes stuff happens. Thank you again, Rule. Yeah, Rule. So I can't speak to, I think different victims probably want different things. I'm sure many of them wanted there to be a trial with Jeffrey Epstein and see him go to jail, but he took his own life. Some of them, many of them want to see the files come out. Some of them want to see people, prominent people who they say participated in this. I will say I'm not really seeing Yeah, people are saying there's some glitchiness on the tube. Yeah, I didn't touch anything on my end. There's nothing I'm doing anything differently here than we were doing the last several hours. Jordan A said there are some others on YouTube having issues. I don't know. Again, so I hate when that happens. I'm sorry, but I mean I didn't touch any settings or anything like that. So there could be an internet issue where I am. I'm not sure. I don't know. But again, I didn't change anything on my end. At what point, I don't even really see it being reported. At what point does it start becoming a bigger story that he hasn't signed it? I'm really not seeing anybody reporting on the fact that he hasn't signed it. At what point does it start getting more widely talked about? Sarcasm thinks if not by tonight. A number of our viewers saying the stream is fine for them, by the way. Could he refuse to sign it? I believe it would become a law after 10 plus days. If he doesn't sign it. Captain PD says maybe Trump is taking a nap after his speech. He could be busy doing something or other. Let me just check something here. Hold on a second here. Testing 1, 2, 3. I mean, there just might be internet issues. I don't know. Just check. I'll keep an eye on it. Sometimes sometimes things glitch. It can happen. Let me just check something. I mean, I'm literally looking at it on my phone and it seems fine at the moment. So again, I'm sorry, but there's nothing I can do at the moment. So let's just hope whatever, if you're having issues, it gets better. But try refreshing if you haven't done that, if you're having issues. Space Fraggle says, sign the paper, please, sir. Polytrick says he's got to make sure his name is fully redacted. Our viewer, I Got That Fire, our moderator, thinks he's going to sign it and turn off his notifications. Juliana Martin says, I'll give him a pen. Thank you, AC75, for your support. Thank you, AC75. All right, guys, it's just about, it's about to be 5 p.m. with not a peep from the White House. Not a peep about signing this bill. It's now 5 p.m. Eastern Time. No peep. Thanks, by the way, I really appreciate it to Hannah Augsburger for your support. Thank you, Hannah Augsburger. Much appreciated. Kivo wants him to hurry up. One of our viewers mentioned DFW Scanner 24 minutes ago. DFW Scanner on X posted that there was a reported shooting at a Walmart in Dallas. Again, that was posted 24 minutes ago. I don't know the details of that. But to repeat, they posted about it 24 minutes ago. Oh, it was not inside the Walmart. Fox 4 News says it was a shooting that injured several people in the parking lot at a Dallas Walmart. At least 2 people with gunshot wounds were taken to the hospital, and a vehicle appears to have a deceased victim inside. Again, Fox 4 in Dallas-Fort Worth says this happened outside a Walmart in a parking lot. Sorry to hear about that. That's bad news, obviously. The White House has not called a lid yet. Brendel Breadwar asked about that. There's not been a lid called by the White House. A lid is when it is announced that the president will not appear on camera for the rest of the day, presumably. That has not been announced. CNN says right now, White House yet to say if Trump has received Epstein bill. Again, I don't see any reason. I can't imagine a reason that would keep him from receiving the bill that was already passed by the House and Senate as of this morning. I can't imagine any reason for him to not receive the bill other than they don't want him to receive the bill. It would seem intentional to me. Again, as I said before, I don't think it got lost behind a copier machine or something. Larry Potter thinks he changed his mind again. CNN says that there's been no answers from the White House about whether the bill's even at the White House. Again, I don't... If it's not there, then it's got to be intentional to me. Scotty Rose says 2 weeks. I think he has 10 days plus Sundays. So maybe that's 12 days total? One of the viewers thinks I should take a break because then he'll sign it when I take a break. Well, I'm going to have to put some food in the air fryer anyway soon. Going to have to do that. I probably should do that now. All right, so we're going to keep the stream going. What I'm going to do is I am going to take couple minutes and put some food in the air fryer. Then I'll come back while it's cooking. How does that sound? But I will, while I'm putting the food in, if I discover that something happened, I'll stop putting the food in the air fryer and then I'll run right back and report it immediately to you. Steve will be back in around 5 minutes. Maybe a few more, maybe 5 to 10 minutes. Okay. So hang out. We're still live. I need to put some, we've been on for so long that I need to put some food in the air fryer. Publius, our viewer, thinks Trump is stalling for some reason. Oh, hold on a second. Let's see here. At what point do prominent people start complaining that he hasn't signed the bill? I haven't seen that yet. And saying, like, what's going on? All right. All right, give me a couple minutes. I'm coming right back. We're going to keep this going. I'm putting some food in the air fryer, and I'm coming right back, and we'll continue our coverage of maybe Trump signing the bill today and it becoming law, the Epstein Files Transparency Act. All right, I'll be back in a couple minutes. Did he sign it while I was away? I didn't check. I don't see that he has signed it. He just posted on his True Social. Well, he didn't post. There's two pictures of him posted. There's a couple pictures posted from his speech today, photos, but he didn't type up a new message or something. So there's nothing new on it about his True Social. There's still no comment from the White House about it today. No comment about from the White House. Nothing. They won't even confirm that the bill's over there. Fonzie thinks they are scared. Z says he usually signs 20 documents a day, but not one today. Gooey Finger thinks if there was anything incriminating in the files, people would have been arrested already. NY Committee says all he has to do is sign it and then post he signed it on Truth. Why is it so difficult for him to do? Hot Rodacy thinks they're cooking up something. Will the people continue to allow injustice? Christy Claff says doesn't surprise me at all. Casper thinks you won't see the files. Noah says if he is in there at all, there's no way he lets them be released without scrubbing them. Remember, they have 30 days to release once he signs it. Sign thinks we're getting the scrubbed version. Give me, hold on, I think I need about 30 seconds. It is 5:17 p.m. No word on this from the White House. Okay, hang on, I need about 30 seconds. Give me 30 seconds. I am making my food in the air fryer. Cole Ferris says still nothing is wild. Not even an announcement about it. Not even like it'll be signed this week. Or we haven't received it yet. Or just something. Just nothing. Fascinating. Reload Your Gun says there are more important things going on in the world than Epstein. Paulette thinks he's just going to ignore it. Sandy thinks they won't release the files because of the quote, ongoing investigation and Trump making sure that is ironclad before signing it. Maybe there's some, I mean, look, there might be things they want to do in there in the White House to prepare. And they want as much time as they can. Sarah Fleming, thanks Sarah for your support. Sarah says this is just going to show you they don't care about the victims. Once again, a bad look for the Republican Party, says Sarah. Thank you, Sarah Fleming, for your support. I appreciate that, Sarah. Let's see here. Meanwhile, Moo Moo thinks it's the biggest political scandal in American history. The whole thing? The whole Epstein thing? Thanks, Dev Danger, for being a member. Thank you. Oh, I forgot to thank Who Shot JR and Frukartofine. Oh my gosh, I missed it. Oxytropis, Who Shot JR, and Frukartofine. Thanks for your support on Twitch. Hoagie says, lost in the mail. Roudmeath thinks this is a great example of how impatient we have become as a society. I want it now, 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 now. What I need to do is take another 30 seconds. I need 30 seconds. One moment. I really need to eat something. Didn't even have lunch. So once I eat something, I'll be better. Sumi Sue says, I don't think he will sign the bill today, but that's just my opinion. Oh, thanks to Carrie Poteet for the memberships. Thank you, Carrie. That's very nice of you. Carrie Poteet. JV thinks he's not doing it because he is afraid. Distant Galaxy says not a single high-profile person has commented on the signing delay. I haven't seen anybody in the White House comment on it. I haven't heard any reporting that they have. There may have been like members of Congress who did. I haven't seen it. I mean, they might have been interviewed on TV and talked about it, so I don't know. But I haven't seen any reporting on it yet. Colleen Arthur says, come on, stop putting off the inevitable. I don't have the energy to talk about other stories at the moment. Maybe after I eat, we can do it. At the moment, I only have the energy to talk about this for the moment, and I'm going to be eating in a few minutes. Carl Anderson says, anyone that knows Trump knows he's going to make a big deal of this signing. Trey Simmons says the files are never coming out. It's going to be excuse after excuse. Sniper says, where are the Dems? Wouldn't they be all over this? Look, if it gets to be a couple days, I'm telling, it'll be a bigger story. Betsy's tag says he'll sign it when he's ready. Let's hope nothing else comes out. Nan B thinks he's going to sign them, but no release. Not Me thinks he'll veto it. Well, the problem with vetoing it is, seems like there would be more than enough people in both houses. You need a 2/3 vote in each house to override his veto. Seems like there would be enough. It is 5:26 p.m. with no word from the White House about any of this. But he hasn't signed. We haven't heard that he signed it yet. So what we're going to do now is, my food is just about ready. So this, we're going to keep the stream going. And what I'm going to do is, I'm not going to eat on air. I'm going to eat my food, but I'll be keeping a constant eye on the news. And if anything happens while I'm eating, I'll put down my fork and I'll rush in here and just tell you about it right away. Otherwise, I'll be back after I eat. Okay, I got to eat something. I haven't eaten. All right, so let me do this. Again, I appreciate all of our moderators who are here and all of you for watching. I'm going to keep an eye on things while I eat. If there's anything that develops while I'm eating, again, I'll just rush right in here. Otherwise, I'll come back in after I eat and we'll continue. But I'm going to be checking. It could be at any moment. You never know. We could hear something. So let me go do that. Let me do that, and we'll see you. And feel free to stay in the chat and hang out. Oh, thanks, Callie Murodin, for subscribing on Twitch, and Steve's Air Fryer for your support on Twitch. Thank you. All right, so let me go do that. I'll keep an eye. There'll either be big news while I'm eating, and I'll rush in, or I'll come in after I eat. All right, so we'll see you in a few. All right, we're back. I ate, excuse me. You know, I checked like 2 minutes ago and nothing had been signed yet. I'll check again right now. And no word from the White House. No word from the White House. Nothing. Nothing at all. Nothing at all from the White House. It's 6:07 p.m., guys. Haven't seen anything. All right, hang on a moment. Has anyone called him out on it? I'm not really aware. You know, I saw one report. One of the news networks posted something where they said they talked to one of the victims who's not convinced he'll sign it. But I haven't seen anything like the last few hours, which is like somebody prominent saying, why hasn't he signed it yet? £1,400 Devin thinks he won't sign it. Taco Cat thinks he won't sign it tomorrow either. Hey, I had one other thought. So you would think maybe, well, he would never veto it because it was unanimous in the House. And the thing is, the Senate never took an individual vote on it. They didn't take a vote where the individual votes were counted. So could President Trump, is there any world in which he's like thinking, well, let me fully explore if I could veto it, whether it would be, the veto would be overridden? Like, is there any chance that he's like talking to, say, Republican senators to see if he might be able to get 34 votes in the Senate against, to not override his veto? I don't know that that's the case. Taylor Cole said he would sign it already. Well, people say a lot of things and then don't do those things. President Biden said when he was president that he wasn't going to pardon Hunter Biden, and he did. So I'm not going to rely on Trump's previous claim that he's going to sign it as a guarantee that he will. By the Sea thinks he already looks bad for not signing it by now. Kelly thinks there's zero chance he's thinking of vetoing it. Chemo thinks he's scheming. Chris Eppolito says, what if he's assembling Epstein victims to oversee the signing? Well, he could be, but why not say that if you're doing that? Or why not, if it's something like that, why not say, well, we're going to do a ceremony tomorrow or something? There's no reporting that anybody's been called. Paul Vest thinks he's taunting everybody. Karen Ward says, seems like he's being defiant and stubborn. Intergalactic Freak Show says, I think he's stalling. I mean, at this point, it's been a long time. So the idea that somehow the bill hasn't made it over to the White House yet seems fairly unrealistic to me. Quite unrealistic to me. Ruth thinks he knows we are waiting. Gary thinks he's busy doing important stuff. Bunny says he likes us waiting. He feels more powerful. What if it's like done at like a Friday, a weekend thing, like late at night on Friday, to not get much attention or something? I don't know. Trisha Murphy Sichimaro thinks he will wait until 8 primetime TV. Per Kayla says he hasn't gotten it yet, according to the New York Times. No, I did not see that in the New York Times at all. Also, they're not at his desk. Now, maybe they passed something along they heard from the White House, but that's very different. The New York Times said 5 hours ago it wasn't clear when it might reach his desk. They said that 5 hours ago. But again, I mean, at this point, I don't care what anyone's saying. I can't imagine it couldn't have been signed earlier in the day than it was. But I didn't see anything like that in the New York Times. But if they were going to make a report like that, what they would say is, we were told by the White House, which is quite different. But I haven't seen it there. J.P. Villou thinks it's getting weird he hasn't signed it already. Again, it's not just having not signed it. There's literally no comment on it. There's not a peep about signing it or plans to sign it. Chat username says, assume it to be signed. C. Chase thinks it's on the back burner for today. Tammy Doglover says he wants everyone to believe it's no big deal. It's very interesting. Oh, that's weird. You know, Ruth and one of our viewers mentioned some sort of Schumer press conference. It's weird that Reuters didn't even have it listed there. AFP didn't have it. I don't think I have access to that. Hold on. Live Now from Fox was showing some Democratic senators talking about the Epstein Files. They've just been speaking in the last few minutes. You can see it on Live Now from Fox. I'll go back and see if they said anything about him not signing. I don't have the rights to that video at the moment, so I can't just throw it up on the screen. I mean, even AP doesn't have it either. It's not on any of the news agencies. It's kind of odd. I'm assuming it's live, but I don't have it. And it's not, Senate Democrats aren't showing it on their YouTube. Schumer's social media, that I haven't seen it there. Pork Shop Runner says he always waits until around 8 p.m. Eastern time. Oh, now Chemo says it was earlier today. Well, it might not be live. I don't know. But I didn't even see it earlier today. I didn't see it earlier today either, so. Oh, you know what? Hold on a second. It was earlier today. I have it right here. It's not live on Fox right now. I can actually show it to you. I have it. So this was several hours ago. Let's look at this. I didn't even know I had access to this. Thanks for letting me know that exists. Well, we're gonna look at this from earlier today. Hold on a moment here. Yeah, I'm gonna show it. I can show it to you. It says 3 hours ago. So let's watch this from 3 hours ago. Good. Okay, see, it says, this is from Senate Democrats. Senate Dems. Let me just make sure I don't have anything from Trump. New. Nothing. All right, so this was earlier today. This was like 3 hours ago. Let's check this out.
Okay, thank you everybody. Good afternoon. And I'm proud to be joined by Senators Klobuchar, Merkley, and Gallego. So, yesterday the House and Senate finally agreed to pass legislation to compel Donald Trump to release the Epstein files. A few hours after it passed the House, I came to the floor and got unanimous consent for the Senate to immediately pass that bill. I told Leader Thune that I was going to come to the floor and ask for a unanimous consent request that deemed the bills passed, and at about 5, before the first vote, and at about 10 of 5, he said he wasn't going to block it. That was good. But enough with the Republican delay, dithering, and dilly-dally. This morning, the Senate finally received the Epstein bill. It's finally on its way to the President's desk. That's right. After months of waiting, months of Republican delay, so many failed attempts from Trump to hide the truth, the Epstein Files Transparency Act is headed to the desk. It's a huge step for justice, for the brave and unrelentingly courageous victims. They were amazing. It wouldn't have happened without them. We salute them. It's also a great day for Americans, because Americans wanted to see the truth. Let's be clear, though, this wouldn't have happened without Democrats like the people with me today. But we are not done. No way. Our promise to the victims and to the American people is this. This will not and cannot be the end of the work. We'll keep the pressure up, pressure for the President to sign, and then pressure on the DOJ to release the full, unredacted files. No hiding, no game playing, no covering up. Pressure to make sure the documents are released in their entirety and not warped by a corrupt DOJ, who's hell-bent on hiding the truth, bending the law, and protecting Trump. Trump's own Justice Department that told him he was in the files. Remember this. We know he's in there. He knows he's in them. What the heck is he hiding and been hiding for so long? It's time for the truth. This bill is a command for the President to be fully transparent, come fully clean, and provide full honesty to the American people, even if he doesn't want to. And just like we did with this vote, and for months on end, Democrats will fight for full transparency, nothing less. Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you very much, Leader Schumer. Courtney Wild, 14 years old.
I have an update for you. I have an update. A lid has been called at the White House. A lid has been called. That is from the White House press pool, Naomi Lim. That means President Trump is not expected to appear on camera today. Caitlin Collins of CNN says there are no more public events expected, with no word on whether President Trump signed the bill today. He could have signed it already. We don't know. But they have called a lid. So again, no public events expected with the president tonight. I'm going to take today out of my headline. Clip E says they're scrambling. Again, that just was announced, there's an email from 3 minutes ago from the White House press pool saying the lid has been called. Now, the lid itself was called at 6:17, so 7 minutes ago, the White House called a lid saying that means no public event scheduled for tonight. Now, if there was some weird holdup and President Trump wanted to sign it already, they could say that, but no comment from the White House. Butts FTW thinks he's going to delay. Sentient Cannabis says, how embarrassing. I have not seen any comments about it from MTG today, Marjorie Taylor Greene, yet. Wow. We talked about that earlier today. I said it'll be quite something if they call a lid, and he hasn't signed it yet. Well, they have called the lid. So again, no public events expected the rest of the day for President Trump. JP thinks it's giving guilty people time to leave the U.S.? Flumpington says, I think by the end of tomorrow, the comments will roll in if he still hasn't signed. Oh, thanks to Rule. Rule says when Schumer spoke, we just saw him, he didn't mention survivors. He thinks the left's intentions are shameful. He mentioned Trump a lot, said Rule. That's what Rule says. Hey, thanks, Rule, for your support. Thank you, Rule. I'd have to look back and look at it. Talk Ornate History says Schumer did mention survivors. I think he called them victims, though. I'd have to go back and look at what Schumer just said. I don't remember the exact wording. JGGII said he did mention survivors. You can rewind the broadcast and check for yourselves. So again, just happened about 10 minutes ago, the White House calls a lid, meaning no public events with President Trump expected tonight. And no word on whether he signed it or going to sign it and when that might happen. Thank you, Kamanti Fisher, who says firmly grasp the lid. Lolly Lollipop says he'll probably just sign it and release a Truth Social post. Thank you, Texas Brat, for watching. Shout out to our moderators. By the way, the one and only thinks it's sus. Thanks to our moderators who are here. Ruth Krafasi is over here on YouTube. Thank you. "13 Alamo, Bastion Girl, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, and Sarah moderating on Twitch. Thanks. Juliana Martin says it's giving sketchy. Thanks, Kay Lowry Body, for moderating. Thanks, Kay. Margaret Riley as well. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. Tecchio says, I thought he would sign it and had a plan to hide it. Had a plan to hide it? Guess he has no plan. Yeah, so unless something crazy unexpected happens tonight, I mean, he could release a video of him signing it. They could do an event where he takes a video and they post that on social media. But no plans tonight to have any kind of live event of him signing it. Pierre Dubois says, Trump is quick to sign executive orders, not the same for that bill. Wow, how about that? How about that, guys? Old Mordim says he loves signing things. Vidar the Viking thinks he likes to leave reporters hanging. Fascinating. All right, so I'll keep an eye on for more news. Meanwhile, we should watch the rest of what the Senate Democrats had to say. How long did Schumer speak for? We can just start. I mean, he only spoke for like 2 minutes or something. We can start with Schumer again. We'll start. We had just started playing this from earlier today. The Senate Democrats' press appearance. The Vladinator says, I can't believe he called a lid. Nope, nothing on True Social. Nothing. Zack Attack says long wait. All right, so let's see. With the news that the White House has said President Trump will not be making public appearances tonight, which they call a lid, let's watch several hours ago what the Senate Democrats had to say about the Epstein Files. Thanks, Redonk, by the way. Renee Simone, our viewer, says the White House hasn't even made a comment. Come on now, this is weird. What's going on?
Okay, thank you everybody. Good afternoon. And I'm proud to be joined by Senators Klobuchar, Merkley, and Gallego. So, yesterday the House and Senate finally agreed to pass legislation to compel Donald Trump to release the Epstein files. A few hours after it passed the House, I came to the floor and got unanimous consent for the Senate to immediately pass that bill. I told Leader Thune that I was going to come to the floor and ask for a unanimous consent request that deemed the bills passed, and at about 5, before the first vote, and at about 10 of 5, he said he wasn't going to block it. That was good. But enough with the Republican delay, dithering, and dilly-dally. This morning, the Senate finally received the Epstein bill. It's finally on its way to the President's desk. That's right. After months of waiting, months of Republican delay, so many failed attempts from Trump to hide the truth, the Epstein Files Transparency Act is headed to the desk. It's a huge step for justice, for the brave and unrelentingly courageous victims. They were amazing. It wouldn't have happened without them. We salute them. It's also a great day for Americans, because Americans wanted to see the truth. Let's be clear, though, this wouldn't have happened without Democrats like the people with me today. But we are not done. No way. Our promise to the victims and to the American people is this. This will not and cannot be the end of the work. We'll keep the pressure up, pressure for the President to sign, and then pressure on the DOJ to release the full, unredacted files. No hiding, no game playing, no covering up. Pressure to make sure the documents are released in their entirety and not war.
I have to cut in with another update here. Caitlin Collins of CNN reports the Epstein bill was transmitted by the House to the White House Wednesday, I am told. The White House has declined to say whether President Trump has signed it or if he plans to do so on camera. Now again, at this point, I can't imagine that he couldn't have signed it if he didn't want to already. So, I mean, this idea that somehow it hasn't made its way there, I find that unrealistic. So I'm not making too big a deal out of this report. But anyways, just so you know, again, Caitlin Collins says the Epstein bill was transmitted by the House to the White House Wednesday, I'm told. The White House has declined to say whether, that would be today. The White House has declined to say whether President Trump has signed it or if he plans to do so on camera. This is the different statement from earlier. The statement from earlier was that there was a lid. This report is that it's that the bill was already transmitted to the White House today. As I also mentioned, if President Trump was dying to sign it, and the only reason he hasn't signed it is because it hadn't gotten to the White House yet, well, the White House could just come out and say that. and say, where is it? Give us the bill. But not a peep from the White House. So I just wanted to update you on that. All right. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt again, but. All right. So let's listen to some more of this from a few hours ago. Hold on a moment here. Billy Joe says it's almost like he doesn't want them out. It's possible he signed it already and it just hasn't been announced. We don't know. All right, let's keep going with this.
Warped by a corrupt DOJ who's hell-bent on hiding the truth, bending the law, and protecting Trump. Trump's own Justice Department that told him he was in the files. You remember this. We know he's in there. He knows he's in them. What the heck is he hiding and been hiding for so long? It's time for the truth. This bill is a command for the president to be fully transparent, come fully clean, and provide full honesty to the American people, even if he doesn't want to. And just like we did with this vote, and for months on end, Democrats will fight for full transparency, nothing less. Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you very much, Leader Schumer. Courtney Wild, 14 years old when she was sexually abused by Epstein. Danielle Bensky, 17 years old when Epstein sexually abused her. Her mom had a brain tumor, and he told her that he could help her.
I have to interrupt because I have another news update. Bill Melugin of Fox News, reports that the Department of Justice has charged Democratic Congresswoman Sheila Cherfilis McCormick from Florida with stealing $5 million in FEMA funds, laundering the proceeds, and then using the money to support her 2021 congressional campaign. That's just coming out right now. She is still serving in Congress. She's a Democratic Congresswoman. Okay, so let me see if I can get the official press release here. I think the press release hasn't even been posted yet. This is just coming out right now. I don't even see it officially. I'm confident it's true. Bill wouldn't post that unless he knew it was true. It sounds like Bill actually has the press release. Okay, let me show you what Bill posted. This is from Bill Melugin. But again, it sounds like he has the information from the DOJ. Bill says, Bill's with Fox News, DOJ, he has a copy of the indictment. The Department of Justice charges Democratic Congresswoman Sheila Cherfilis McCormick with stealing $5 million in FEMA funds, laundering the proceeds, and then using the money to support her 2021 congressional campaign. If convicted, she faces up to 53 years in prison. According to the indictment, it says she and her brother worked through their family health care company on a FEMA-funded COVID vaccination staffing contract in 2021. In July, The company received an overpayment of $5 million in FEMA funds. The indictment alleges that the defendants conspired to steal that $5 million and routed it through multiple accounts to disguise its source. Prosecutors allege that a substantial portion of the misappropriated funds were used as candidate contributions to her congressional campaign in 2021 and for the personal benefit of the defendants. The indictment further charges that she and Nadiji LeBlanc of Miramar arranged additional contributions using straw donors, funneling other monies from the FEMA-funded COVID contract to friends and relatives who then donated to the campaign as if using their own money. The indictment also charges her and her 2021 tax preparer with conspiring to file a false federal tax return. According to the indictment, they falsely claimed political spending and other personal expenses as business deductions and inflated charitable contributions in order to reduce her tax obligations. Now, I haven't seen any, this is just coming out now. No comment from Sheila Cherphillis McCormick yet that I've seen. She is in the Florida 20 district, which is Florida 20th district is in southeast Florida. That's her district. I'm trying to figure out, that's not exactly the best map. Oh, so it's like you can see it's southeast Florida here. It is the only majority black district in Florida, by the way. That's according to Wikipedia. It includes areas in Broward and Palm Beach County, that district. Southeast Florida. Now, I don't know, I haven't heard anything more about this. I don't know if this investigation, the investigation could have been going on for 5 years. I don't know if this investigation started under the Trump administration or if it started in the Biden administration. We just don't know. But this is just coming out now. Breaking news. Oh, I'm seeing the press release right now. All right, hold on a second. I want to show you the whole press release. It's weird. Some people have it. Some people online have gotten it already. I don't have it yet. Give me 1 second here. Give me one moment. Just doing something real quick here. I wonder if they'll do like a press conference on it tonight or something. Oh, what is it? Oh, you know what it is? Hold on. What is the U.S. Attorney's Office that would apply in Southern Florida? Hold on. U.S. Attorney's Office. I might have to look at the particular U.S. Attorney's Office site. Southern District of Florida. Okay. Maybe they have it posted. I got it. I found it. Here it is. This is from U.S. Attorney Redding Quinones. I found it. Here's the official post. South Florida Congresswoman charged with stealing $5 million in FEMA funds and making illegal campaign contributions. Here is the press release. Here is the press release. Again, no word from the White House about any kind of signing that has happened or will happen tonight. The White House has called a lid, meaning no public appearance is expected from the president tonight. Anyways, let's look at this new. In the meantime, this has just been announced by the Department of Justice. Current Democratic Congresswoman charged with stealing $5 million in FEMA funds and making illegal campaign contributions. A federal grand jury in Miami has returned an indictment charging Congresswoman Sheila Cherfilis McCormick and several co-defendants with stealing federal disaster funds, laundering the proceeds, and using the money to support her 2021 congressional campaign. This, by the way, is Sheila Cherfilis McCormick. Here is her website, Sheila Cherfilis McCormick. That's her right there. There, about. There she is, right there. So 2021 would have been the first time she was elected. Well, or no. Maybe I'm wrong about that. When was she elected for the first time? She has been serving since 2022. So 2021 would have been the first time she was elected. According to the indictment, she and her brother, both of Myanmar, worked through their family health care company on a FEMA-funded COVID vaccination staffing contract in 2021. The company received an overpayment of $5 million in FEMA funds, the prosecutors say. The indictment alleges that the defendants conspired to steal that $5 million and routed it through multiple accounts to disguise its source. Prosecutors allege a substantial portion of the misappropriated funds were used as candidate contributions to her 2021 congressional campaign and for the personal benefit of the defendants. The indictment also charges her and her tax preparer with conspiring to file a false federal tax return. According to the indictment, they falsely claimed political spending and other personal expenses as business deductions and inflated charitable contributions in order to reduce her tax obligations. Pam Bondi is quoted. Pam Bondi said, Using disaster relief funds for self-enrichment is a particularly selfish, cynical crime. No one is above the law, least of all powerful people who rob taxpayers for personal gain. We will follow the facts in this case and deliver justice. U.S. Attorney Jason A. Redding Quinones for the Southern District of Florida said, today's indictment shows no one is above the law. This indictment reflects our office's commitment to follow the facts, apply the law, and protect the American taxpayer. Public money belongs to the American people. When FEMA funds are diverted for personal or political gain, it erodes trust and harms us all. We will continue to work with our law enforcement partners to ensure the American taxpayer dollars are used as intended and that the public's trust is safeguarded. If convicted, Sherfelis McCormick faces up to 53 years in prison. I don't know what the sentencing guidelines would say. Edwin Sherfelis faces up to 35 years, LeBlanc up to 10 years, and Spencer up to 33 years. An indictment is merely an allegation. All defendants are presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt in a court of law. So this is quite interesting. Let me see if I have any local updates on this. We haven't heard anything from her yet. This news is just breaking. If I see a comment from her, I'll certainly pass it along. Nothing yet. By the way, a quick thanks to Michael Burmester for the membership, Ed Weeby for the membership, Mama 457 Rose, thank you. Thank you, Zillzone, for your support. Carrie Poteet, thanks for being a member. Who Shot JR? Thanks for your support, Who Shot JR. I don't know if the charges are true or not. I'm interested to see what the Congresswoman says in response to these charges. Oh, now Jamie Dupree, this is interesting. Jamie Dupree says Sherfelis McCormick has been under investigation by the House Ethics Committee since 2023. The outside House Ethics Board said she had refused to cooperate with their review. That's interesting. So again, Jamie Dupree, who I follow, who's a reporter, he said that the Congresswoman has been under investigation by the House Ethics Committee. I'm not sure what for, if it's for this same matter or not. Since 2023, and the outside House Ethics Board had said she had refused to cooperate with their review. So this actually is, I'm looking at a House Ethics, this is the House Ethics Committee, Congressional Ethics, U.S. House of Representatives. And this is from 2024. And they talk about allegations. It says in 2023, the board of the Office of Congressional Ethics adopted the following findings. They said she made payments to a state political action committee, which may have been in connection with her campaign for federal office. She may have violated House rules, standards of conduct, and federal law. Anyways, I don't want to go all through this word by word, but she was being investigated, it looks like, by the House Ethics Committee previously. It says here, her campaign committee may have failed to report transactions between the campaign committee's bank account and her business's bank accounts. This is like a 45-page report. I'll post a link to this. Again, this is a report about her that came out, I think, in 2024. But it shows you that the House had been, a House Ethics Committee, I believe it had been looking into her, if I'm reading this right. This is a document from ethics.house.gov. Office of Congressional Ethics, United States House of Representatives. That's what that report is from. Okay, so anyways. Thank you, Tyler Martin, by the way. I appreciate it. B&O News reports a woman is in critical condition after being set on fire on a Chicago train on Monday. Unprovoked attack on a train on Monday. The suspect has been arrested and charged with a federal terrorism offense. That's not good. ATF said it was a horrific and unprovoked attack on a Chicago public train on Monday night. The victim was set on fire and is in critical condition. Oh, here's a press release. Sorry. U.S. Attorney's Office in Chicago charges man with federal terrorism offense for allegedly setting passenger on fire on Chicago train. I did not hear about this. Lawrence Reed, 50 of Chicago, is charged with committing a terrorist attack against a mass transportation system. Reed and the victim were passengers on a CTA train traveling through a subway in downtown Chicago approximately 9 p.m. on Monday. Reed approached the victim, who was seated with her back towards him, took the cap off a bottle of liquid, and poured the liquid all over the victim's head and body. The victim ran, but Reed caught up with her, at which point he ignited the bottle and it fell out of his hand onto the floor. He picked the bottle up that was now on fire, approached the victim, and used the bottle to light her on fire. She was engulfed in flames but able to depart the train. She is hospitalized with critical injuries. Reed had purchased the gas at a Chicago gas station and filled it in a handheld container approximately 20 minutes before the incident on the train. Horrible allegations. I'll post a link to that press release as well. Oh, I never posted the one. I just posted the link also to the thing, the ethics complaint I was looking at before. Now I post the link to the allegations, the Chicago story allegations. Give me one moment here. I hope that person survives. That is really terrible. All right, so again, in case you missed it, a congresswoman from South Florida, Democratic congresswoman, Sheila Cherfilis McCormick, has been charged with stealing $5 million in FEMA funds and making illegal campaign contributions. I have not seen a comment from her yet, so I'll let you know if I see a comment from her. Also, President Trump, there's been no word all day from the White House about him signing this thing, about him signing the Epstein Files Transparency Act that the House and Senate passed to force the release of the Epstein files. No word about him signing it. No word about when he'll sign it. The White House has called the lid, meaning he is not expected to appear publicly tonight. So what can I tell you? Ty Crum, I am not aware of any other procedural steps that would be required. As far as I'm aware, there are no other steps required other than him signing it. Thank you, Ty Crum, for your support. Thanks, Moon72. That's very kind of you, Moon72. I really appreciate that. From Canada. Thanks, Moon72. Thank you. Thanks, Who Shot JR on Twitch as well. We haven't even been able to oh, by the way, MS Now, which used to be MSNBC, they are also reporting, as CNN has reported, that the bill has been transmitted to the White House. Ro Khanna is on MS Now right now. So I don't know if he said something about it. CNN headline says, White House won't say when Trump will sign bill. Victoria Estrida, our viewer, says, we all know it is at the White House. Set to Chill says, so we are just waiting for the president. Moose says, auto pen it. Daniel Landers thinks the files are being scrubbed. Crazy Wreath Lady thinks he is playing with people. Jay Bennett thinks he is stalling so they can claim that certain Democrats in the files are under investigation, so they can't release the files. It will just be ongoing forever, and they'll never be released. Pierre says, would love to be a little bird and watch what Donald is doing right now. I have not been able to. I was going to play you guys what senators from the White House, what senators said, what some Democratic senators said, and I have twice tried to play it, but I've only gotten to Schumer. So let me. Building Karma says he's stalling to see how many minds will be blown. All right, I've tried to play this twice already. Let me play you the rest of what some Democratic senators had to say today. We already played you what Chuck Schumer had to say. Now we're going to play you what Amy Klobuchar had to say. They had a little, like a press appearance. So let's just check this out. It's not very long, but I want to let you hear from some Democratic senators. This was several hours ago.
Thank you very much, Leader Schumer. Courtney Wild, 14 years old when she was sexually abused by Epstein. Danielle Bensky, 17 years old when Epstein sexually abused her. Her mom had a brain tumor, and he told her that he could help her mom, but only if she abided by his demands, including recruiting other girls. He told her, I can use it to help you, or I can make it really difficult for your mother. As she said recently, it's a call to action. We're standing up for so many victims of sexual assault. As a former prosecutor, I can tell you that's what this is about. It is also about trust. When Donald Trump and the Republicans promised the American people time and time again, whether it was about bringing down costs, not true. Whether it was about making changes that help people, not true. But whether it was about releasing these Epstein files, now we'll find out the truth. Donald Trump knew that there was overwhelming numbers of votes coming in against him, and at that moment, he made the decision that he would say that he wanted the vote to go through. At that moment, when Senator Schumer made the decision to come forward, there was no one who would stand up and say, nope, we shouldn't have them released. And I thank Senator Schumer for doing this. The House discharge petition materialized because there were the votes to override his veto. So now is the moment of truth. One, he has to sign it. But two, and most importantly, when we look at what the Attorney General of the United States, who is running a Justice Department that literally when Donald Trump orders them by Truth Social or in person to do something, they do it. Drop charges, they'll do it. Pardon their friends, they'll do it. It is literally a snap of their fingers. Make sure that you charge a Federal Reserve governor or the Attorney General of the state of New York or the former FBI director. We're there, we'll do it. That's what's been going on. So right now, we're facing a moment. Because of these faux investigations that she is now claiming are reopening, now we're going to find out, are they really going to release the files or not? And we are ready to stand up for victims like Danielle and so many others in this country.
The Epstein files have always been about full accountability for the perpetrators and justice for the victims. And Donald Trump, when he campaigned, he said, I'm going to release these files. It became increasingly clear that that wasn't going to be the case. So in July, 25 Democrats introduced the Epstein Files bill. not one Republican would co-sponsor it. 4 months ago, then 2 months ago, Leader Schumer introduced that bill as an amendment on the Defense Authorization Act. And 51 Republicans tabled it. And every Democrat said, no, let's debate it and let's pass it. That's just 2 months ago. And then here we were yesterday evening. We called for all 100 senators to join in the vision of equal justice under law, and they did. And that's a great stride forward. But it is not the finish line. Because we know that Trump is not going to release those files. We are going to press him like hell, but everything we know about Donald Trump is he will obscure and delay. And there's a second set of files in the Treasury Department. $1.5 billion in suspicious activity reports. Senator Wyden and his finance team led an investigation with some bipartisan support. Those files provide huge information that will complement the information from the Department of Justice. Now, what happened yesterday evening was a really huge tribute to grassroots Americans from the far right, from the middle, from the left, all saying we believe that powerful men abusing and raping teenage girls should be held accountable. It's a vision throughout the political spectrum. And it was certainly a huge stride forward for the victims who so courageously stood up and shared their stories. But let's keep working toward the finish line when there will be actual accountability for the perpetrators and full justice for the victims.
Senator Gallego.
Thank you. Well, today we've won the battle for justice. We won the battle for these poor women that were victimized repeatedly, both by these awful elite men as well as the Trump administration by trying to cover up every step of the way accountability. But it's just a battle. There is still a war that needs to go on. We should not be in any doubt that this president is going to take every opportunity, along with his allies, along with Attorney General Pam Bondi, to slow down, to cover up, to confuse, because at the end of the day, the truth will come out and it will hurt this administration. So I just encourage everyone that was involved and was involved in the fight from day one to make sure that we do not fall for the same traps that he's going to continue to put down. These women deserve justice. These women deserve to be treated like any other U.S. citizen. And just because it was elite men from New York City or from Mar-a-Lago or from wherever in the world, they deserve to be brought to trial and to justice just as much as anyone else. The president needs to show that he is for us and not for them, and stop trying to stop a real open investigation and a real understanding of what happened with the Epstein files. Thank you.
Okay, questions?
Schumer?
Yes.
What's your reaction to a proposal from Health Committee Chairman Bill Cassidy to set up HSA accounts to help people afford their insurance plans on the Obamacare marketplace? Could that be a potential common ground? Is that
Look, we insist on that the ACA tax credits have to be renewed and extended, period. If Cassidy's proposal, as I understand it, replaces them, looks like it's privatizing health insurance, and it looks like it's really problematic, and particularly problematic to do very quickly. Yes.
Schumer, Republicans have said that Democrats have been too singularly focused on President Trump's role in the Epstein files. What would you say to that criticism, and are you equally concerned about the names of Democrats or people that donated to Democratic causes that could pop up?
We think every name should come out, everything. Everything. There should be no cover-up. Yes, this late. Yes, you haven't called on you.
Sanctions bill. Are you hopeful that it will finally get a vote this month now that Trump said he's okay with it? And if it does become law, what do you think should be the focus? Do you think there should be 100% tariffs on Turkish goods, Chinese goods, Hungarian goods? What would be the most effective?
Look, the bottom line is I think there are 87 co-sponsors or sponsors, including Leader Thune and myself. We've wanted to move the bill for a long time. Hopefully it can move. Putin has to be told in every way that he cannot be just a bully and overrun Ukraine. Okay? No, you gentlemen. Yeah.
Leader Schumer, given the federal court's decision in Texas yesterday to strike down their gerrymandered maps, are you boosted by Democrats' chances nationally going into 2026?
Look, I'm boosted by Democrats' chances nationally to begin with. Why? Because the American people are on our side. The issue of health care has been a dramatic cleavage between Democrats fighting to prevent these premiums from going up and Republicans standing in the way. Even we've seen this over and over again. The American people know we're on their side. They know the Republicans are opposing them, and that's going to serve us very well in 2026. Thank you.
All right, so that was from Senate Democrats earlier today. Earlier today, Senate Democrats. Nothing from President Trump about signing the bill today. Nothing from him, nothing from the White House. Silence. Silence about signing the bill. What can I tell you? Crickets, as Holstrand says. It'll probably be right after I get off the air. But again, the White House called a lid, which means no public event, no public appearances expected tonight from President Trump. If they were planning on having an event, they would not have called a lid. Tommy Hammer says Trump is never this silent. Kabuki Josh says sketchy. Bart Keck says you're all going to be shocked. Thank you, Cece, for the bits, by the way. I appreciate it, Cece. Maybe there'll just be tomorrow some ceremony, like not like it was today or something. And they won't, and there'll be no just comment on the fact that it took 2 days. I mean, there's been no comment on it so far. Nothing from the press secretary, nothing. Gamer Lover says thinks it'll be tomorrow or Friday because he was busy with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Soccer fan thinks they are doing damage control. Amy says so weird. Butler Jin says Bondi hid it from him. I haven't seen tomorrow's White House schedule yet. It's possible when it comes out it'll have some sort of signing event on it. I haven't seen it. It hasn't come out yet. Rainbow Zen says Trump might call another Situation Room meeting. Kiska Sweetie Belle says lost on Pam Bondi's desk. It kind of seems like at this point, if he comes out with it tonight, he'll he'll just post on Truth Social about it or something. Praetorian Williams thinks he's probably deciding what to do. Sip Nasty says she must have a very messy desk. Sharking Lee says, did they shut the White House lights off to pretend nobody is home? Brad thinks he's not going to sign it, period. Thank you, Gen X, for your support. Gen X says, no more Epstein cover-up. The victims have waited years for some closure. Trump has stalled for 10 months. Sparky Pilot thinks he will make it about him. He could post about it at 1 in the morning. You never know. From what I understand, he gets 10 days plus Sundays to sign it. And if it's not signed after 10 days plus Sundays, it automatically becomes a law. Can I Pet That thinks he's giving certain people a heads up. Lucy Goosey thinks he's going to go ham on True Social at like 2 a.m. He could veto it, Rhinoplast, but then a 2/3 vote from both houses overrides the veto. And it seems like at this point they would have that. Yeah, I don't know when his schedule will come out. It comes out at different times. So yesterday, his schedule came out at 7:07 p.m. yesterday, but it hasn't come out yet. But I haven't seen any reporting, no reporting on it, no comments about any specifics. Crazy. I'd like to tell you a schedule for tomorrow, but I don't have it yet. We'll wait a couple more minutes. Serena Garland thinks it's not getting signed anytime soon, if at all. Robert Porubsky says, I'd be shocked if we get the unredacted files. Soccer Fan says if he wanted to sign quickly, he would have. From Mike Johnson, I haven't heard any word from Mike Johnson today about it. It'll be 5 minutes after I get off the air, I bet. That's what it'll be. Jonathan's back, thinks he's going to resign. I haven't heard any reporting about that. Jonathan's back. Karen Moore says, I wonder if he's dragging his feet to find out if Bondi thinks there are any possible investigations that look like he can deflect some of the attention off of himself. We talked about this a lot earlier, but remember that just 5 days ago, after Trump specifically asked for it, Pam Bondi said new investigations were being opened up into some prominent people's connections to Epstein. 5 days ago, President Trump said, I will be asking Pam Bondi in the Department of Justice, together with our great patriots at the FBI, to investigate Jeffrey Epstein's involvement in relationship with Bill Clinton, Larry Summers, Reid Hoffman, J.P. Morgan Chase, and many other people and institutions to determine what was going on with them and him. And then about 3.5 hours later, she said that the investigation was happening. And so remember, the bill itself says that a reason for material, the Attorney General can withhold material if releasing it would jeopardize an active federal investigation. So will those investigations be used as a reason to not release material? And if you missed it, without getting too much into the details, the FBI and DOJ several months ago said they had looked through all the Epstein evidence, and they said, we did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. So they said there was no evidence they had that would form the basis, that would warrant or justify an investigation on anybody else who hadn't been charged. And today, Pam Bondi was asked about this. She was asked something like, well, several months ago, you guys said that no further investigation of anybody else was warranted by the evidence, and now you just a few days ago you opened these new investigations. And she was asked why that happened, and she said that they had new information. She didn't say what the new information was, but she said there was new information that justified opening the investigations now. So anyway, so there's this question of these new investigations, will they be used as a reason to not release material? Nina Drew, no. President Trump has not signed the bill. But even if he signs it, the DOJ gets 30 days to release stuff. Just Lucky says, extremely sus. Bruce McElmore says, I just don't see why this is so weird. Dignitaries are in town and he's a busy guy. Well, he has been back at the White House since 1:18 p.m. I can tell you that. Mama 457 Rose thinks lots of big names are going down. You know what? I think we might be reaching that time. Now, by the way, if I get off the air and there's some big event planned for tonight, I can always get back on the air. I don't know that I'd rush on the air if President Trump posts, I signed it on Truth Social, and that's it. If there's somehow going to be some signing ceremony, which there's not supposed to be because the White House has called a lid, I could come back on the air. But, I mean, it's 7:30 right now, and the White House called a lid. So odds are there's not going to be some signing event tonight. So I think it might be time for this stream. Maybe we'll cover tomorrow. We might be on the air tomorrow covering Mexico protest stuff. No, I already ate a little while ago on the stream. I had to eat. It had gone too long. Anyways, so I'm going to be keeping an eye on this, guys. I thought it was going to be signed already. I did not think this was going to happen. This was not my prediction. So I don't even know that the White House is going to even comment on it tonight. No comment. Nothing from Trump about it. Nothing from the White House. Well, anyways, I appreciate you guys being here for the stream. Sorry we couldn't give you more updates. I mean, I told you what we heard. Gen X says, how long does it take any of you to sign a document? Excuse me. So, again, I really appreciate you joining the stream. If there's some huge news tonight, I can always jump on and do another update. But maybe we'll be giving updates on this tomorrow. but I really appreciate your support and watching. And a lot of people have been commenting in the chats and asking questions and letting me read your comments on the air. So thank you for that. And we'll have to see I don't know when he's going to sign it, if he signs it. He's supposed to. But if you'd like, subscribe, follow Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. And I would suggest turn on your notifications, because I never know when big news is going to happen. I'm going to have to rush on the air. We have our own notification system. It's free. It works really well. You sign up once and you get sent a notification whenever we go live. We do it through Discord. I'd highly recommend signing up for our Discord notifications. They are free. The mods will post a link to the notifications in the chat. And you can find the notifications link on YouTube and Facebook in the description of this video as well. Also, if I hear updates tonight, I'll post them on my X account, which is @Lookner X. @Lookner on X. That is where I cover breaking news over on X. You can follow me over there. And we'll see what happens. I'll be looking out for updates. Believe me, just nothing right now. Hey, huge thanks to our moderators too. Our moderators are so awesome. We could not have our chat rooms without our moderators. They are incredible. Thanks so much for being here, moderators. People like on YouTube, Ruth Krafasi and Beth Mythical. Thank you. Roberts May Queen. Thanks so much to all of our moderators. Thank you. And on Twitch, 13 Alamo, Bastion Girl, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah. All of our other Twitch moderators, thank you. On Facebook, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson, Shannon Davis Hughes, huge thanks. The Facebook stream the Facebook stopped working again. It is the third time it stopped. It's crazy. Facebook, all kinds of problems. I just don't know. It's just unbelievable. I just posted in the chat in Facebook having problems again. We already had to restart the Facebook stream twice today because it just stopped. Anyways, I'm sorry. What can I do? Did the stream end on Facebook? I don't even know. I can't worry about it. Yeah, it's not working. Anyways, thanks to our Facebook moderators too. Sorry, Facebook folks. What can there's only so much I can do. I feel bad about it, but I can't control Facebook. Hey, but thanks to all of our moderators. Thanks to everybody who donated. That's so nice of you guys. Really appreciate it. Your support is what keeps this channel on the air. Thank you. Moon72 and everybody else I thank. Did I get everybody? Hopefully. Okay, Kevin 8. Thank you, Kevin 8, for your support. I very much appreciate that. If you ever want to donate, you can go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But thank you again so much for all your support for the channel. It's really, really nice of you guys. Another good way to find out when we're live is if you're on X, follow us on X at agendafreetv. I always post there when we're going live. I post updates about the channel there at agendafreetv. We do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not live. The Agenda Free TV Discord chat. It's free. Check out our Discord chat. A bunch of our viewers really like doing that. Check out the chat on Discord. The same link, it's the link to the chat is the same link as the free notifications link. So if you want to check out the chat, go to the notifications link And check it out if you'd like. And again, thanks to our Discord mods for all you do over at Discord, helping with the chat and everything else. Discord moderators. Also, for those of you watching on YouTube, I would suggest turning on the YouTube notifications. That's another good way to find out when we're live on YouTube. What you need to do to turn on the notifications is you need to subscribe to the channel. Then you click the bell, click the notifications bell, and choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, make sure you've clicked the bell and chosen all notifications. Hey, thanks to our Twitch subscribers for supporting the channel. Thanks so much. Wall Street and Shaggy. Oh, thanks, A Foot of Chaos, for your support on Twitch. Thanks for subscribing. Callie Marodin, Oxytropis, Who Shot JR. Oh, thanks for the bits, Who Shot JR and Oxytropis. Thank you for that. Amalian, thanks for subscribing. Autumn Arf, thanks for subscribing. Autumn Arf, I'm sorry, that was a first time chat. Thanks for first time chatting, Autumn Arf. I thank you for watching. Thanks, CC, for subscribing. Really appreciate it. Tater Mong, thank you. Chi-Town Bear, Night Owl, thank you so much for subscribing there. And all of our other Twitch subscribers, huge thanks. Our Facebook subscribers, like Chuck Mosca. Oh, the Facebook video ended again. It's crazy. It ended 3 times today. Well, I appreciate all of our Facebook subscribers. Facebook isn't watching now because the stream just ended there. 3 times today on Facebook, the stream ended. But thanks to Robert Real II, Shannon Davis Hughes, Kay Lowry Body, Chuck Mosca, Sharon Klassen Goslin, Martha Crawford, all of our other Facebook subscribers, thanks. And hey, thanks JA&P for being a member for 51 months. Thanks so much JA&P, the Eclectic Collector. Hey, and thanks all of our other members as well. By the way, just double checking, True Social, nothing new from Trump on True Social, guys. Nothing from the White House I've heard anywhere about this. Nothing about him possibly signing it and when. Nothing at all. Thanks to our members, Val Cargo, Evelyn in Maine, Chris N, J.K. Senior, Pierre Dubois, Fernando Montemayor, Evelyn in Maine, awesome dude, 152, thanks for being members, Thomas Hastings, Judas Maccabeus, Betsy's Tag, JANP, Rizzo, Dr. McRib, CAC 813, Reddy Samidi, Michael Avery, Noah, Rizzo, Moot, John Flick, Holstrand, thanks for being a member. Dr. McRib, all of our other members, UV Lightning, and all of our other viewers. Brandon Stone, thanks for watching. Moot was watching from work, thanks for watching. Maggie McLeod, thanks for watching. Johnny B. Good. All right, we're wrapping this up. Again, for all I know, there'll be something 5 minutes after I get off the air. But if I find out of some huge signing event tonight, which I don't think there's going to be, I can always come back on the air. But maybe he'll just post. Maybe he'll post it on True Social about tonight, or maybe we'll have nothing at all. Hey, thanks to Kaylee Catmom for watching on Twitch. Thanks Dan Cruz too for watching on Twitch. Desolate Misanthrope as well. All right, so we're wrapping this up. We're wrapping it up. I'm sorry if he posts something about it in 5 minutes, but I don't have a crystal ball. I'm looking one more time. Don't see anything. No reporting. Not seeing anything. Haven't even seen the schedule from the White House. All right, guys, that is it. You've been watching our live coverage, which was supposed to be coverage of whether Trump, it was indeed coverage of whether Trump would sign the bill today. But nothing yet. We know nothing right now. All right, guys, that is it for now. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.